The Letter of the Law, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1. How in the world could either of us forget something this important to Georgiana's future? Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam paced from one end of Darcy's study to the other. His hands were fisted, and his stride was almost a stomp. She will be 16 years old on the 11th of November, which gives us over a month for one of us to find a bride, court her and marry her. 33.5 days. Fitzwilliam Darcy watched his cousin from his perch behind his desk. He was equally as disappointed with himself, although, as was his usual wont, he kept negative emotions tucked away behind his stoic exterior. 1 month, Rich, no more. The summons from Mr. Samuel Haggiston, the family's long-time solicitor, had been a shock. The reminder of the codicil in his father's last will and testament had jarred him from head to toe. If neither Darcy nor Richard were wed by the 16th anniversary of her birth, Georgiana's guardianship would automatically be transferred to their aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, an entirely horrifying thought. "Why would your father have done something like this, William?" The colonel ran his hands through his hair. "His confidence in our abilities to care for his youngest child was unquestionable. He knew the sort of men we would become. My commission had been purchased, and you had received a lifetime of training to become the master of Pemberley. You have a sterling reputation for protecting the Darcy name and assets. What could have possibly motivated him to add this to his final testament? And how could we both have forgotten about this?" Georgiana was still in her 10th year. Darcy cupped his hand over his mouth as he pondered his error. The date of her becoming 16 seemed distant then. I put the codicil out of my mind to deal with at a later time. How could 5 years have passed so quickly? No answer was needed. Both men were feeling the frustration at having been caught unawares. Regarding his father's reasoning, it had been made clear by Mr. Haggiston. Miss Georgiana Darcy would require female guidance through her presentation to the Queen and her debut season. On paper it was a sensible requirement. Both of her current guardians loathed the petty details required by female society, discussions of fashion and gossip, and the thought of endless hours of practising the moves necessary to be successful at court. He cringed at the thought, and inherently knew his cousin would do the same. Richard could navigate a battlefield, and the tenuous position of being caught in the middle between two opposing superior officers, with ease. Darcy could do the same, negotiating difficult legal contracts and all aspects of estate management. Yet, to ready his sister for her debut, neither man felt qualified. But Aunt Catherine! Both men shuddered. Lady Catherine de Bourgh intimidated sweet Georgiana Darcy. She intimidated most people. Their aunt was a hurricane force, dressed in the latest fashion, bent on gaining her way, leaving behind those who would not bend to her will, uncaring whether they were left broken or damaged. As the older sister of the long-deceased Lady Anne Darcy, her claim to be the closest living relative to Fitzwilliam and Georgiana had given herself permission to poke her fingers into the Darcys' lives. Her quest to unite her estate, Rosings, with the much more substantial property at Pemberley, was legendary in the family. "Remember, cousin, Aunt Catherine was much more restrained in her conduct while father was still alive. It was only after his death when she exposed her demanding and domineering ways. Father never saw her as she is today." The colonel started to speak, but Darcy stopped him. He continued, "Before my mother had been gone 1 week, our widowed aunt left me in no doubt she saw herself as the next mistress of Pemberley, replacing the sister she claimed to love, as wife to George Darcy. Her ambitions were made clear to me then. I have no question she hid this from father. Instead, she would have done everything within her means to garner his sympathy and his affections. Which she failed to do." Richard stopped his pacing and dropped into one of the leather chairs facing his cousin. A cold chill raced up Darcy's spine, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. He had been 12 years of age when his mother had died giving birth to Georgiana. Lady Catherine and her sickly daughter had arrived in Derbyshire to attend Lady Anne during the last month of her confinement. His aunt had taken charge of her younger sister, banishing both Darcy males from the mistress's chambers, as if the rooms were her own domain. Darcy had been forced to sneak in to see his mother late at night. He would sit by her bedside, reading to her, or simply gazing at the most important female of his acquaintance, with love in his heart, grateful she was his mother and not his Aunt Catherine. Richard's father, Hugh Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, used to tell the boys scary stories when they camped outside in the woods surrounding the Matlock family estate. Typically, his eldest sister, Catherine de Bourgh, née Fitzwilliam, was the evil villain, inspiring sheer terror in the pre-adolescent males. It appeared everyone other than George Darcy knew what she had always been, selfish and mean. "This explains why Aunt Catherine started pushing you and our cousin Anne together soon after your father died. What she failed in with one Darcy, our aunt attempted to do with the other." Each word from the Colonel's mouth dripped with disgust. "Which will never happen. Despite being frail of body, Anne is a younger version of her mother, and I will not be manipulated into offering for her to retain guardianship of my sister." Darcy stated matter-of-factly, "I would sooner marry the milkmaid than bring either viper into my home." "Then I suggest you choose the comeliest of the dairy workers, because time is short." "Me?" Darcy slapped his large hands on the surface of the desk. "Why not you?" "Ha!" Richard's laugh was bitter. "Not only do I not have the inclination to marry, I do not have the circumstances. If you were speaking of money, I could—" Darcy could not complete his offer before he was interrupted. "Enough!" The Colonel stood to resume his pacing, his countenance completely unsettled. When he stopped at the window overlooking the garden, his chin dropped to his chest as his shoulders drooped, a loud sigh coming from the depths of his soul. Without looking at Darcy, he spoke. "I received my orders this morning. I leave on the tides in 14 days. "Where?" Darcy forgot to breathe. "I will meet Major General Wellesley in Spain." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Oh, Lord, no." Darcy's chest hurt. He wanted to crush the life out of the military decision-makers in the palms of his hands. His cousin, Colonel Richard Malcolm Fitzwilliam, was the best man he knew, working himself up through the ranks, rather than relying on his father to purchase his current position. He fought loyally alongside the lowest classes, caring for the men under his command as if they were his own kin. He gave the same level of attention to Georgiana, although it was much more tender than he showed anyone else. The battles on the continent were fierce, and the risk of losing his closest friend was real. After a moment, Richard stood erect and turned back towards him. "Yes, these are my orders. So, you see, I cannot bear the responsibility of finding a wife. Not even a milkmaid would have me, with only a fortnight before I leave." His snort reeked of bitterness. "I am sorry, Richard." Darcy could think of nothing else to say. This assignment was a heavy blow. He relied on his cousin for far more than sharing guardianship. After George Darcy's death, the Colonel had been one of the few men who had sought Darcy's advantage, not his own. He had offered sage advice and a listening ear, rather than grasping hands and manipulative schemes. "Do not be. I chose military life." Richard smirked. "I mean, honestly, Darcy, could you see me preaching sermons or arguing law?" "I have no difficulty at all seeing you arguing anything, cousin," Darcy smiled. Just as Lady Catherine was a force to be reckoned with, so was Richard Fitzwilliam, although his approach to family was much gentler. Darcy would do nothing to discourage his cousin, so he kept his desire to rage against these orders to himself. "Thus you will need to wed, and you will need to do it soon. The thought of having Georgie in Aunt Catherine's hands is untenable. Find someone who will care for you and my young cousin, who is trustworthy and who will not judge your sister adversely for her actions this summer at Ramsgate." "Wickham!" Darcy hissed. The reprobate who had grown up at Pemberley as the son of George Darcy's steward was a gambler and a rake. His attempts to convince innocent Georgiana Darcy to elope in order to gain her dowry of £30,000, to stave off loan collectors, and to live the life to which he aspired, had been stopped cold. Darcy had arrived in Ramsgate, the locale of his sister's holiday, a day earlier than expected. When Georgiana overheard the rogue demanding her portion in exchange for his silence about her agreement to run off to Scotland with him, it had almost broken her spirit to comprehend the resulting destruction had she acted on her desires. When Richard grabbed for the sword he usually wore at his side, Darcy clearly understood they were in complete agreement as to what George Wickham's future would have been had he been in the room. Neither would mourn if Wickham drew his final breath. The Colonel growled, then looked directly at his cousin. "I could always ask Mother for a list of young females who she felt would qualify as your wife. Or you could check with Bingley for those he deemed worthy of his love. Surely he has a pile of rejected angels, one of whom might please you enough to take as a wife." Darcy scoffed. Charles Bingley's ability to quickly fall in and out of love was legendary. In the 2 years since Bingley left Cambridge, there had been 9 young ladies who had been deemed worthy of his hand, only for him to find someone else more beautiful to capture his heart at the next ball. "He has a discerning eye, you have to admit," Richard smirked. "Where his eyes land, his heart soon follows." Darcy found Bingley's amiability appealing. However, his propensity to engage the attentions of one lady after another was a character weakness Darcy endeavoured to caution his friend against. Increasing expectations without an offer of a courtship was unkind. Rubbing his hands over his face, Darcy harumphed into the silence of the room. In the hours since he had returned from the solicitor's office, his mind had considered one option after another to resolve the current catastrophe. "Cecily Hargrove," the Colonel blurted. "Recently engaged to Lord Winston." "Millicent Blackmore." "Suddenly removed from society almost 2 months ago, whereupon no one has heard from the family since." Darcy rolled his eyes. "If rumours are to be believed, it would seem we will not see her or her family in society again until after the babe is born and placed in some farmer's household." "Mary Tothman." Apparently she has little concept of the importance of bathing and washing her teeth. Both men shuddered. "Gillian Northcote?" "Her father approached me for a loan to provide her dowry, which he had gambled away. I could marry her and be repaid with my own money. Never. I easily refused him both the loan and the offer of his daughter." Richard threw his hands into the air. "Well, then who?" "I do not know, cousin." Darcy ran his hands through his hair. "I have mentally reviewed every family of my acquaintance with an unattached daughter currently seeking a husband." "Were none agreeable?" "None." Richard sat and shifted in his chair at the same time Darcy did in his. "Then you will need to look outside of London, which might be exactly what is best." Sliding up, he sat erect, grabbing the arms of the furniture with his beefy hands. "Since you prefer the countryside, you would do well to find a rural, born-and-bred gentleman's daughter who would love Pemberley as much as you do." "But will she love me?" Darcy had not meant to speak his concerns aloud. "Ah, this I do not know, Darce." The Colonel pondered before he spoke. "You could search the upper 10,000 and find very few love matches in our society. Not even my own parents have other than a deep affection in their marriage, although they appear to respect each other's place in the home." He shook his head. "No, I would not begin to call it love." Darcy sighed, admitting defeat. "There is nothing for me in town, so I will leave in the morning for Hertfordshire. Bingley is leasing an estate and has asked for my help in making his adjustment to management." Dropping his chin into the hand he had propped on his desk, he stared at a point behind his cousin's shoulder, focusing on nothing but his future. "Despite me loathing a country dance, Bingley shared information concerning an upcoming assembly in the small town of Meryton. I should attend in hopes of meeting someone I could have beside me for the rest of my life." Rolling his eyes at his own ridiculousness, he again looked at his cousin to find him doing the same. "You might have to change your thinking and marry Anne, Darcy," Richard mused. "Although I would be sorry to see it, better to have her in your home than Georgiana at Rosings." Darcy growled in frustration. "Anne would ignore me like I would ignore her. She could have Darcy House in town, while I removed to Pemberley, never to leave." He huffed. "What a life that would be!" "Better the devil you know than the one you do not." Richard offered. "I cannot believe having Anne as my wife would benefit Georgiana. With Anne comes her mother, so we would be no better off than we would be if the both of us handed my sister to Lady Catherine on a platter." Darcy rejected the idea immediately. "No, I will never marry Anne. There is always Caroline Bingley," his cousin suggested. "Bite your tongue." By the time his carriage pulled in front of Netherfield Park, Fitzwilliam Darcy's frustration had reached its limit. His cousin, who had agreed to accompany him, had instead been called to army headquarters, and was given a list of tasks which would eat away at his final weeks in England. Business had consumed his own hours, to the point he had to bring much of it with him, as he would never leave matters undone. In addition, a heartbreaking missive had arrived from Georgiana that morning, where her self-loathing for her actions earlier in the summer at Ramsgate came through in every written word. She had hidden herself at Pemberley, and he feared she would never willingly leave the comfort of familiar surroundings. Wickham! How he hated him! Why he had restrained Richard from running him through and ending his sorry life, he would never know. Had he only allowed his cousin free rein, they would never need mention the name again, nor think upon the harm he had caused. Determined to put such negative thoughts behind him and focus on his purpose for being in Hertfordshire, his eyes roamed the landscape surrounding the large stone edifice sitting at the top of a rise. The soil looked rich, and the soon-to-be-harvested crops appeared healthy. A stand of trees behind the house had to have been planted within the past 25 years, for their height did not yet tower over the back of the building. The prospect was good, and he was pleased his younger friend appeared to have made a wise decision, despite taking but a few moments to do so. The heavy wooden door opened at the front of the house before his carriage came to a complete stop. Bouncing out of the entrance was his host, the grin on his face welcoming him more than words. Immediately behind him was Bingley's unmarried sister Caroline, the tall feathers of her headdress, entirely inappropriate for a day at home, waving in the breeze. The predatory gleam in her eyes warned Darcy. She was still on the hunt for his fortune. He would need to be extraordinarily cautious to avoid whatever trap she hoped to use to ensnare him. Miss Bingley would never do for a wife. She scared Georgiana nearly as much as their Aunt Catherine. Emerging from the doorway was Bingley's eldest sister and her husband. Mr. and Mrs. Hurst represented the middle of the road of British society. Their roots in trade were still visible, despite a push to enter the rank of a gentleman and his lady. Nonetheless, both were followers and hangers-on to the two youngest Bingleys. Neither Hurst would create a ripple in Darcy's pond unless he allowed it to happen, which he would not. "We are happy to welcome you to Netherfield Park, my friend." Charles Bingley pumped Darcy's hand with his typical joyous enthusiasm. Miss Bingley shouldered her way in front of her brother, her hand extended, her intentions clear. Grateful his leather gloves were thickly padded with fleece, as hers were scant pieces of lace, he barely touched the tips of his fingers to hers as he bowed over her talons. "Miss Bingley?" He stopped far short of his lips touching her skin. He would save that privilege for the woman he would wed. Cold crept up the nerves of his spine at the thought. A wife. Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy, mistress of Pemberley. He wanted to run his hands through his hair. Where on earth could he find a woman he could stand having beside him for the rest of his life, in so short a period of time? Bingley's chatter interrupted his thoughts. "An angel! This evening's assembly! The woman of my dreams!" Again? Bingley had been in residence less than a sennight. How does the man fall in love so quickly? "Mr. Darcy!" Miss Bingley purred like the feral cat she was. "My brother has a responsibility to the neighbourhood to attend the assembly. However, as hostess, my responsibility is to my guests. Therefore I will gladly remain at Netherfield with you this evening, so you can avoid a gathering of provincials lacking the social mores you are used to in town society." "No," Darcy interjected, unhesitatingly putting a stop to her plans. He would not remain behind with Caroline Bingley, no matter Richard's tease. "I would never slight my friend's hospitality by not accompanying him this evening." In truth, he despised large gatherings, where he knew few in the room. He had not the gift for engaging in trite speech, and rarely could catch the hidden meanings of someone he did not know well. Nevertheless, he would rather eat Hertfordshire soil for his next meal than spend an evening alone with Netherfield's hostess. Much better for his own comfort would be soaking in a hot bath to wash the dust of the road off his person, followed by an hour or two in private conversation with Bingley, while sipping French brandy before a well-tended fireplace. He harumphed to himself. Instead, Parker, his valet, would scramble to have his evening clothes ready for tonight's entertainment. Darcy detested dancing with young ladies he did not know. He despised how quickly rumours of his income would circle the gathering. He loathed being the subject of particular attention. But he needed a wife, and he needed her quickly. He must not lose sight of his reasons for being in Hertfordshire. Chapter 2. Darcy was livid. Not only had Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst been late in readying themselves for the assembly, they had complained of the evening's plans the whole of the way from their estate to the small community of Meryton, where the dance would be held. Every turn of the wheel brought a new complaint. Their neighbours would be unfashionable. It would be a degradation for their London friends to know they faced company who would be considered an abomination. The building would be rustic. The musicians would play rustic instruments. The dances called would be rustic. The food and drink would be, at best, rustic. Did Bingley's sisters even know what the word meant? His friend had done nothing to restrain them. By the time the party travelled the 3 miles to the village, Darcy's ears were ringing from their constant complaining. His head throbbed. Would that he had brought his own carriage, so he could sit in silence, contemplating his plan to find a woman worthy of his attentions. Ha! As if a miracle would happen in this hamlet. Since it would not do to present himself in any way as attached to Miss Bingley, Darcy hesitated as she made her grand entrance. She was the same as every single society female he had met over the past 6 years, since leaving university. Her chin lifted, elevating her nose toward the ceiling, her shoulders pressed back and her spine stiffened, while her eyes shot superiorly over the other ladies in the room. He abhorred pretension, and the Bingley sisters were easily the finest examples in the building, which was, indeed, rustic. Charles Bingley's inheritance came from his father's background in trade. Any gentleman's wives and daughters would be a step up from Miss Bingley's sphere, yet she would not see herself in her proper place. Instead, she had visions of grandeur she could make reality by attaching herself to the Darcy family. He had been born and bred into the ton. He was the grandson of an earl, whose family name and property had been established centuries earlier. She was nothing more than an upstart, to whom he would never have given the time of day had it not been for her brother. They had not taken 3 steps into the room when he heard it. 10,000 a year! Handsome features. Noble mien. 10,000 a year. 10,000 a year. 10,000 a year! He smirked. If only these matrons knew his true monetary value, they would swoon to the floor. 10,000 a year? More like 20 if the truth was known. Scoffing, he surveyed the press of people who had stopped dancing to stare at the Netherfield group. He was as likely to find a young lady to be his wife here as he would a diamond in a pig's trough. He wanted to turn around and leave. Before he could follow through, they were approached by a man who introduced himself as Sir William Lucas. Apparently, he was the host of the evening. Tagging along behind was his wife and his 2 daughters. Unmarried, Darcy suspected. The man was as friendly as Bingley, although he must have had a hearing deficit, as he spoke loudly over the women's whispers. Neither of his daughters would have caught Darcy's interest, particularly the eldest. She was a plain sort, with little fashion. Her manners were good. No preening, no sly smiles, or thrusting her assets at him, no silently begging for his attention. Instead, she politely welcomed their party to the assembly and the county. He looked closer at the woman, who appeared to be near his own age. Perhaps he should marry her. What was her name? It shamed him to acknowledge he had not paid enough attention to catch it when her father made the introduction. Darcy was decided. She would not be the wife for him. Following the Lucas family were the Bennets, with their 5 daughters, the Longs with their 2 nieces, The Gouldings with no daughters, thank the Lord, and an assortment of individuals typical to a country setting. As was proper, Bingley requested the next set with Miss Lucas. Before the query had left her brother's mouth, Miss Bingley had stepped close enough to Darcy. He could hear her heavy breathing. He stepped to the right. She stepped to the right as well. He moved again. She followed his lead, leaning towards him until she was positioned immediately at his side. It was only then he realised he was performing a dance of his own. He refused to continue. "Pardon me," he said to no one in particular, before walking to the drinks table. She followed, bringing her shadow, Mrs. Hurst, along with her. "What a gentleman you are, Mr. Darcy! A cup of punch would ease the irritation of the dust from the road," Miss Bingley simpered. "These rustic country lanes are intolerable, and I do believe the dirt from the floor is no better." With her insults, she assuredly established herself to those within hearing as a snob of the highest order. Darcy stepped away, taking up his typical perch against the wall in the far back corner of the room, slightly behind the seated matrons and wallflowers. Bingley would know where to find him, and his host's sisters would avoid him, as his position would not allow the other ladies to observe them as the pinnacle of fashion they assumed they were. It was all so ridiculous. It brought to mind the first time he had accompanied his father to Tattersall's to look for breeding stock for their horse farm. Darcy was in his 8th year. He had spied a handsome stallion standing tall. The horse carried himself with dignity. Darcy's father had allowed himself to be pulled closer, as the son praised the regal steed. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, the evidence of the owner's attempts to pass off an inferior horse were blatantly clear to the older man, not the son. Bad breath, long teeth, a hollow socket above the eye, a thin dip behind and before the wither, and cracked hooves, all covered by a carefully arranged mane, forelock, and tail brushed with water. An oversized rug had been strategically positioned. Wax had been melted into the split hooves. George Darcy had used his son's fascination with the horse as an object lesson, how people can make themselves out to be much more than what they really are. Also, he was taught to comprehend how a wise man would use discernment in determining the quality of a man or a woman, just as they should take the time and effort to look at the small details before paying good money for a horse. It was a lesson Darcy never forgot. Caroline Bingley and Louisa Hurst would be horrified to know his thoughts. From experience, he had no doubt the local mothers of Hertfordshire taught their own daughters to make the best of their looks, to catch the eye of an unsuspecting gentleman. Well, he was not unsuspecting. Darcy sighed as he observed the movement of the dancers. He abhorred dishonesty, and to him the tricks and wiles used by unattached females were deceitful. His sister would never act the part. Of course, she had acted the part. Georgiana Darcy had attempted to hide her intentions of running off with Wickham. Despite it being at the rake's instigation, she, as Richard had repeated to him over and over again, had known better. Had his own mother acted the same? Was this how she had caught George Darcy? No, surely not. Darcy rubbed his chin. Was there not an honest woman in England? Were they all born to flirt and pander to a man's ego? Or was there some common training manual the mothers used to instil what they assumed was attractive behaviour into their daughters? It was a mean art, requiring a man to be able to look behind the artifice, to find the true character of a female. Ridiculously impossible. He heard her before he caught sight of her, the shrill tones easily discernible over the din of the music. "Oh, look! Mr. Bingley may have danced first with your Charlotte, but his eyes are now on my Jane." The garish headpiece of the matron bobbed in time with the tune. "With her beauty, I am confident they will be attached before the festive season." She flicked her handkerchief. "If only Mr. Bennet were here, the young man could approach him before the night is over. Oh, my nerves! I am all aflutter. One daughter soon to be married." The harpy scooted closer to the woman she was currently addressing. "She will be able to throw her sisters in front of other rich men. Lady Lucas, I declare, Jane was not born so beautiful for nothing." The nerve! Darcy felt his trim nails pressing into his palms. so he forced his fingers to relax. He wanted to be out of there. He wanted to ride as fast as the wind north to Pemberley, to huddle in front of the warm fire in his study, listening to Georgiana practice her scales, while he shirked the necessity of finding a mate. Although he was loath to admit it, Caroline Bingley had been correct. Despite the eldest Miss Bennet's classically lovely appearance, there was little fashion, beauty, or intellect to be had at the Meryton Assembly. By the time the musicians began the third set, he was ready to return to Netherfield Park. What a waste of time. Before he could move from his corner, Bingley approached. "Come, Darcy," said he. "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in this stupid manner. You had much better dance." Darcy's anger and disappointment to be suddenly without hope of a reasonable marital prospect fuelled his bitter words. "I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it, unless I am particularly acquainted with my partner. At such an assembly as this it would be insupportable. Your sisters are engaged, and there is not another woman in the room with whom it would not be a punishment for me to stand up." "I would not be so fastidious as you are for a kingdom," cried Bingley. "Upon my honour, I have never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening, and there are several of them, you see, who are uncommonly pretty." "You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room," said Darcy, looking at the eldest Miss Bennet. "Oh, she is the most beautiful creature I ever beheld. But there is one of her sisters currently not engaged, who is very pretty, and I dare say very agreeable. Do let me ask my partner to introduce you." Very pretty? Not likely. As lovely as the eldest sister was, Darcy had not changed his mind about the possibility of discovering a gemstone in the mire. And with such a mother? Impossible. But he had to appease his friend. "Which do you mean?" Turning, he looked for a moment at one of the other Bennet daughters, who had been paraded in front of him by her matchmaking parent, until, catching her eye, he withdrew his own and coldly said, "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. You had better return to your partner and enjoy her smiles, for you are wasting your time with me." "Darcy!" The look of horror on Bingley's face pricked his conscience. However, the feeling was temporary. Decision made, he would perform the duties of a guest by dancing once each with Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, then request the carriage to return to Netherfield Park. He required silence. He needed solitude to lick his frayed hopes in private. He watched as the young lady he had scorned stood and moved next to Miss Lucas. Her step was light, and her countenance lively. Foolish girl. Who was she, a farmer's daughter, to be joyous when he was miserable at failing spectacularly at his quest? She was a nobody, the child of a boastful shrew, who had undoubtedly sat close to him, hoping to gain his notice. Well, she failed just as spectacularly as he had. It was not until he had danced with Mrs. Hurst, and then partnered with Caroline Bingley, that a lightning bolt struck from the top of his head to his toes. He felt wretched. "There is no fashion, no beauty, no intelligence to be found," Caroline had complained. "We must convince Charles to abandon this rustic community and relocate to an estate in Derbyshire, closer to your home." Her words, so reminiscent of his own recent thoughts, had caught him off guard. How could he have disdained the woman in front of him for her poor conduct, when his own had been the same? His parents would have been heartily ashamed of him. He had been raised with good principles. Nevertheless, he had applied them to others more than he had to himself. Heat rose from his chest to his cheeks. He deserved the embarrassed countenance, but hoped it would be overlooked by others. Miss Bingley mistook his emotion as ire. "I see you are in agreement, sir. Should we work together, we could be gone on the morrow, shaking the Hertfordshire dust off our feet for the smooth streets of London before tea." He needed to regroup, to regain his footing on solid ground. "You mistake me, Miss Bingley." Taking a deep breath, he set his course. "In fact, I have not yet been able to ascertain if Netherfield Park is a viable estate for your brother's needs. Upon first glance, the grounds looked to be productive, and the buildings appeared satisfactory. As far as the people of this shire, They are no different from any other country community of any distance from town. I believe you will find rural life requires more of a female than keeping up with the stars of the day. I know Georgiana uses much of her time tending to the needs of our tenants, as well as improving her education. Because she is not yet out in society, she does not act as my hostess. With this said, she does oversee the running of my households to the extent she is able. Rarely do I see her looking at fashion plates, or the magazines London ladies seem to have stacked in their drawing-rooms. She is more apt to have a book in her hands than a picture of a gown or a bonnet.
"Mr. Darcy," Miss Bingley simpered, "I believe it is you who is now mistaken."
The dance parted them. When the movement of the steps brought them back together, she plunged ahead, a picture of anxiety.
"I would never insult your sister, and I beg your forgiveness if you thought this was my intent. While I would be perfectly contented should my brother marry the type of woman Miss Darcy will become, you must admit, sir, the current society offers not one person of elevated rank who would smoothly transition into the role of either the mistress of Netherfield Park or Pemberley."
Her hands swept from one side to the other.
"You could examine in detail each female in attendance, and never find a hint of what constitutes an accomplished woman, sir. None could possibly surpass what is usually met with in company, at least not here in Hertfordshire. I, personally, have noted a decided lack of a certain something in their air, their manner of walking, the tones of their voices, their address, their expressions, for the word to be half deserved. Not even in Miss Jane Bennet."
Darcy had to restrain his desire to grin. Had Miss Bingley been more cautious with her words, she would have exempted herself from the description of each female in attendance. However, she had not, and he could not agree more. Where he looked for intelligence, kindness, and loyalty, her observations displayed a smallness in her thinking. Again, it shamed him that his immediate conclusions had been the same. "No, Miss Bingley, I am resolved to remain in the vicinity, for enough days to help your brother along with the management of the estate. Any other purpose for my staying at Netherfield Park is my own." Gratefully the music ended, and his obligation to dance was over. Rather than leave the gathering, he would step back, not judging harshly based on appearances, as Bingley's sisters had done. And he had also done, he admitted. Richard had been correct. With Miss Bingley being an imitation copy of all the facade London represented, he needed to look to the country for a wife. With this in mind, he had yet to be presented to a local lady who was the daughter of a peer of the realm, a child of a man of position and wealth, with whom it would not be a travesty to attach himself and his family name. Possibly other portions of the shire had the requisite connected populace, but Meryton seemed without any families of merit. Perhaps he should hurry Bingley along, so he could accept an invitation extended by his former Cambridge roommate, Percy Hamilton. As the Viscount Bennington, his Yorkshire estate would draw the elite of rural culture to his house party, which would begin in a sennight. A brilliant idea indeed. With the decision made, Fitzwilliam Darcy chose to make the best of a bad situation. He would remain at the assembly, finding enjoyment where possible. These people... He stopped the thought. These were Bingley's neighbours, and Darcy needed to remember this fact. A woman's laugh distracted him from his musings. It was light and pleasing, musically joyous. Glad he was taller than most, his eyes roamed from one end of the room to the other, searching for the source of the sound. Her. The sister of the Miss Bennet his friend was following like a puppy, the one Bingley had prompted him to offer a dance, the young woman who had cheerfully walked away. The air rushed from his lungs. Gratefully she had not heard his harsh words. She could not have, and remained unaffected. Though he did not regret stating the unadorned truth, a gentleman would not have said them aloud. No, a gentleman would not have thought them in the first place. Would anyone notice him attempting to dent the wood panelling with his forehead? Oh, would he not learn? A reputable young woman of wit, fine manners and good breeding, would never want him if he could not control his bitter disappointments and critical eye, especially on short notice of his intent to wed. He looked at the young woman again, and found her eyes upon his person. They sparkled with glee. To his amazement and ire, he realized she was laughing at him. Chapter 3. Darcy managed to put the events of the Meryton Assembly behind himself during the following 2 days of riding from one corner of the estate to the other, spending countless hours reviewing the accounting ledgers and visiting Netherfield Park's tenants to inspect their cottages. Charles Bingley had been a willing, if easily distracted, accomplice. The need to find a wife plagued Darcy. During his few moments of quiet time, Darcy seriously contemplated wedding his cousin Anne. Admitting his rejection of her as a potential bride when speaking to Richard might have been too quick, he pondered the consequences of actually attaching himself to the house of de Bourgh. In every way it was undesirable. Even if both the mother and daughter were able to refrain from judgmental comments and bitter observations, the excesses they showed in their daily living made him shudder. Each year when Darcy and Richard arrived in Kent for Darcy to audit his aunt's accounts, the Colonel attempted to pilfer the keys to the wine cellar from the butler. Every crystal decanter at Rosings contained the finest imported wine, port and brandy. Nothing but the best was served. Lady Catherine's late husband had to have had a cavern the whole of the length of the house to shelve the liquid goods he apparently stashed prior to the war. The lace adorning their garments was exquisitely done, to the point that even a disinterested male like Darcy took notice. Their gowns were fashioned from the finest silks. Georgiana had told him she longed to have for her own gowns after her presentation to the Queen. He groaned at the increased cost of clothing a sister new in society. However, she was worth every farthing. Odd. A well-stocked cellar explained the abundance of liquors at Rosings, yet Darcy could not recall entries in the account books for the purchase of textiles and other female accoutrements. He shrugged. Possibly his aunt had remaining personal funds, not included in the estate books. But marry Anne? No. He could not imagine spending a moment in her company more than was absolutely necessary. If he ever heard the word snivel, his mind immediately travelled to Kent. Ugh! What was he going to do? On the evening of the third day, they had plans to be back in the carriage, headed towards Meryton, this time for a gathering at Lucas Lodge, the home of Sir William and his family. If no one caught Darcy's eye, he would be off to Yorkshire on the morrow, to arrive early at Percy's estate, to peruse the female attendees as they arrived. He was decided. Charles Bingley had pulled at the cuffs of his jacket as he surveyed his appearance prior to departing his home for Lucas Lodge. Can you not relax your stiff upper lip long enough to find, at the least, a minimum of enjoyment? You will never attract a worthy woman while standing against a wall, with your arms crossed and a glare in your eye. Darcy, how could they possibly see your charming personality at its finest, with you hidden away? Are you listening to my sage advice? Sage advice? From you? Fitzwilliam Darcy, master of one of the largest estates in the kingdom, had met his friend a year after leaving Cambridge. He had returned for information on a subject of interest, and happened upon bullies pounding young Bingley for daring to pollute the halls of the university with his roots in trade. Using his full height and strong muscles, Darcy had set the fools on their ears, and made a good friend in the process. Charles Bingley, at 23, adored women of all shapes, sizes, and ages. From toddlers to dowagers, females freely approached him. Darcy had been in awe the first time a small lass of about 4 years picked a flower and gave it to his friend, batting her eyelashes in youthful innocence. Other than the only other child of their parents, Georgiana, no young girl had done the same for him. Darcy knew his reputation of holding himself aloof at social gatherings was his own fault. He despised fortune hunters. Yet his wealth attracted them like flies to a honeycomb. He felt decades older than the younger man, rather than the 5 separating them. You are a flirt, Bingley. Darcy adjusted his own cuffs, although his valet had turned him out impeccably. One day you will focus your many charms on the wrong woman, and her father will have you at the front of a chapel so fast your head will spin. This dangerous game you play can cause hurt of the most grievous sort, and I shall have none of it, my friend. A flirt, you say? Bingley lifted his chin to examine the knot and placement of his cravat. Not at all. Apparently finding the garment in alignment,
he stepped away from the mirror, strategically placed over the mantel, to approach the drinks table, where crystal decanters and their contents gleamed in the candlelight. "I'm merely being friendly, neighbourly, if you will." "No, Darcy, do not balk. For most of the ladies we met at the assembly were uncommonly pretty. Some of them I can charge with being outright beautiful." Bingley poured 2 glasses and took a sip from the one he retained in his possession. "This is not a game I am playing at all. For you see, by standing close, I can easily determine if she's hiding wrinkles or freckles or a bad odour. I can see if her teeth are rotted by engaging her in conversation. If I tilt my head towards her, I can determine if the colour of her hair has been altered to cover grey strands she is attempting to hide. When I casually touch her arm, I instantly know if I am attracted enough to pursue a friendship and possibly even a courtship." He shook his head slowly. "No, this is certainly not a game." "Yet the potential for harm hovers over you each time you approach a lady who is actively searching for a mate." Darcy sat in what he had already determined was the most comfortable chair in Bingley's study. "The rules of propriety are in place for a reason, my friend. They enforce what it means to act the gentleman. We do not touch. We do not stand too close. We do not engage a lady in extended conversation, and we do not stand up to dance more than once in an evening, unless we desire our name to be tied permanently with hers. These are for our protection and the lady's comfort. In fact, within moments of standing up with Miss Bennet, her mother was loudly sharing her opinion of your intentions to marry her eldest." Setting his glass on a side table, Bingley dropped into the opposite chair. "Then how are we to get to know them? How are we to learn if they would be our perfect match?" He smoothed the fabric over his thigh. "While I comprehend the need to not increase expectations, especially within the first few moments after an introduction, I cannot understand how in the world a man is to determine whether she is his wife-to-be unless he does the things I have observed others doing." Bingley paused in thought. "I am aware I push the boundaries of what is socially proper, but I cannot believe this is wrong, Darcy. Since I inherited, I have been in fear of becoming attached to someone I later find out is entirely wrong for me. My friendly nature allows me to know, usually within a dance or two, whether to pursue or to refrain. I save time and effort as well as my emotions by acting in this manner." "This is not the first time we have had this conversation, Bingley. I have yet to carry my point, and you are yet to convince me to a different opinion." Darcy cleared his throat as he stood to check his own cravat in the mirror. "No, I cannot believe you are just in your thinking. Nonetheless, if you are content to suffer the consequences of your actions, who am I to judge?" Darcy took a final drink as the butler announced the ladies and the carriage were ready to depart for Lucas Lodge. As he gathered his coat, hat and gloves, he could not help but reflect on the impact a flirtation had had on his almost 16-year-old sister. She had been left crushed and broken at midsummer when she overheard George Wickham declare he was solely pursuing her for an elopement to gain her sizable dowry and enact revenge upon the heir to Pemberley. Despite the passage of a few months, her pain was as vivid now as it was when Darcy had held her, as she sobbed her initial heartbreak. No, Bingley's conduct at the assembly had not been proper. Nor had his. "Do we have to?" Miss Bingley wailed, as the carriage moved closer to their destination. "Yes, Caroline." Her brother, to Darcy's surprise, staunchly replied. "We need to establish ourselves in the neighbourhood. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to attend every social occasion offered by the citizens we will be interacting with for years to come. Our presence at Lucas Lodge will advance our position in Meryton society. Surely you cannot find even a minimum of fault with this plan." In all honesty, Darcy understood her plea. There had been little in the way of stimulating company at the assembly. His sense of fairness had absolved the second Bennet daughter. He could not recall if he had been told her name. Of her lack of decorum in making him the object of a jest. After all, even though his insult had been delivered solely to his friend, had she heard, his own manners could have been found to be at fault. Thus it was to his chagrin when he was later partnered with the Bennet girl in a game of treasure hunt. Usually he enjoyed the challenge of the game. None the less, being in her company for possibly hours,
depending on the clues offered, left him feeling unsettled. His earlier conversation with Bingley had already proven the night held the potential for harm. The names of the attendees willing to participate in the treasure hunt had been placed on small scraps of paper and dropped into a bowl where Lady Lucas could easily choose pairs of two. Miss Jane Bennet was partnered with Mrs. Hurst. The next pair drawn was Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Yes, that was her name, Elizabeth. And Darcy. They were followed by Miss Charlotte Lucas and Bingley, and a younger Bennet, apparently called Miss Kitty, and Mr. Hurst. The Lucas's only son, John, was to play in company with Miss Mary Bennet. To her apparent displeasure, Miss Bingley was drawn as the final pair, with the youngest Bennet, Miss Lydia. The only hard and fast rule was the necessity to remain in company with your partner until the prize was found. He looked to Miss Elizabeth as the first clue was read. Would she run in the opposite direction from the solution to the riddle, or would she follow him once he quickly figured it out? The clue was read. "I look at you and see me." He whispered, "The mirror," as he then tipped his head towards the large piece of glass hanging over the mantel as he began to step forward. "I know, Mr. Darcy." She stood her ground, not moving to search for the next clue, which was undoubtedly hidden behind the lower corner of the frame. "You have no intention of playing the game?" He should have known. Frustrated, his tone was snippy. Finally, she turned her face to look directly at him. "I have every intention of playing the game." At his lifted brow, she added, "Let us allow the others to find the first 3 clues, so they can all participate. They were drafted by Sir William, who has used the same style of riddles since we were young. The last 3 are composed by my own father. You will find they are much more of a challenge." "Has your father shared these riddles with you in advance?" Her attitude was passive when compared to his innate desire to be the first to find the answer. How childish of him. Why, I would be cheating had he done so, would I not? He could not tell if she was teasing, or if her tone was accusatory. Darcy thought his best defence was to watch her and say nothing. "Sir, you should know, my friend Charlotte Lucas is exceedingly clever and highly competitive. Right now she holds back to determine Mr. Bingley's performance." "Whether or not he has the intelligence to figure out the simplest of clues?" Darcy nodded his head at the brilliance of the plan. Then it hit him. "Are you doing the same to me?" Surely not. He graduated at the top of his class at university. Men like Bingley routinely came to him for advice on all matter of subjects. He would not be the dunce when it came to a silly parlour game. She smiled and said not a word. Finally, when he could stand it no more, he decided to ask her intent. Before he could open his mouth, she bade him to watch. Miss Lydia snatched the clue from the back of the mirror, while Caroline Bingley looked on with pride at being first to discover the scrap of paper. With a flourish, Miss Lydia handed the next riddle to Miss Bingley to read. "I can stop the sun's rays from shining and the raindrops from falling." While Miss Elizabeth's youngest 2 sisters squealed possible solutions, Mr. Hurst moved with Miss Kitty to the umbrella stand in the entrance hall and plucked the next riddle from inside the fabric-coated frame. Elizabeth whispered, "Would you consider Mr. Hurst to be a wit?" "Not at all," Darcy admitted. "I am quite surprised the solution came to him quickly. His wife is of the same inclination." He tilted his head towards where Mrs. Hurst and Jane were standing. "Your sister?" "Do not be fooled by her innocent appearance, Mr. Darcy. She, too, is a quick thinker. What keeps her from winning is a complete lack of any desire to achieve what someone else wants. As the epitome of genuine kindness, she would hope everyone would win. Should Mrs. Hurst choose not to participate, or fail to follow the meanings of the riddles, Jane will be content to stand aside." Darcy looked to where the others stood. "So our competition will be Miss Lucas and Miss Mary?" Miss Elizabeth scoffed. "You are giving no credit to their male partners. Are you so severe upon your own sex?" Before he could reply, Hurst read the 3rd riddle. "On land I am useless, at sea I am relentless. What am I?" At first, none in the party moved. When Darcy leaned towards Miss Elizabeth to ask her a question, she shook her head as she watched the others and uttered softly, "A moment, please." When no others offered a hint, Darcy's partner pondered aloud. "Let us see. I believe the information we need to focus on the most are the words 'see' and 'relentless.' Does this spark any ideas from any of you? I, personally, cannot imagine what is meant. Can you?" Darcy could no longer refrain. Again, leaning towards her, instead of saying what was on his mind, that the Relentless was a sailing ship many craftsmen formed models of, and sold in the shops near the docks in London, he was caught off guard by the smell of honeysuckle. Images from his childhood summers, spent with his mother under the alcoves covered with the fragrant plant, wafted through his brain. It was her. Miss Elizabeth was wearing the scent. On her it was light and pleasing, not cloying like the rose oil many ladies apparently bathed in. His face started to heat, and Darcy knew he should not have been thinking about ladies bathing, especially Miss Elizabeth. She was his partner, for heaven's sake. John Lucas and Miss Mary led the participants to Sir William's study, where, sure enough, there was a large wooden replica of the vessel perched upon the mantel above the fireplace. Young Mr. Lucas reached inside the hold for the next clue. Darcy eagerly anticipated the words on the scrap of paper. According to Miss Elizabeth, they would now be actively engaged in determining the answer. He wanted to rub his hands together, and could not seem to keep from smiling. He would show her who was wise and who was not. John Lucas cleared his throat. "Mr. Smythe was found dead of a Sunday morning. His valet immediately sent for the constable, who questioned the wife and the servants. The constable asked each one for their alibi during the period immediately preceding the crime. The valet had gone below stairs to get a breakfast tray from the cook. The maid was filling a basket with produce from the garden, and the butler was getting the post. The constable immediately arrested the murderer. Who was it?" Miss Lucas took off at the same time as Miss Elizabeth. Darcy stood there thinking about the clue. Mr. Lucas reread it aloud, then dropped the paper and left the room. Darcy followed. There were the two friends standing in the entrance hall, next to a wooden table with a silver salver on top. Miss Lucas lifted it, while Miss Elizabeth retrieved the paper. He was saved the humiliation of admitting he had not yet figured out the solution, when one of the younger Bennets asked, "How did you know, Lizzie?" Her smile was not one of a braggart, and neither was Miss Lucas's. "There is no post on Sunday, Kitty, so it was the butler who killed Mr. Smythe." Bingley moved to stand close to his partner. Bending his head, he bumped his shoulder into Miss Lucas's, and congratulated her for her brilliance. Miss Lucas's smile was radiant. Miss Elizabeth had been correct. Her two youngest sisters walked back to the drawing-room, as did Caroline Bingley and Mrs. Hurst. With their partners no longer willing to play, Mr. Hurst and Miss Jane Bennet soon followed. The three couples left, looked each other over, sizing up the competition. "Charlotte," Miss Elizabeth curtsied to her friend, a teasing grin on her face, "pray do the honours of reading the next clue. I am all anticipation." She turned to Darcy, her hands clasped together under her chin, as she almost bounced in place. She was delightful. Darcy caught the twinkle in her eyes, which caused a reaction in him he had rarely felt before. She is beautiful. How could this be? At the assembly he had easily overlooked her, only noting her laugh. Yet in a brief second of time he saw in her something wonderful. Miss Elizabeth was a happy person. She kindly allowed others to go ahead of her, and she had solved the last riddle with a speed he did not have. And her eyes. How could he not have noticed them earlier? They were stunningly beautiful mirrors to her soul. Shaking his head, he pushed that particular observation to the far reaches of his mind. What was happening to him? From the corner of his eye, he spied Bingley reaching for Miss Lucas's hand. The pair looked at each other briefly, and then at Miss Elizabeth, eager anticipation shining from their faces. He wanted to clasp Miss Elizabeth's hand in his own. What? Fitzwilliam Darcy intrigued by a simple country miss? At the reading of the next clue, "I am a little house full of meat with no door to go in so I may eat. What am I?" She grabbed him by the sleeve. How humiliating! Miss Elizabeth had again discerned the answer before he had. Miss Elizabeth, Miss Mary and Miss Lucas rushed towards a small tray containing cracked nuts. Sure enough, the next clue awaited the victors underneath the vessel. Darcy wanted to stomp. Bingley, on the other hand, enthusiastically and inappropriately wrapped his arm around his partner and pulled her to his side. He was grinning from ear to ear, proud of her accomplishment. This time it was Miss Elizabeth who read the final riddle. Darcy was determined to defeat them all. Setting aside the honeysuckle scent, and the finest eyes he had ever found in a woman, he paid close attention. First in honour comes Charles Greville. Next is Philip Stanhope. Third is Henry Somerset. Last but not least comes Henry Murray. Where are they? Miss Elizabeth hesitated, and so did Miss Lucas. The middle Bennet girl nodded towards her partner and leaned in to whisper what Darcy assumed was the answer. He had this. Turning his back to the others, he stood in front of Miss Elizabeth. Bending down so none of the others could hear, he opened his mouth to reveal his conclusion. All 4 men were pages of honour. A book is made up of pages, and the one with honorific titles was Debrett's Peerage and Baronetage, Elizabeth supplied, as she spun to leave the room. Darcy was stunned. He had not...
Are you coming along, Mr. Darcy? Her lively tone irked his masculinity. Where he typically stood tall, he felt small. He did not like the feeling at all. Bingley chuckled as he walked in front of him with Miss Lucas. Perhaps you will have more success if they have dancing. It takes little knowledge to count the steps from 1 to 4. In a daze, Darcy followed them. Miss Mary and Mr. Lucas held the prize, the directions to the treasure. It turned out to be a small plate with exquisitely designed sweets hidden in the top right drawer of Sir William's desk. Since there were enough for all of the participants, Darcy realised Miss Elizabeth had been wise in her course. No matter who found the treasure, they all won. His confidence on the night had taken a beating, so it would do him well to remember the Darcy position and reputation. Or, he looked at the young lady standing next to him, would it? Chapter 4. Jane Bennet had stars in her eyes, and Elizabeth was well pleased to see her sister's delight. She did not have to wonder at the source of her favourite's joy. He is everything a young man ought to be. A series of sighs punctuated Jane's words. Elizabeth smiled at her sister. Mr. Bingley's good humour, coupled with his sense, liveliness, and perfectly good breeding. Why, I have never seen such happy manners. He is handsome, replied Elizabeth, which a wealthy young man ought to be, if he possibly can. I was very flattered by his asking me to dance a second time at the assembly. I did not expect such a compliment, Jane mused. And Charlotte, that he would stand up for 2 sets with her as well, and enjoy her company during the game this evening, shows a remarkable ease at elevating a young woman who is often passed over, so that she feels worthy. Yes, even upon this short of an acquaintance, his gallantry appeals to me. Dearest Jane, you are too good. Elizabeth finished tying the ribbon at the bottom of her thick braid. A contrary feeling nagged at her, like having a tiny pebble in her shoe, when she considered the conduct of the Netherfield party, including Mr. Bingley. Shaking it off as her own sour disposition, in comparison to Jane's sweet temper, she added, We have known Mr. Bingley for less than a sennight. Might it not be best to guard your heart until his character has been firmly established? As soon as the final word erupted from her mouth, Elizabeth wished it unsaid. For the light, the sparkle on Jane's face left, leaving behind hurt and discouragement. Elizabeth felt of no more worth than the bucket of icy water the maids used to douse the final embers in the downstairs fireplace at disappointing her dearest sister. Jane, her tender Jane, paid far more attention to her younger sister's warning than she probably ought. You are most likely in the right of it, Lizzie. I give my heart too easily, but no, pray forgive my callous mind and wayward tongue. Climbing into the other bed in the chilly room, Elizabeth regretted her harshness. I am allowing the poor manners of Mr. Bingley's sisters and his tall friend to influence me against the whole of our newest neighbours. Mr. Darcy should not have said what he did at the assembly. Jane's voice was unusually firm,
and Elizabeth appreciated her most peace-loving sister's defence. "Despite this, he did appear pleased at being your partner for the treasure hunt. His eyes followed your every move." "How would you know?" Elizabeth chuckled. "Your own eyes were attuned to your companion's brother, I do believe." "Not all of the time." A giggle blurted from Jane. "Well, I might in truth confess to a great portion of the time. Perhaps." Elizabeth blew out the candle and settled down into the pile of bedclothes, their warmth wrapping her in comfort. The waning moonlight filtered through the cotton covering the window between the two beds. Her sister lay flat on her back. Her hands resting over the top of her coverings were folded as if in prayer, her lips pressed together. "Lizzie, I cannot give up my hope in Mr. Bingley. I cannot," Jane whispered into the silence of the night. "At almost 23, I have never met a man who has appealed to me more. Certainly, he appeals to Mamma as well." Elizabeth's smile matched Jane's. "Yes, I do imagine he would, as he is a single man in possession of a fortune. According to our parent, how could he not be seeking a wife, especially one from amongst her own daughters?" "I will not disregard your caution, Lizzie." Jane turned to look directly at her. "There is wisdom in not trusting too soon. But I cannot believe Mr. Bingley could act in an ungentlemanly manner, after being shown his happy disposition, which revealed no variance in the 2 occasions we've been in his company." Although Elizabeth's exposure to the world was greater than her sister's, it was only through the books in their father's library. Rarely had new individuals moved into their small portion of Hertfordshire. The ones who had were not unattached, nor were they gentlemen. This was new ground they were treading. She could not help the inner hint of doom surging through her when contemplating their simple life in comparison to the routines of the wealthy, in flitting from one house party to the next. "Then we shall have to, as Mamma suggested, throw ourselves in front of Mr. Bingley, so we have opportunity to perform a thorough study of his character before you wed." Jane's aim was true. The pillow landed flat against Elizabeth's face. Before she handed it back, Elizabeth decided she would use whatever powers of observation she possessed to determine whether the man was worthy of Jane's heart. For she knew herself well. If Mr. Bingley was to be found toying with the affection of her favourite sister, Elizabeth had no qualms in making her displeasure known. Darcy accepted the brandy his friend poured, holding it up to the candlelight rather than drinking from the crystal glass. He recognised it as being the same pattern as those at Darcy House, and wondered if Bingley or his sisters had been the one to make the purchase. He felt no flattery at the imitation, only a sense it was not a good sign. They were not confident in making their own path, in setting up their household. "What a lovely evening with our neighbours," Bingley proclaimed, completely unaware of Darcy's introspection. "Even you seem to enjoy the game, my stoic friend. In fact, I believe I might have seen your face crack into a smile at one point. Or had the rich food unsettled your stomach, causing indigestion?" Darcy snorted. "The ladies were uncommonly brilliant. When added to their loveliness, even you cannot claim they are not worthy women." "Worthy of what, Bingley?" Darcy sat erect in the leather chair. "Are you already enamoured to the point you are ready to offer for one of the Hertfordshire ladies? We have been in their company for only a few days. Have you already made your choice? Which lady shall it be? Miss Jane Bennet, Miss Lucas, or possibly one of the younger Bennet girls? Maybe the one who won the game. What was her name? Miss Mary?" "Darcy, Darcy, Darcy," Bingley chided. "Miss Bennet is all a young lady should be." Darcy shook his head. "You cannot know this, not for certain. What of her mother? Do we not check the sire and dam before purchasing a horse and bringing it into our stables? Why should we not do the same with the woman we intend to take as a bride?" "Darcy!" Horror covered his friend's face. "Do not be blinded by fine looks and a gentle mien, my friend." Darcy sipped his drink. "Just as I am often told how much I resemble my father, and you were told the same about your mother, the Bennet daughters would naturally resemble their parents. Could you truly see yourself tied to a woman like Mrs. Bennet, with her shrill proclamations of our fortunes, and her haughty presumption of you soon becoming her son?" He had silently berated himself the whole journey back from Lucas Lodge for his momentary attraction to Miss Elizabeth. Yes, he had been impressed by her quick thinking and her consideration of others. Yet, had it been a show? Had she been displaying conduct not truly her own, for the purpose of enticing his interest? Other grasping females had done so. Mrs. Bennet's demeanour and speech had called to mind some of the military manoeuvres Richard had shared. The first was to know your enemy. Had the matron of Longbourn secretly planned the initiative, whereupon her eldest presented themselves as different enough from the general female populace, so they stood out as special, attractive, tempting? Darcy would not put it past the woman. He huffed. How in the world was he to find a pearl amidst the motley populace surrounding Meryton? He would not. Darcy had 29 days remaining to find a bride. Twisting the glass so the light refracted into a rainbow, he resolved to write to Percy in the morning, accepting his invitation. He could be in Yorkshire within the week. Bingley, surprisingly, had pondered his comment before replying. I would not be marrying Mrs. Bennet, should I offer for her daughter, he stated matter-of-factly. Although there is some morsel of truth to your observation, the simple matter we both need to keep in mind is neither of us have yet come to know Mr. Bennet's character. While I spied evidence of the two youngest of their progeny being much like their mother, I saw no such characteristics in the three eldest. Did you? Honesty bade Darcy to confess. No, I did not. He refused to change his mind about the suitability of the Bennets, or anyone else in Hertfordshire. What intelligent man would tie himself to a flighty mother-in-law who would be an embarrassment to the man's good name? Surely Miss Elizabeth's father was little more than a figurehead in the running of his estate. With a wife like Mr. Bennet's, Darcy shuddered. He could not be a man who took control of his household. It was Darcy's greatest fear, being attached to a conniving female who would make his future a living hell. If only he had the option of remaining single. Georgiana could marry and birth the heir to Pemberley. However, the codicil ended any opportunity to wait, take his time, or leave the responsibility to his sister. Yet, in all honesty, he had always assumed he would eventually marry. The thought of filling his home with happy children, with a proper companion by his side, pleased him greatly. Barely 30 days to... Bingley blurted, Then I recommend we call upon Mr. Bennet during visiting hours tomorrow to see if Miss Bennet is her mother's daughter or her father's child. Darcy nodded. Hope was not a commodity he held in abundance. In his lifetime, the loss of his parents and the ensuing responsibility kept him placing one foot in front of the other, without speculating on what might have been or what could be. The exception was in matters of business. He relished the research, the thrill of contemplating one path over the other, and the opportunity to grow his properties and rejoice in his own success. He hoped for financial stability in a changing world. However, where people were concerned, the quality was elusive. Years of being disappointed time after time by both sexes not seeing beyond what he possessed to the man behind the wealth and name had jaded him. He had no possible inclination that Mr. Bennet would be any different from his wife. Thus the brief flicker of whatever emotion the man's second daughter had fostered in Darcy's chest would be extinguished, the ashes falling to the large pile of disappointed soot already existing in his heart. He was weary. Elizabeth chewed on her lower lip as she bent to the task at hand. She was grateful her father's penmanship was easily read. However, the totals for the weekly purchases were outlandish. Longbourn Estate took in over £50 per month in rents. The crops currently being harvested were already sold, and should add the bulk of their annual income of £2,000. Produce for the estate was gathered and stored, wood chopped and hauled for the upcoming winter, and the house itself had recently been cleaned from the bottom to the top, in preparation for the days when the ground rested, and the seasons invited family to visit from afar. Everything was as it should be, except for the accounts. Papa, was it really necessary for Mamma to replace all of the furniture in the parlour and her sitting-room? Did she not do the same last November? Elizabeth tallied the columns and came up with the same negative number. Mr. Bennet looked up from his book as Elizabeth checked the title. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume 2, by Edward Gibbons. Elizabeth shook her head in frustration.
Their own household was in decline, and neither her father nor her mother appeared concerned in the slightest.
"Your mother would not be satisfied with anything less than the latest fashion in furnishings to impress the neighbourhood," he quipped.
Elizabeth translated his statement to mean her father was no longer willing to listen to his wife's ranting and railing over her desire to elevate herself over Lady Lucas, nor was he willing to use his authority to stop his wife's foolish spending, nor his own. "Papa, the price for your latest shipment from London was dear." Elizabeth loved her father's library, spending hour after hour curled up in the large leather chair in front of the fireplace, perusing tomes from classic history to romance. But the cost of the 2 books delivered the day prior would have covered all the candles Longbourn would need for the cold days from November to March, when daylight was short and the family rooms would need illuminating. Endeavouring to keep resentment from her voice, she tried again. "At this rate, father, there will be no funds to set aside, should an emergency occur." Mr. Bennet flipped his hand in the air, returning to his book and refusing to reply, only adding to her ire and concern. "Papa, would that I could be like my mother and sisters, who believe all is right with Longbourn, but you know I cannot." Clenching her teeth, her nostrils flared. She placed the quill back in the holder and pushed the estate ledger away from her, as if repulsed. "Can we not exercise economy? Can we not stop this unnecessary spending before we are unable to pay the merchants who are relying upon our honour to support their own families? Papa, are you listening to me?"
"I cannot possibly fail to hear you, Lizzie."
He marked his book and closed it. Nonetheless, he did not deign to move his eyes to hers. Instead, his gaze wandered from one set of bookshelves to the next.
"I am surrounded by riches more precious than gold. My library is the work of a lifetime, and I could spend the rest of my years in contentment to never leave this room."
She heard his pride, and her heart dropped to her toes. She wanted to demand his attention and satisfaction be with his children, not his books. From past experience, Elizabeth knew her desires were futile. Keeping her voice modulated, she asked, "Then what do you plan to do with your books, when we cannot pay the charges coming in, when we lose our home to our debts, and when we are thrown to the hedgerows, like Mother fears?" He huffed.
"Do not worry so, Lizzie. Longbourn has always managed, and we will do so in the future."
"Papa, might you decide what could be done with the East Field? Could we not plant the fallow land to increase the crop yield? Would this not help pad the coffers?"
"Enough!"
Mr. Bennet sighed, ran his hand over his face, then finally looked at his daughter.
"Do not fear, my Lizzie."
With a wry grin, he chuckled.
"Your mamma has determined Jane will wed our newest neighbour before the crops need to be replanted in the spring, so we will merely decamp to Netherfield Park, should our economies become poorer than they already are."
Elizabeth was furious. From her early adolescence, both she and Jane had determined to marry only where the deepest affection existed between themselves and their future mate. The prospect of a marriage of convenience, like that of their parents, was intolerable. "Father, you must know, Mr. Bingley paid equal attention to Charlotte as he did to Jane. There is no guarantee his affections are engaged towards either woman. You should not count on your daughters, who have little to recommend themselves, making a match which would save Longbourn."
"Lizzie."
He pinned her to his chair with a penetrative stare.
"I am the master of Longbourn, not you. We are solvent. There has been no emergency to reduce our funds to the point we would need to leave our house behind. You were worrying about something which has not happened. Yet. A sensible man would never choose Miss Lucas over our Jane, Elizabeth. Now, tally your columns and leave me in peace."
She felt the blow in the pit of her stomach, numbness radiating to her limbs. How could he? The tap on the door was most untimely. Their housekeeper announcing the presence of Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy was unwelcome, at least by herself. Her father's pleasure at the sudden interruption grated upon her sensitivities. With a dip of her head to acknowledge the gentlemen visitors, she closed the ledger and placed it with the others on the shelf. Chapter 5. Impressions filled Darcy's mind. The comfort of books inside Mr. Bennet's library warred against the chaotic disorder of the shelves and small tables.
The smell of leather and paper was tainted by dust, tallow, and stale tobacco. The relaxed countenance of the master of Longbourn clashed with the demeanour of his daughter, Miss Elizabeth. She stood poised for confrontation. Momentarily, she had clutched a ledger to her chest, her chin slightly lifted and her eyes on fire. Darcy wanted to run his finger under his collar to loosen the sudden tightness, grateful her glare was not levelled at him. When she turned to carefully replace the accounting book on the shelf, he could not fail to notice how ordered that section of the library was, in comparison to the rest of the room. Was she responsible for their care? How peculiar. How appealing. The light seemed to dim when the door closed behind her. Darcy turned his attention to Mr. Bennet. When they left the room almost an hour later, he knew where the elder Bennet sisters gained their intelligence. Bingley had been correct. All 5 daughters were an amalgam of their parents. Miss Bennet and the 2 youngest had the fair hair and colouring of their mother. Miss Elizabeth and Miss Mary both had the dark tresses and eyes their father would have had in his youth. While the 2 youngest were flighty, boldly improper, and lacked innate intelligence like their mother, the 3 other ladies held the quiet wit of their sire. He had been unpleasantly shocked at the sarcastic barbs in Mr. Bennet's conversation. Both he and Bingley had the advantage over the master of Longbourn. A man with 5 unmarried daughters should have done all he could to curry favour with the gentlemen present in his library. Instead, it was as if the father viewed them as a diversion for the morning. Darcy had long entertained himself with the study of characters. He found the residents of Longbourn interesting. Speculating on what he had learned thus far, he wondered at Miss Bennet not yet being wed. With several years in society, she was either extremely picky when it came to a mate, or there was something wrong with her, forcing a gentleman to cast her off despite her appearance. She was an attractive female, whom many a gentleman, including Bingley, would want on their arm. Yet what had stopped men from offering for her? Was there a defect not yet apparent? With a mother who shoved her eldest in front of potential suitors, why had there been no success? And Miss Elizabeth, too, was a puzzle. The last woman he had seen with estate books in her hands was his own mother. Anne Darcy's interest in every aspect of the running of Pemberley had made for delightfully rich conversations his parents had shared with Darcy. From infancy, he was the recipient of the full attention of 2 responsible adults who cared deeply for their good name, their home, the prosperity of those under their care, and their son. In what other ways was Miss Elizabeth Bennet like Lady Anne Darcy? For a certainty she was not the daughter of an earl, but she carried herself with regal confidence, while not being overbearing or filled with conceit. He was fascinated she had so quickly made a positive impression upon him. Of course, she would never be the future mistress of Pemberley. He would need to leave this portion of Hertfordshire if he was to find a bride with the elevated rank needed to be a fitting wife to a Darcy. Finding it necessary to ponder his next step, without the constant interruption of Miss Caroline Bingley, upon returning to Netherfield, he requested his mare be saddled for a hard ride across the fields. Solitude and pounding speed would provide the perfect setting to meditate on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman like Miss Elizabeth could bestow. Not that he would ever marry her, of course. It was too bad, he mused. She had many appealing aspects to her character, and her appearance. She was practically everything he longed for. Her laughter was joyous, she radiated vibrant health and well-being, and her form was slight, although well-rounded in all the important places. Nevertheless, her position in society was far inferior to his own. He would, as he already decided, need to look farther afield. Rushing up the stairs to his guest-room, he quickly changed and set off on his task. In just under 30 days, his sister would reach her 16th birthday. He desperately needed a wife, and he needed to be done with his responsibility to help Bingley. Thus he could focus on finding her quickly. Riding the 4 corners of the estate would take little time. This would allow him to focus upon his greatest need, finding a wife his family would accept as the next Mrs. Darcy. Within minutes, he was racing away from Netherfield Park. Little time passed before Elizabeth was angrily striding from the house, following the line of trees east of Longbourn. So well trod was the path, barely a blade of grass could be found, as she placed one foot in front of the other with a vengeance.
Therefore she was completely unaware when, over an hour later, she rounded a corner to find she was not the only person, or creature, on the footpath. "Mr. Darcy!" He sat astride his mount.
"My apologies for startling you, Miss Elizabeth. I failed to anticipate anyone other than myself on this route."
He immediately glanced behind her to see if she was accompanied, tipped his hat to leave when he realised she was not, then reconsidered. Rather than retreat, which was his habit when an unattached woman was in his presence, he swung his leg over the saddle to dismount. What was he about? His mind screamed at him. For almost every second of every day since he inherited, he had avoided unmarried women. As a whole, he found them to be nasty creatures with little moral substance, even littler intellect, and single-mindedness in their pursuit of a mate, in particular a wealthy one. However, he would wed a shrew, even Anne de Bourgh, before he lost the care of his dear sister, who, in her own way, had acted as female as the rest when she foolishly agreed to an elopement.
Do girls think of anything other than marriage?
"Sir?" Darcy looked closely and discovered her hands fisted on her hips, her chin jutted out, and her lips tightly compressed. He recognised the signs. She was livid.
Oh, good Lord! Had he said that out loud? "Miss Elizabeth, I humbly beg—"
"Do not pretend contrition." Her chin rose, and he felt threatened by this sprite of a young lady. As had flashed through his mind earlier, she was fierce, an Amazon woman. He shook his head to clear his vision. Her form was light and pleasing. The top of her head would not quite reach his chin, should she stand in his embrace. He groaned aloud at the thought. Even under the stress of the moment, he knew his mind should not have gone there.
"Trust me, miss, there is no pretence."
Whipping off his glove, he rubbed his palm over his mouth, possibly to contain any other unexpected outbursts which would embarrass him further.
"I humbly offer you my sincerest apology."
She snorted. "Sincere it may be, but humble it is not." Her eyes blazed. She looked like his mental image of the Roman goddess Diana, the huntress.
"I beg your pardon."
Bowing deeply, he wondered if she questioned his intellectual acuity. He would have. Shaking his head, he decided to begin again.
"My mind was not agreeably engaged, and the surprise of coming upon you unexpectedly has, from all appearances, unhinged my tongue. Nevertheless, should you choose to answer my misspoken question, I would be grateful."
During the pause, she studied his face. He felt exposed, and desired nothing more than to jump back onto his horse and ride like the wind to a distant location where he could hide himself from the probe of her eyes. Finally she spoke. "I assume from your question you are often pursued as a prospective mate. Thus you have come to view my sex as predators, rather than seeing us for the individuals we are. Am I correct to this point?" He had to admit she was correct, so he nodded. "Then you have lumped all women into a mould of your own design, one elevating your standing as superior, as if only someone of the male sex could be varied in his interests. Am I still in the right?" He knew better than to nod. In truth, he had no clue how to respond. "Pray, Mr. Darcy, might I share with you my opinions of the male population as bluntly as you have done mine?" Before he could answer, she continued, "For I view them, you, in the same measure as you do us. I find men to be unbending, selfish, discriminatory, arrogant, prideful, callous and ignorant as to the affairs of their own household. Now what have you to say for yourself, sir? Can you adequately defend yourself against my charges?" Her countenance showed her confidence in her belief he would fail should he try.
"I do not believe I can," he honestly admitted. "None the less you are excessively harsh, Miss Elizabeth, as—"
She sneered, and he knew he was in trouble. "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men."
"What? How?"
He clasped his hand over his mouth so hard he could feel the sensitive skin on the inside of his lips press into his teeth. His humiliation was complete.
"You heard. I now comprehend why you think ill of me."
"Those were not the words of a gentleman. Do you wonder, then, why I easily lump you in with every other stubborn male of my acquaintance? A woman has little protection against the whims and opinions of the men in her household. Thus a female with full use of her thinking faculties will not rush into attaching herself to just anyone who comes her way. You see, sir, daily we may spend hours tending to our needlework, as expected by society, receiving callers who share the news of the neighbourhood. Our lives may appear, to an ignorant eye, to be stagnant and useless, yet I know of not one female who does not long for something more. This must be the reason the eldest Miss Bennet was unwed. Wait, what? Something more? He had to ask. Such as? Sweeping her hands out to the side, she replied, We want the same as you, I would imagine. A secure, comfortable home filled with happiness and joy, good health for ourselves and our family, wealth enough to sustain us, a sense of purpose, a measure of adventure, a lifetime of learning new things, and experiencing life to the full. We do not want oppression, nor do we want to have our opinions disregarded. Like you, we know our worth, and we long for someone to recognise and acknowledge the same. Are we so different? He studied her as intently as she had done him. To his shame, he had grouped all females into the opinion of being, in all honesty, both grasping and boring. Shaking his head as he finally realised the accuracy of her words, he admitted, No, we are much the same. You are surprised, are you not? Her head tilted as the sunlight glinted from her irises. I am indeed. Unintentionally, he stepped closer. He wanted, no, he needed to fix this if possible, to repair her low opinion of him. Besides my horrid comment at the assembly, which I now discern was blatantly untrue, is it your father, then, who has caused your turmoil and pain? His inquiry was bold. Nevertheless, he cared for her answer because he knew at that moment in time it would reveal much about her character. She nodded. Ah, pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Your father is pressuring you to act in a manner against your nature. Her head bobbed up and down. Mine, although he has been gone these 5 years, is doing the same. He had her full attention. According to his last will and testament, I have 29.5 days to take a bride, or I lose guardianship of my beloved sister to a relative who would make Georgiana's life a constant misery. Then your situation is much worse than mine, Mr. Darcy. Eventually I will marry, or take up a position to support myself. Either will change my circumstances, although both would put me under the authority of another male, most likely. Yours will tie you for a lifetime to a mate who may or may not bring you happiness. I do prefer my circumstance over yours, sir. While my situation is not currently ideal, I am loved by my father. I cannot begin to imagine he would ever force me down a path I would find distasteful. Then you are blessed. She turned from him, her gaze distant. Yes, I suppose I am. Still she looked away. I have witnessed marital felicity, and it is a thing of immense beauty and value. My uncle and aunt, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Gardner, are both intelligent souls, who are entirely devoted to each other. My uncle works hard so his family prospers. With that said, he places his wife and children as a priority to pursuing wealth. They live together, laugh together, and love together. Ah, yes, I understand. Do you, sir? Darcy nodded. My father was much the same. His efforts to build Pemberley's coffers were not at the expense of time spent with my mother, my sister, and me. He was, as you described your uncle, devoted. You loved your father. He appreciated her comment was not in the form of a question, as it indicated her comprehension of the relationship. I did, very much. And you have made it your goal to emulate him? I try. Balderdash! Her eyes pinned him to where he stood. Can you say your father had the same low opinion of the female sex as you do? For I cannot begin to imagine, if he truly valued your mother, that he thought of her as nothing more than a brood mare who darned stockings and embroidered cushions. Never. He scoffed as memories flooded his vision. My father would have felt the ire of my mother had he not cherished her. Which is as it should be, she chuckled. Her smile was radiant, and he realised he was truly drawn to this slip of a girl. She unsettled him to the point he both wanted to be in her presence and wanted to remove himself quickly from in front of her. Keeping in mind the necessity pressing in upon him, he cleared his throat and asked, "Do you not feel it imperative for a wife to show her husband deep respect?"
"If he has earned such," was her immediate reply.
"Ah, so you expect perfection in your mate," he chided. "Then you will remain unwed, Miss Elizabeth, as a perfect man would expect a perfect wife, would he not?"
She sucked in a breath through teeth clamped together. Immediately she exhaled, visibly relaxing her jaw. "Mr. Darcy, we have canvassed subjects which are typically unmentioned in polite society, and neither of us have run from the topic. Therefore I will ask you daringly, I suspect, what you look for in a bride." His horse snuffled, and he was grateful for the distraction. The question was critical to him. Darcy had given it much consideration over the past se'nnight.
"Miss Elizabeth, I see my future much the same as you see yours."
Taking the time to pull his glove back on, he selected his words carefully. This was no silly miss he could pass off with a trite comeback.
"My mother was the daughter of an earl, who well knew her position in society. My father had inherited our estate far younger than he had hoped. Both of my parents were strong-willed, with even stronger opinions."
He felt the corners of his mouth lift.
"I recall many times when they would clash against each other, voices raised and, in my mother's case, arms flailing. However, as a child I never felt threatened by their disagreements, as I understood they were in their own way, trying to get their point across."
His eyes closed, to better savour the memories. Opening them, his vision filled with her loveliness. Head tipped to the side as she listened intently, her own eyes were upon him.
"I have always assumed I would wed, not for the sole purpose of providing an heir to my estates, although this has been a consideration, but to have a lifetime companion, one with whom to share both the joys and the heartaches of life. I see my wife as someone to take charge of my home, which would be wherever we are. We would consult together to determine where attention is needed, and work together to see it done."
"So you do not see yourself as an autocrat?"
"An autocrat?"
He was offended. "You know, an absolute ruler of your domain." Before he could respond, she snorted. "Sir, you appear surprised that I am familiar with the term enough to use it appropriately in conversation. My father's library has several books on Tsarist Russia and Byzantium."
"As does mine. But before we stray too far from our topic, I will resolutely confirm to you, I do not see myself as a tyrant over those who serve under my authority."
He was angry. Controlling his words was becoming more difficult by the second.
"How dare you even use the word with reference to me? I have spent my lifetime seeing to the needs of my tenants, my servants, my sister, because they are important, not only to the welfare of my estate, but to me."
He poked his thumb at his chest, his irritation with her growing, until he was forced to drop the reins and pace back and forth in front of where she stood.
"When a man, or a woman, approaches me with a concern, I listen until I am able to discern what it is they are truly asking of me. I would be a poor master, an ignorant man, if I arrogantly assumed I always knew what was best, before comprehending the situation fully."
He stopped in front of her, aghast.
"You think this of me?"
Ignoring his question, she asked one of her own. "You listen?" He threw his arms up in frustration.
"Of course I do."
Her response was totally unexpected. She smiled until her cheeks bunched, and her eyes— good heavens, her eyes looked like pools of tranquillity he could plunge into and be lost in forever. "Then, sir, I will help you find a wife." This young woman, this female she unsettled him until he wondered if indeed she might possibly be the one who might make him happy. He cleared his throat.
"You?"
Sudden hope filled his chest. She laughed. His embarrassment and disappointment were complete. "Oh no, never me, Mr. Darcy. After all, I am merely tolerable." He wanted to rip out his tongue. Chapter 6. The noise coming from inside Longbourn was deafening. It was the work of a moment for Elizabeth to determine its cause. Jane had received an invitation from Miss Bingley to attend tea at Netherfield Park. Their mother was fussing over Jane's gown, tugging the neckline down, while simultaneously puffing the sleeves. Both Kitty and Lydia complained at their not having been invited, while Mary silently went about the office of ignoring all going on around her. The look of panic her elder sister directed at her, when Elizabeth stepped into the room, moved her to come to the rescue. It would be almost an hour before the carriage would be readied for the 3-mile trip to the Bingley residence. "Jane, you are positively giddy," Elizabeth giggled, when Jane sighed aloud for possibly the 10th time. The sisters were finally alone in their room, under the guise of repairing a slightly misaligned hem. "Am I?" The slight dip at the bottom of her skirt had been adjusted, and Jane was staring out of the only window in their bedchamber. "Most likely you are correct, Lizzie. After all, you usually are." Elizabeth chortled. "I would not say so myself, sister dear. As a matter of fact, a fact you might find of interest, I will confess for your ears alone, I may have been in error as to the officiousness of Mr. Darcy's character." "What is this?" Jane spun towards Elizabeth, mouth dropped open. "You no longer hate the man. How could this be?" "Perhaps I have decided to emulate my sweetest sister, and learn to think well of everyone, and believe none have a flaw they cannot justify." "Never!" blurted Jane. "I know you, Lizzie Bennet. You have enough of our father in you, that you see the world much differently from the manner in which I do. Although I am pleased to hear you are not bearing the heavy weight of resentment. What has come over you to make this dramatic change?" Elizabeth sat on the edge of her bed, grabbed her pillow, and held it protectively to her chest. Mr. Darcy must have jumped the fence line between our neighbour's property and ours, for he was riding along the path to Oakham Mount. We nearly collided, or rather I nearly collided with the massive animal he was sitting upon. She picked at the fabric of her skirt. I was quite surprised when he dismounted rather than rode off, once he became aware of my identity. Instead, we had a lengthy conversation, which revealed certain qualities about him I did not know existed. "You do not seem pleased," Jane suggested. "I do not know that I am." Now it was she who sighed. My displeasure with the gentleman fitted as comfortably as my old wool coat. After his ugly comment at the assembly, I had easily tossed him into the quagmire with all the other men of my acquaintance who arrogantly assumed they were superior based solely upon their sex. Into the mixture were other men who are not so blatantly proud, but who refuse to acknowledge a lady's opinion as worthy of note. "Your comment reeks of bitterness, Lizzie." "I will admit." She lifted her head to look directly at Jane. "I was bitter. Here was the handsomest, wealthiest, most educated man to enter our sphere, and he despised me from his first glance. Were my feelings hurt? Of course they were. I vowed to never forgive his slight, and concluded the fault had to be his, in an effort to preserve my own self-esteem." "Oh, Lizzie!" Jane rushed to sit alongside her. "You are lovely from head to toe. He must not have truly looked at you, or he never would have said such cruel words." "Thus speaks the sister who loves me." Elizabeth clasped Jane's hand in her own. "No matter. He has apologised most eloquently. Well, in truth, it was a simple statement, containing more meaning to me than had he written a sonnet begging my forgiveness." At her chuckle, Jane curiously inquired, "And this was all you talked about?" "No." She pondered how much to share. "My dearest sister, I was quite surprised to find the man equal parts stoic and friendly." Elizabeth paused to consider her thoughts carefully. She had reviewed each word spoken on the pathway, and had been stunned at how openly he had expressed himself. A man of his stature, the grandson of an earl, owed nothing to her, especially not a slight revelation into the emotions driving his decisions. Jane nodded knowingly, as if Mr. Darcy had been the pinnacle of amiability, equalling his close friend and host. "We spoke of marriage, family responsibilities, expectations and hopes." "Lizzie!" Her sister was quite shocked, a feeling Elizabeth also bore in her chest. "I know." She squeezed the hand held in her own. "I have determined to aid Mr. Darcy in a personal quest. He is in need of a wife,
and I promised I would filter through the unattached ladies of Meryton to see if there is a gem of the highest value who could tolerate such a man. So far, the only female who comes to mind is you." Jane's chin dropped. "Me? And Mr. Darcy?" Uncontained laughter burst from Elizabeth as she tossed the pillow aside. "Yes, Jane, dear, you are the only person I know, either male or female, who would meet his exacting standards. But I do not think of Mr. Darcy as a potential suitor. Yes, I know, your heart is already attached to Mr. Bingley." "Elizabeth Margaret Bennet." Jane stood and faced her, hands upon her hips. "My heart is no more secure to Mr. Bingley than yours is to Mr. Darcy." She leaned forward, her face within inches of Elizabeth's. Again her mouth dropped open. "Oh! Or have you given your heart to him, and you are unwilling to admit it to me, or to yourself? Are you falling under his spell? Do you love him?" "Ha! I do not know if I yet like the man, nor if I ever will," Elizabeth confessed, her laughter gone. "What I am entirely confident of is Mamma being the last human on the planet who needs to know Mr. Darcy is seeking a bride. Could you imagine?" Horror covered Jane's beautiful face. Her hand clapped over her mouth. She whispered, "Let this be our secret, or she will have Lydia primped and polished and stuffed into the carriage with me for Netherfield." Elizabeth shuddered at the thought. Lydia and Mr. Darcy? Never. Charles Bingley briefly studied the billiard table before lining up his shot. In his distraction, his cue clipped the ball, so it missed his target by several inches. Setting the long wooden stick aside, he refilled his brandy glass and offered to do the same for his friend. Darcy shook his head before taking his turn in the game. His shot was direct and true, knocking 2 balls into the pockets.
"Your brain and your aim are upstairs in the guest room, I suspect," Darcy mused.
"She is an angel, I say." Bingley did not deny his thoughts were with Miss Jane Bennet, currently ensconced in a bedchamber at Netherfield Park. She had not travelled by carriage to tea. Instead, she and her horse were soaked from the pouring rain by the time they arrived. Within an hour, the lady had been stricken with a dastardly chill. "I would much rather have her here under different circumstances, wishing she was not ill, yet I am glad to have her close."
"Bingley,"
Darcy growled.
"would you feel the same if it were Miss Lucas above stairs?"
"Miss Lucas? Why would you ask about her?" Bingley seemed truly surprised. "I mean, she is a lovely girl, a woman really, who assuredly has much to offer, but she is not my angel."
"Then why did you flirt with her during the treasure hunt? You stood so close, you clasped her hand, you even embraced."
"What? Embraced? I certainly did not." Bingley was flabbergasted.
"Yes, Bingley, you did. You pulled her to your side when she correctly discovered one of the clues during the treasure hunt."
"I meant nothing by it, Darcy. I was merely being friendly," he insisted.
"We have spoken of this before, my man."
Had he been a younger relative, Darcy might have grabbed Bingley's shoulders and shaken him until some sense settled into his skull. However, he breathed deeply instead, keeping his hands to himself.
"You are playing a dangerous game. You are no longer at university, nor do you have a father to step in to rescue you, if need be. As a responsible landowner of the most prominent house in the community, you should be a pillar, an exemplar of fine conduct for those reaching for your position to imitate."
At Bingley's blank stare, he gave up.
"I shall say no more."
"But you agree Miss Bennet is an angel, do you not?"
"I do not know her well enough to be able to give an honest response, Charles, and I remind you that you do not know her well either."
Darcy rested the blunt end of the cue on the floor and leaned into it before continuing.
"What I do know with confidence is that ladies are complex creatures. Any interaction we have with them needs to be well thought out in advance. Deciding who is the appropriate mate for us should be a matter of deep contemplation, as we weigh how they personally would fit into our lives. They will not always have their youthful looks and their innocence as to marital expectations."
"Darcy!"
"I'm not speaking of the marriage bed, Bingley."
Darcy's chin dropped to his chest. Breathing deeply to remove the frustration from his voice, he lifted his head to stare his companion in the eye
and added, "Both the man and woman go into a marriage with certain expectations of what our partnership will be. However, since we have never actually been wed, our expectations and hopes may be based on fiction rather than reality, if we are not cautious. We will only find out after spending months on end with our brides what our futures will hold." "You have a very cynical view of matrimony, Darcy, though I'm not surprised you've given the subject considerable thought, which might also explain why you are no closer to finding a bride than you were when we met over 4 years past." Darcy shook off the panic, threatening to rise at the thought of hurriedly finding a mate. Instead, he continued the conversation by asking, "Have you pondered what Miss Bennet hopes for in a marriage? Have you given any thought as to her expectations?" "Why would I?" Bingley was flustered. "Is it not every girl's dream to have a healthy, wealthy husband with a fine estate and enough funds in her reticule to purchase whatever her heart desires? And this is the type of wife you are looking for?" Darcy was astounded. He should not have been surprised. "What else is there?" Bingley's arms stretched out from his side. "What else? I will tell you what women truly want. They want the same as we do. A secure, comfortable home, filled with happiness and joy, good health for themselves and their family, wealth enough to sustain them, a sense of purpose, a measure of adventure, a lifetime of learning new things and experiencing life to the full. They do not want their opinions disregarded. They know their worth, and they long for someone to recognize and acknowledge the same. They want felicity and contentment, so their homes are filled with peace." Darcy wanted to slap his hands over his mouth. Those were Miss Elizabeth's words, not his own. "Opinions? I'm not going to marry a woman with opinions." Bingley gulped his brandy, disregarding the quality and the taste. "My sister Caroline has enough for a lifetime. I do not need another female in my house with opinions." "Then you have much to learn." Suddenly Darcy felt old and tired. "And you know so much about women. I cannot fathom where you've got your information, Darcy. You rarely speak to a female, brushing them off like dust on your collar." Darcy tilted his head to acknowledge the barb had struck its target. Bingley was correct as to his habits. Yet Darcy had learned a thing or two from speaking with Miss Elizabeth. He now comprehended how being ignorant of a woman's nature was a dangerous thing. "Bingley, you will do what you will do. I believe we have canvassed this subject to the point where we need to speak of something else. Are you agreed?" "I agree we should speak of Jane Bennet." Bingley chuckled at the stern look Darcy wore. By the end of the day, not only was Jane Bennet established in a guest room under the care of the local apothecary, her next youngest sister had joined her. Darcy could not believe his good fortune, as he needed to know if she, knowing his desires, had found someone in the locality who would measure up. However, Miss Bingley would not give them leave for any private conversation. "Surely your purpose in walking to Netherfield Park is rather obvious, Miss Eliza. I can only imagine there had to be a motive other than tending to your sister. After all, nobody dies from a cold," Miss Bingley sneered. "I cannot imagine what you mean," Elizabeth kindly responded. Darcy recognised from their hostess's posture, elevated chin, raised brow, stiffened spine, and hands clasped so tightly the knuckles were white, how her comment was meant to intimidate, something he doubted Miss Elizabeth allowed to happen. "You and your unwed sister, who has had how many seasons so far?" Now it was Miss Elizabeth whose hands were tightly fisted. Rather than provide a response, Elizabeth's own chin shot up. What was arrogance in one was righteous anger in the other. Miss Bingley continued prodding. "You have easily positioned yourselves in a household with two of the most eligible bachelors in the kingdom. Your mother must be overwhelmed with joy at your accomplishments." "Bingley," Darcy sharply whispered to get his friend's attention. The younger man needed to restrain his sister's rude comments. Of course, Darcy felt regret at his own earlier rudeness towards Miss Elizabeth, but he had apologised. Miss Bingley would not. "I do not know, Miss Bingley, as I did not stop to inquire as to my mother's motives before I started for Netherfield Park." Miss Elizabeth's voice was calm, yet the signs of turmoil were there, should one choose to observe. Darcy watched her like a hawk. You do bring up a subject I would enjoy discussing with you, the London season.
I dearly love the season, and imagine more than anything else you long to participate.
Miss Bingley again needled her guest.
I cannot say I long to participate. I am curious.
Elizabeth paused until Miss Bingley leaned forward in her chair, unwilling to miss a word.
How many seasons have you had?
Miss Bingley sputtered. Darcy wanted to laugh. He heard Bingley's soft chuckle. Miss Caroline Bingley was almost 25 years, and had 7 complete seasons to make a match. Had she not aspired to the highest echelons by keeping her focus on the Darcy name, she might have made a successful arrangement. Darcy's shoulders spasmed at the thought of having her on his arm, in his home, and in his bed. Never. Miss Bingley slumped into the back of her chair. She had been bested at her own game. He was proud of the young woman with the dark mahogany curls and flashing brown eyes. Darcy yearned to clasp Miss Elizabeth to him, as Bingley had done to Miss Lucas during the treasure hunt. How inappropriate. Miss Elizabeth. He had better watch himself around her. Dormant feelings were being stirred by this impertinent miss. While her circumstances kept her unqualified from becoming a prospect for marriage, she was worming her way into his heart, 1 inch at a time. Deciding William Shakespeare was wise when he wrote in Henry IV how the better part of valour is discretion, Darcy stood, excused himself, and started to leave the room. Before he could take 2 steps, the butler approached with a man in his shadow.
"Oh, Mr. Bingley, sir."
The servant bowed, his face twisted in irritation at having the gentleman, as was proper, following him rather than waiting in the entrance hall.
Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam to see you."
Bald as usual, the colonel did not wait to be presented. Stepping around the servant, he approached Darcy, shaking his hand. He did the same to Bingley and Mr. Hurst, who until this point had remained asleep on a sofa placed in the far corner of the room. Bowing to Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, Richard finally turned to look at the room's final occupant.
"Well, well, well, whom do we have here?"
Stepping closer to Miss Elizabeth, he gave her a full courtly greeting. As hostess, Miss Bingley would have been within her rights to welcome the colonel and offer introductions. Regardless, with the interest he was showing her foe, she pressed her lips together and turned her face away. Darcy was shocked by her bad behaviour. It could only mean Miss Bingley thought Miss Elizabeth to be a threat to her reaching her goal of wedding Fitzwilliam Darcy. How could this be? He had no interest in Bingley's sister, and only a slight inclination toward Bennet's second child. Jealousy was an ugly thing. Charles Bingley jumped to his feet after shooting a glare at his sister. Expressing good manners, he performed the necessary introductions, so Richard and the true beauty in the room could become acquainted. A sharp pain flashed across his chest when Miss Elizabeth smiled at his cousin. What was happening? She had not smiled at him to the same extent until he knew her for almost a sennight. He wanted to growl. Yes, jealousy was indeed an ugly thing. Chapter 7.
"She is a lovely young lady, Darcy. I cannot imagine you could find better, should you search the whole of the Crown's territories."
The cousins were indulging in his brandy in the privacy of Netherfield's study. Bingley was upstairs, standing vigil outside Miss Bennet's bedchamber, in hopes of getting a glimpse of his angel before he retired for the night.
"How can you be certain, Richard? You spent fewer than 30 minutes in her company before you removed upstairs to refresh yourself from your trip."
"Ah, you see, you have hit upon the salient point, my good fellow." The colonel appeared far too contented, since he would not be the intended groom.
"While Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst turned their noses up at the dust and mud on my uniform, Miss Elizabeth overlooked the debris. As well, she engaged in pleasant conversation to welcome a guest, quite unlike our hostess. Therefore it is easy to conclude she has been raised with good manners, and is the model of gracious hospitality."
Darcy scorned Richard's opinion with one emphatic exhale.
"Little do you know. She is not the epitome of decorum."
His cousin raised his brows and his glass at the same time.
"And for a certainty she is. Nonetheless, her mother and 2 youngest sisters are ridiculously vulgar, while her father sarcastically shreds their esteem by laughing at them. Her middle sister disappears behind a book as soon as any required social activity is concluded. Only her eldest sister, who is currently lying upstairs in her sick bed, is equal to Miss Elizabeth's ladylike behaviour. What does her family have to do with anything? You would not be marrying any of them. You would not have to see them once you took your bride to Pemberley.
Richard flicked his hand into the air.
It is not as if you care what society thinks about yourself, Darcy. And why would you care what they think of your wife or her family? I care because anyone I bring into my home will affect Georgiana. Miss Elizabeth's younger sisters are of the same age. They would be terrible examples for a girl who is far more a follower than a leader.
Fair was fair. Darcy felt it necessary to play the devil's advocate to counterbalance Richard's praise.
I love Georgie too, cousin. Nevertheless, I would have no qualms about bringing Miss Elizabeth into my home as a wife. What?
Darcy met his stare.
You would ask for her hand, after knowing her less than an hour? Are you crazed? Or are you making this declaration because you are safely leaving with your regiment in less than a week, with no necessity tied upon you to find a bride?
Richard clutched at his chest.
Your point was cruelly made, Darcy.
He apologised, then spied the twinkle in the Colonel's eyes. He was being teased.
I am serious, Rich. Did she make that much of a positive impression upon you, or are you merely trying to determine my response to her?
His cousin shrugged.
I suppose a bit of both, if the truth were known. She does seem like the most pleasant female company I've met in a long while. You could do worse, I imagine. You could marry Anne.
Darcy scoffed. He would not make Anne his wife. Never.
She has agreed to help me find a bride. What?
Richard unsuccessfully tried to cough and swallow at the same time.
However did this come about? We spoke earlier about what constitutes a good husband or wife. I am confident she knows exactly the type of lady I require to be mistress of my estates and sister to Georgiana. I cannot begin to imagine how this particular conversation took place, Darcy. You are not known for your verbosity, and so I wonder at the information you actually imparted, and what her understanding is of what you did share. We will have to see who she conjures up from the local society, will we not? Then, and only then, will we know if I clearly delineated my desires, and whether or not she is wise enough to make the correct application. Would you not agree?
Darcy was smug, and he knew it. He was entirely confident in his abilities to communicate information. He also had every confidence in Miss Elizabeth's ability to comprehend his opinions.
She will be busy tending her sister while they are in residence. Yet I expect her to use her time wisely while she sits alongside the bed, watching Miss Bennet rest. You shall see, Richard. If there is an appropriate candidate to be found in Hertfordshire, Miss Elizabeth will find her.
I hope so, Richard muttered. For all of our sakes, I dearly hope so.
Is Miss Bennet much improved?
Darcy asked the next morning, when Elizabeth entered the breakfast room. Only Mr. Bingley and Colonel Fitzwilliam expressed interest in her reply. The others continued devoting their attention to their meal. I'm sorry to say she is not. Elizabeth had been unable to do anything to remove the darkness beneath her eyes, nor did she care enough to try. Jane's restless, sleepless night had kept her awake, running up and down the stairs to refill the water pitcher to cool her sister's brow. Had Miss Bingley but provided a maid for assistance, they both might have received a measure of rest. Nonetheless, she determined to be a proper guest by not complaining.
Perhaps the apothecary could be called,
Darcy suggested. Thank you, sir. It would be a kindness. She placed a slice of bread and jam on a plate and carried it to the only available seat, one next to the Colonel. Before she could be seated by an attending footman, Mr. Bingley had signalled a message be sent to Mr. Jones, who had seen to the Bennet family's care for her lifetime.
Miss Elizabeth, the Colonel spoke softly, might you enjoy a brief respite from the sick-room for a stroll in the garden outside the drawing-room? Possibly the cool morning air would refresh you until help arrives. In the meantime, the maid Miss Bingley has provided can recall you to your sister's room immediately, should there be a need.
Elizabeth did not know how to reply, for the only ones to know Miss Bingley had been neglectful were the lady herself and the Bennet sisters. Elizabeth chose not to embarrass her hostess. I thank you for the generous invitation, Colonel. I do not think I can be gone long from Jane. In fact,
Pray excuse me, so I may return to her." At that she stood and left the room.
Why had his cousin invited Miss Elizabeth for a stroll?
The unsettled feeling growing inside Darcy refused to go away. Should Richard marry her?
No, Darcy could not imagine a scenario where that could happen. Could it?
His cousin would return to London in less than a week, and would leave England for an indeterminate length. Surely he would not.
No, of course he would not. Would he?
The next morning Elizabeth had much better news to share. Jane slept peacefully through the night, which meant she herself was also able to get some rest. As she was finishing breaking her fast, the Colonel reissued his invitation.
"Miss Elizabeth, might we take advantage of Miss Bennet's improvement to share a moment in the garden? I understand from Miss Bingley you are a prodigious walker."
His smirk at their hostess guaranteed Elizabeth's agreement. Anyone who could laugh, albeit silently, at Miss Bingley's officiousness would be a proper companion for a ramble. By the time they had their outer clothing, Mr. Darcy had joined them. Since he would be walking outside, Miss Bingley hurried to ready herself for the excursion. The four of them sorted themselves into pairs at Miss Bingley's direction within minutes of stepping into the chill of the morning. Moments later, a disturbance at the stables captured both men's focus. From the sounds coming from one of the stalls, an animal was in distress. Both Darcy and the Colonel rushed to see the source of the problem. Elizabeth and Miss Bingley, out of curiosity, followed behind. Before they could reach the building, a horse burst from the stable to run frantically in circles inside the attached arena, kicking its hind legs every few steps, while tossing its head back and forth. Its agitation was evident in every bulging muscle as the stallion searched for escape. A groom followed with a rope twisted in one hand and a bridle in the other.
"What has happened?"
Darcy demanded, as if it was his estate, his stable and his horse. Elizabeth noted the same arrogance she had observed in him at the Meryton Assembly settle back upon his wide shoulders. It saddened her to see the harsh revelation. The man she had spoken to on the path was the anomaly. This was the true Mr. Darcy. She felt the disappointment to her toes. She would not help him find a wife, for she would attach no one she knew to such a proud, condescending man. Turning away to return to her sister, she stopped in place when he yelled, "No!" Was he speaking to her? Glancing back, she witnessed the unexpected sight of him vaulting over the top rail and landing inside the wooden circle, with the out-of-control animal and a frightened young servant. At the new disturbance, the horse stopped as far away from humans as it could get within the confinement.
"Back away."
Elizabeth could see Darcy looking at the animal, not the undergroom who was obediently leaving the area. Then the gentleman did the unexpected. Relaxing his shoulders, he held his hands out, palms up as he moved slowly towards the horse, speaking words indistinguishable in their quiet. The stallion's ears twitched as the animal shifted his weight, swinging his head away from the approaching man. Darcy stopped and stepped back. From the tilt of his head, Elizabeth understood he was looking at the dirt rather than at the frightened eyes of the animal.
Colonel Fitzwilliam whispered, "Step close, Miss Elizabeth, and watch."
His peaceful countenance and the slight grin on his face bespoke experience. He had seen this before. The horse stood completely still. Mr. Darcy did as well. While the animal's focus flickered between what the world offered outside the arena and Mr. Darcy, the man stared at the ground somewhere at the front of the horse's hooves.
"That's Barnabas,"
the head groom whispered to the Colonel as he approached them behind where they stood.
"He's a nasty piece of work for the stable hands, but the ladies love him."
The older man tilted his head toward the barn, where servants were turning the mares into a field.
"His get are strong and even-tempered, which is entirely against his character." "He's been abused, then?" the Colonel offered.
He has." The groom's jaw tensed, and so did the Colonel's.
"He arrived in the past hour. He's travelled far and should be worn out, but his stubbornness will not allow for his care."
"Why did you take him?"
"Colonel, he cannot help how he's been treated. Mr. Bingley told me to do as I pleased. I pleased to offer the rascal a home."
Darcy's cousin nodded. With a slight shift of its shoulders towards Darcy, and a last look at him,
The horse dipped its head slightly. Darcy stepped closer until he could reach out and touch him. He lifted his hands, his palms exposed. He started at the withers, rubbing the animal as he walked around him, talking softly the whole time. The older man softly chuckled. "That there is a horseman." Elizabeth had to ask, "Why do you claim thus?" The man continued to watch the action inside the fencing as he replied, "An inexperienced man would pat the horse." He scoffed. "Babies are to be patted, miss. Horses, he can feel a fly land on their skin anywhere on their body. No, if you want them relaxed, you do as that man there did. You start at the spot their mother nuzzled them when they were just born, and you imitate the motion. That is a pleasant place for a horse." He gestured towards the pair. "Look at the expression on the stallion's face. Where before there were wrinkles under his eyes, showing his worry and distress, now they're gone. Watch his tail. See it swish? It means the pressure he felt inside the stable is released, which is the only way a horse learns." "I do not understand." Elizabeth continued to watch Mr. Darcy. As she did so, a feeling of intense warmth permeated her body, as she herself relaxed with the rhythmic movement of his hands. Maybe he was not so arrogant after all. "Horses are not like dogs, miss, who would give up their life for their owner. A dog loves anybody with food and a scratch for its ears. Horses do not love humans. They react to training, not emotions." He gestured toward the animal. "If you make the right thing easy for them, they will do it. If you make the wrong thing hard work for them, they will no longer do it. That man in there knows that fact, and is acting in a manner that puts a tired animal at ease. He's not asking him to move. He's not asking him to do anything contrary to his inclination. Therefore the horse will obey, because inside it is what the horse wants to do." "Trust him?" "No, he wants to stand there and get a good rub down. He wants a little peace and quiet, after finding himself in a new home with new people around him. And now that he is settled, he will want the grain he knows that lad already dumped inside the stall, and he will want the fresh hay covering the floor." "Then you expect Mr. Darcy to be able to lead the animal right back to where all of this started to go wrong?" "I do." The older groom puffed out his chest, as if he had been the one to calm the horse. His confidence in the outcome was not misplaced when Mr. Darcy stepped towards the stables, and the horse took a step forward as well. "You admire what was done here?" she had to ask. "No, miss. I admire the man." Mr. Darcy was a conundrum. Elizabeth forced herself to acknowledge that her appreciation for him was growing. She was clueless how she felt about this constant fluctuation between him being someone she despised and someone she needed to ponder what she witnessed in the arena. "These four-legged creatures are intuitive, just as we are. The horse watched the man's body as he approached, the same way the man watched the animal. Was he aggressive, angry, confrontational, belligerent?" All terms Elizabeth had applied to Mr. Darcy since the assembly. "Or was he approachable, friendly, kind, and most importantly, gentle?" Seeing Mr. Darcy through the eyes of the stallion was revealing. Layers of hard feelings and disappointment in his character were falling away until she no longer knew what to think. He was a complicated human, much as she thought of herself. Glancing at the Colonel, she found him looking at her, smiling. Taking up her needlework, Elizabeth glanced at her sister. 2 hours had passed since she had left the stables, yet she could not stop thinking about Mr. Darcy. In reality, her temperament was far more suited to the Colonel's openness. Nevertheless, her heart thumped when she thought of his cousin, Mr. Darcy. If only... Miss Mary King, at a year younger than herself, was a lovely young lady who had recently inherited a large sum from the passing of her parents. Lately arriving in the area to reside under her uncle's care, Elizabeth had been impressed by her timid smile and calmness amidst the hustle and bustle of the Bennet females. Of all her sisters, Miss King reminded Elizabeth most of Jane. Like them, she had been raised the daughter of a landed gentleman, which made her equal to Mr. Darcy. Certainly, with her £10,000 dowry, she would be a much more acceptable match than any of the Bennets, who would receive £50 a year
until their mother's death, whereupon they would share her portion of 5,000 equally amongst 5 sisters. It left only Elizabeth's charms to recommend her, something which paled alongside the sweetness of Miss King. Yes, the young lady would make an appropriate wife for Mr. Darcy. Sadness filled her chest at the thought.
"Stop," Elizabeth told herself. "He is not, nor ever will be, for you, Elizabeth Bennet." Then she chuckled at herself. "Do you even want him? Mr. Darcy, how could you?" She heard the men before she saw them. Glancing out the bedside window, the Colonel took the lead, as Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley, and Mr. Hurst closely followed behind. Their mounts were already at a gallop as they rapidly moved down the gravel approach to Netherfield Park, before veering into the field running west of the property. The sight of the men sitting comfortably in their saddles, with their thighs clasped tightly. She cleared her throat, only to admit they were magnificent. Earlier, the Colonel had proudly shown her what he called his most faithful companion, his horse. The bay mare had a slight limp from the journey to Hertfordshire, so the Colonel chose to allow her rest. The dapple grey he currently rode was swift enough to keep his lead. What was it about men and horses? Elizabeth reflected as their laughter filtered back to the house. Mr. Darcy laughing. At both the Assembly and at Lucas Lodge, she would not have thought it possible. Yet the unquestionable evidence was before her eyes and ears. She sighed. Would she ever be able to fully sketch his character? It would take forever, which might be the opportunity for Miss King, but not for her. Subconsciously she became aware of the silence. Then the pitiful cries of a wounded animal warred with the panic of men. The sound of a horse's pounding gait approaching the house, and a man's voice yelling for help brought her to her feet. Quickly stepping back to the window, she spied Mr. Bingley galloping at full speed towards them. Without thought she ran out of the room to the front of the house, in time to hear him barking orders. A servant was dispatched for the apothecary, while another was readying himself to speed to London. Both a surgeon and a rifle were needed. Bingley quickly explained to those who had gathered the Colonel's horse had stepped into a hole, falling before its rider could kick his way clear. According to him, both the man and beast had a bone sticking out through the skin of their legs. For the horse, it meant the sad end of its life. For the Colonel, most likely the end of his career, and possibly his own life as well. Chapter 8. Elizabeth ran as if her life depended upon it. Her house shoes provided little protection against the rocks and sticks in the field. When she approached the carnage, the sights and the sounds brought bile to her throat. Instantly, she knew she should not have been there. The stream of words erupting from the Colonel, the air blowing from the horse's nostrils, the ensuing discharge of the gun held tightly in the grip of the old groom, the motion of Mr. Darcy sawing the shaft of the Colonel's boot with a knife blade, the smell of blood and fear, served to punish her impulsiveness. Mr. Darcy looked up and caught her eye. Surprise, or was it disgust at her boldness, covered his face, making her wish even more that she had remained firmly in place at Netherfield. This was the havoc of warfare, a sight the Colonel had undoubtedly witnessed on a much grander scale, a sight no lady should see. "Might I be of service, sir?" She asked no one in particular, as her feet brought her to a stop. Elizabeth desperately wanted to look away. Her eyes refused to obey. She had never seen death, nor had she heard it. The final exhale from the grey animal wrenched her gut until she feared her stomach would empty upon the ground. Mr. Darcy ripped off the Colonel's stocking, exposing his lower leg to the cold air. Her gaze fixed upon his injured limb. Against Bingley's declaration, there was no bone emerging through the dark hairs curling from the pale skin. The Colonel's calf did not lay straight on the ground. About midway up, there was an unnatural bend, evidence the leg was indeed broken. Elizabeth closed her eyes as Mr. Darcy began to unknot his cravat. She knew his intent. He would wrap the leg to offer whatever stability and cushioning could be provided. "You would be wanting this, sir." It was the voice of the aged groom. Raising her eyelids, she saw him hand a straight piece of wood to Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth, grateful the cool temperatures had necessitated a shawl inside the sprawling house, removed it from her shoulders and held it in front of her, a gift offering on the altar of compassion. However, her feet refused to move her closer, as her eyes again focused on the injury. The groom approached her in the same manner as Mr. Darcy had done the wild stallion, calm, his steps evenly paced. Without a word, he took the fabric from her hands and returned to kneel across from the gentleman. With her view of the Colonel's leg blocked, Elizabeth came to her senses. "Pardon me, gentlemen." She turned to leave, when the Colonel's voice stopped her. "Miss Elizabeth, I thank you for your kindness and aid. 'Tis what every wounded soldier desires most," he said, through gritted teeth, his breaths coming in gasps. Glancing first at the officer, and then Mr. Darcy, she nodded. Then she returned to Netherfield Park. Darcy counted the chimes from the clock on the mantel. 3. The room was pitch dark, except for the lone candle casting shadows over his sleeping cousin's face. Richard had readily consumed a fair amount of Bingley's brandy by the time the surgeon had arrived from town. The pain had been far easier to deal with than the news. Not only would the injury end his active military service, it would leave his lower leg bent for the rest of his life. Richard, whose joy had been dancing with the ladies, as well as gentlemen's activities such as boxing and fencing, would have a decided limp. According to Dr. Stevenson, it may also necessitate the permanent use of a walking cane. Memories of the cousins romping through Pemberley or Matlock's woods, running across fields and racing to see who could climb a tree fastest, flitted through Darcy's mind, as he felt Richard's loss in his own heart. His cousin was an energetic man, always on the move. The doctor had been blunt, which had been his cousin's request. Dead silence had been Richard's response, until the doctor walked from the room. Only then had he allowed his devastation to show. Later, Bingley had stopped by the bedchamber, and the Colonel's apology for the loss of a fine animal had been sincere. When it was, again, just the two of them, his elder cousin proceeded to drink himself into an inebriation which would have impressed the man had he not been so overcome. Darcy had to admit, among the sterling qualities his cousin possessed, singing well while drunk was not one of them. However, what he lacked in melody, he made up for with enthusiasm. Darcy was eternally grateful none of the women, including the maids, had witnessed Richard's lack of skill, or overheard the words to his selection of songs. His cousin's refusal of laudanum had not surprised the physician. Many soldiers who had witnessed the destruction caused when a person became dependent upon the drug would not touch the substance. As an officer in the army, Colonel Fitzwilliam had seen his fair share of the distress to friends and family from overuse at the opium dens. The clock struck the half-hour. Straightening in the chair positioned next to the bed, Darcy stretched his arms to the ceiling and yawned. He needed coffee, hot, strong and black. Shaking the stiffness from his limbs as he stood, he decided, rather than disturbing a servant to provide the beverage, he could do with a walk downstairs and back. A quick glance at his cousin found him to be sleeping just as soundly as he had been for the past few hours. In his shirt-sleeves with no cravat, Darcy stepped outside the room, confident he would meet none of the other residents. His confidence was severely misplaced. Her body was warm and surprisingly solid. Miss Elizabeth's effort to jump backwards to avoid him barrelling into her was in vain. Instinctively, his arms surrounded her, pulling her close as he stepped to the side to regain his footing and his balance. "Sir!" Her hands automatically grabbed at his waist to keep from falling backwards. It was over in seconds, yet his muscles flexed rather than relaxed their hold, as a hint of honeysuckle ensnared him in the moment. When she stepped back, his hands fell to his side. "Pray accept my apology," they both began, their voices soft in the hallway. "No." "You will not accept my apology? I would not have thought it of you, Mr. Darcy." He stammered. "No, you... Yes, Could a man be more embarrassed? "I gladly accept your apology, but you were not responsible for our collision. The fault is solely mine." Tilting her head, she grinned. "I see the situation clearly now. You were lurking behind the door until an unsuspecting person walked by, thereby pouncing to catch the individual by surprise, am I correct? Tell me, sir, since you and your cousin and my sister and I are the only residents of the guest wing, were you hoping to frighten me into revealing my choice of possible bride, so you would have to wait no longer?"
Might you be the bride?
Darcy teased, with surprising fervency. He adored her smile. He shook off the thought. She would never be accepted by his peers or his family. However, his imagination quickly went from friendship to marriage, where she was concerned. Emotion shot through him, bringing clarity. He was in serious danger of falling in like with Miss Elizabeth Bennet. No, not me. My choice is Miss Mary King, a lovely young lady with a dowry of 10,000 to bring to the marriage. She is, much as you are, reserved in company. Again, Elizabeth tilted her head. This time she rested her finger upon her cheek. No, I should rather compare her to Jane, both in looks and character. Her quiet comportment and sweet temperament would be a lovely addition to any gentleman's home. He could see she was pleased with herself. On one hand, it satisfied him that she had taken the time to give consideration to his requirements. On the other, how in the world could she recommend someone who was the complete opposite of what he truly needed? He was quiet. Imagine having a wife who rarely spoke. The walls of Pemberley would suffer for the silence. In addition, he did not need to add to his fortune. Also, he despised sweets, even in temperaments. Rather, he savoured rich, bold flavours, brilliant colours rather than pale hues, and lively conversation rather than the mere exchange of polite inanities. No, Miss King would never do. Not when Miss Elizabeth was standing fewer than 2 feet in front of him, smelling like his mother's garden, and looking like a queen. He shook his head, leaning closer so she could hear every word.
Although I appreciate your effort, I cannot see how Miss King would be an appropriate bride for me.
Why ever not? He knew to speak carefully when her hands flew to her hips, her shoulders went back, and her eyes flashed, the posture of an irritated woman. Darcy was grateful the candle sconces in the hallway were lit to better see her reaction.
Miss Elizabeth, in canvassing the quality of marriage I would like to achieve as we discussed in the field, I failed to mention one specific area of critical importance.
And this might be? Her eyebrow arched. He smiled.
I favour dark hair and dark eyes.
Her mouth formed into an O, as her eyes opened wide. Not to be outdone by his shocking claim, she rapidly recovered. How dark? He craved her impertinence.
I would say about like yours.
It was boldly done, almost a declaration of his intentions. He had intentions. In the middle of the night, after hours of worried vigil, he cared not. His need for a wife ate at him. Blast his family expectations. They would not be the ones to live with a woman for his lifetime. Miss Elizabeth would not only do, she would be magnificent. I see. Her finger went back up to her cheek. The twinkle came back to her eyes. Then I believe you may need to leave our corner of Hertfordshire to seek a bride elsewhere.
You do you?
He stepped closer, thinking Bingley might be onto something with his flirting. Somewhere, somehow, his common sense had left him. Then it returned.
Wait, pray do not answer.
He stepped back. Fitzwilliam Darcy was an honourable man. Sudden disgust at his conduct shamed him.
You have been the model of kindness to both your sister and my cousin, Miss Elizabeth, and I am repaying you by placing you in a compromising position, something I had vowed to myself and my father I would never do to a lady.
He ran his hand over his mouth and took another step away from her, putting his back against the bedchamber door.
I beg you accept my apology, and my promise I will never dishonour you again.
Mr. Darcy, I am not an ignorant miss. I too am aware of the danger. She stepped towards him, her hands gripping each side of her waist. Nevertheless, might I point out, this meeting was accidental, and we have in fact been standing alone for mere minutes. There has been no improper behaviour, at least no more than our meeting on the pathway to Oakham Mount. Neither of our reputations were marred then, and I have no doubt this impromptu meeting will be the same. With that said, sir, pray excuse me. He understood her embarrassment and ire. Accepting she had the right of it, he clasped and turned the door handle behind him, deciding he no longer had a need for coffee. Unfortunately, at that particular moment, his cousin roused enough to launch into a repeat performance of his earlier entertainment.
Drink, my boys, and never go. Drink until you can't drink no more. For the Frenchmen are coming for a fresh supply, and they swear they'll drink little England dry. Paddy widdy waddle widdy bow wow wow, paddy widdy waddy widdy wow wow. For the Frenchmen are coming with a fresh supply, and they swear they'll drink little England dry.
In his mortification, Darcy never lost his focus on the swaying of her hips, as her skirt swished in time with the tavern shanty. Gulping at his sudden loss of composure, he hurried into the room, to find Richard sitting up, sipping on the glass of water left on the table next to the bed.
"Who are you talking to, Darcy? Was the voice I heard feminine?"
His cousin belched, then wiped his chin despite its being dry.
"Perhaps you were discussing my condition with the lovely Miss Elizabeth. Had she come to check on me? Such a kind woman, Darcy. And she is beautiful, is she not?"
Darcy pressed his eyelids closed, somehow hoping his cousin was talking in his sleep, and would not remember the conversation in the light of the morning.
"Oh, my lord," Richard proclaimed to the room, "I will not be leaving for the continent. Do you know what this means?"
He finally looked directly at his cousin. Darcy had no clue what Richard had in mind. In truth, this injury would forever change the soon-to-be former colonel, but they had discussed this earlier, well after the doctor and Bingley left. While his cousin had slept, Darcy pondered the ramifications of the accident. He knew his Uncle Hugh had set aside little moneys for his second son. While Richard was more frugal than most gentlemen, he was the son of an earl, with a lifestyle costing money to maintain. His prospects outside the military were not good. Contemplating how he could help his cousin without offending Richard's pride, Darcy reviewed his assets for a property easy to manage, which would be able to sustain his cousin for his lifetime. Alderwood, a small estate near Pemberley, earned 3,000 a year. The buildings were well kept, and the ground fertile.
"I will gladly gift you Alderwood for your lifetime," Darcy offered. "Do not be daft, my man."
Richard took another sip. The look upon his face was entirely too smug.
"Since I will be remaining in England, I can join in your pursuit of a bride."
"You want to help me find a wife?" The idea was good. He trusted his cousin's judgment more than any other man.
"Not at all."
Again, Richard drank from the glass.
"My good man, should I marry instead, you can go back to standing in corners, avoiding the active pursuit of maidens and their mothers."
His cousin was correct. The codicil clearly stated that one or the other of them needed to be wed. Richard's finding a bride would satisfy the terms. The lives of Fitzwilliam and Georgiana Darcy would be relatively unchanged if his cousin succeeded.
"Do you have someone in mind? One of Bingley's discarded angels we discussed while we were at Darcy House?"
The smirk on Richard's face was the first clue Darcy was not going to like what would next come from his cousin's mouth.
"Oh, yes, I do have someone in mind. Someone who lights up a room by her mere presence. Someone witty, passionate about those she cares for, and compassionate for all others."
Darcy gulped again. No, it could not be.
"I will offer for Miss Elizabeth as soon as I am able. We will marry when I can stand at the altar." "The doctor said the soonest you could hope for would be 3 months. We have 26 now," he said, looking at the clock. 25.5 days for one of us to be wed."
Relief flooded him from head to toe. Miss Elizabeth Bennet would not become Mrs. Richard Fitzwilliam. It was too soon for the colonel to come to know Miss Elizabeth as well as he did.
"I can see your relief, cousin."
Richard set the empty glass on the table.
"No, you will not need to rush into matrimony. By my taking on a capable wife, my future will be settled. As far as walking to the chapel, I can apply for a special licence for the ceremony to be held here, if Bingley would allow. Thus I could be a married man within a week.
Darcy's head was spinning. Things were moving too fast. Richard and Elizabeth. No.
But you do not know her.
Darcy urged his cousin to sense, while at the same time protecting his own interests.
You have had too much to drink to make a decision you will have to live with for a lifetime. Ah, I see what you are about.
Richard wagged his finger at him.
You disapprove because she is not of the first circles, nor, I would guess, is she the daughter of a wealthy landowner who could cushion Pemberley's coffers. Well, pray be reassured. I have no care for the opinions of others. As far as wealth is concerned, I have saved almost everything I've earned by discreetly benefiting from the hospitality of both Matlock House and yours, Darcy. My mother set aside part of what she brought to their marriage for me, should I ever leave the army. I'm convinced she would gratefully release those funds. I can then set myself up as a gentleman landowner. Who better to bring to my home as a bride than a young lady raised on a country estate similar to her future husband's?
Richard barely took in a breath before he continued.
Cannot you see how she would be perfect as a wife?
Yes, she was perfect. Darcy hated disappointing his cousin. He answered honestly.
I cannot approve of Miss Elizabeth as a wife for you, Richard.
He held up his hand when his cousin started to object.
She is an excellent woman. I understand fully why you have chosen her. None the less, you should know, I have chosen her as well.
He had? Darcy shrugged. Apparently he had. His heart felt entirely too contented now the decision was made. Not a sound was heard, not a breath, not a whisper. Darcy waited. His cousin's reply was not unexpected.
Then we shall allow Miss Elizabeth to choose.
Bile shot up from Darcy's gut. If only he had not barged into her in the hallway. If only he had kept himself under good regulation at the assembly in Meryton. Then she would view him as an exemplary gentleman. Reviewing their short history, Darcy was aware he had a lot to repair in her opinion of his character. He vowed to himself then and there he would begin immediately. Walking to his cousin, his hand outstretched, the men shook on their gentleman's agreement. Richard's parting shot as he walked out of the room was, "May she choose me?"
Not while I can still draw a breath.
The door closed a bit more forcefully than Darcy had intended. This was war. The battle was on. Chapter 9. While Jane continued to sleep peacefully, Elizabeth felt anything but peace. Mr. Darcy could stir her ire faster than any man alive. One moment he acted the gentleman, and she was pleased with his company, finding much to desire in his persona. When his words became presumptuous and his manner arrogant, she despised the ground he walked upon. How one man could inspire such disparate feelings puzzled her exceedingly. The Colonel, he was exceptionally brave, and extremely creative with his use of invectives. She chuckled to herself. Never before had she seen a man's bare leg and feet. Upon reflection, she could not recall ever spying her father without stockings. Why were men's feet so hairy? The Colonel even had a patch of the dark tufts on the top of his big toe. His feet were long and narrow. His toes were lengthy and jointed, similar to an old man's fingers. Truly they were not a thing of beauty. Yet overall, the pleasantness of his character made her easily overlook any physical flaws. Of course, perhaps all men had long, skinny, hairy feet, and it was not a flaw at all. She stuck her own stockinged feet in front of her. Certainly, it was much shorter than the Colonel's. Should the fabric be suddenly removed as his had been, however, there would be no thick dark hairs on her toes. Chuckling to herself, so as not to wake her sister, she contemplated the difference in the appendages of her sisters. Jane, Mary, and Lydia were all taller than she. Each had longer, slimmer feet, with Lydia's being the longest. The other sisters had all rejoiced, as this kept their youngest sister from borrowing their shoes without asking. Elizabeth and Kitty were about the same height. Where her curves were rounded, and her legs were more muscled, Kitty's feet were wider, giving her the impression of being more solidly founded. Of them all, it was their mother who had the tiniest feet, giving a clue as to her petite form prior to having given birth to 5 healthy daughters. Unable to contain her laughter, Elizabeth promised herself to study the boots of Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley. Would they be longer or shorter than the Colonel's, skinnier or fatter? Would Mr. Bingley have red hair on his legs to match his head? Perhaps not, as the Colonel's hair on his head was a much lighter colour than on his lower legs. What a silly subject to consider, Elizabeth Bennet. Jane stirred at the unexpected noise in the bedchamber.
Lizzie?
Her voice sounded like the bullfrogs around the rim of Longbourn's pond.
Are you well?
Elizabeth smiled. How like Jane to be concerned over someone's health other than her own. Do not be concerned, sister. I was pondering the differences in male and female feet, which caused my burst of humour.
Feet?
Jane's brow furrowed.
What could possibly have happened to have caused this particular line of thought?
Jane, she whispered, I witnessed something scandalous today. Both girls looked to the corners of the room, as if there was someone in hiding, eager to hear their conversation. Mr. Darcy pulled off his cousin's stocking after removing his boot. I will tell you now, the sight of his bare foot has been the subject of my contemplation since. Are you shocked at my lack of decorum for letting my eyes travel to such a place? Jane giggled.
Only you, Lizzie dear.
She laid down upon the mattress, resting the back of her hand against her forehead.
Oh, no. Now I am curious. What sort of feet does a man have?
Elizabeth's mirth could not be contained. Be prepared to be surprised. If you will drink this cool water to soothe your throat, I will tell you every aspect of the gentleman's foundation, she snickered, in specific detail. Jane's gulping the water from the glass gave Elizabeth no clue as to her motive. Was it thirst or curiosity? Her blush provided the answer Elizabeth sought. Smiling from ear to ear at her shy sister's burning desire to know the secrets of a man, she began her narrative. With eagerness, Darcy descended the stairs to break his fast. He could not recall sleeping even one wink the whole of the night. It was not hunger causing him to move his valet along, but the need to see Miss Elizabeth. Some females were drawn to an injured man, their sympathetic heartstrings pulled by being needed to provide care. He also understood some ladies were particularly attracted to a uniform. None looked finer in a military coat than his cousin. Bless the man. Meeting Bingley at the foot of the staircase, they entered the room together, stunned to be met with Miss Elizabeth's noisy hiccup. Slapping her hand over her mouth, she raised her eyes from her brief perusal of the gentleman's Hessians to look anywhere but at them. Both Darcy and Bingley looked to the floor to see if they had inadvertently stepped in something that should not have been inside Netherfield Park. No, the floor was bare. What was she about? Were his boots scuffed? No, Parker would never allow that to happen. Females. Miss Elizabeth, Bingley greeted his guest with his typical enthusiasm. I hope your being downstairs is an indication of Miss Bennet's improved health. As his friend and host moved to fill his plate, Darcy listened carefully to her reply. It would not do for the Bennet sisters to remove themselves to Longbourn while he was glued to his cousin's side. Of course, should they do so, he would have the advantage, as Richard would not be leaving his bed for a long while. I thank you for your inquiry, sir. She patted her lips with her napkin before placing it back on her lap. I was hoping to request the presence of the apothecary or surgeon when they come to examine the Colonel. Jane's cough has not abated, and her throat is raw. Good, good, Bingley distractedly proclaimed as he took the seat across from her. At their glances, he quickly amended his response. No, I do not mean her being ill is good, for that could never be so. What I mean, or rather, what I meant, was that it is good I can be of service by contacting Mr. Jones. Dr. Stevenson is already upstairs with the Colonel. Unknown to the other dining companions, Darcy had initially responded the same as Bingley. It was good the sensible Bennet sisters would be remaining at Netherfield, for his own purposes to bear fruition, as long as he could keep Miss Elizabeth away from Richard. I would ask, if I might, that a note be delivered to Longbourn. With the Colonel needing intensive care, I think the wisest course for Jane and I would be to remove ourselves to our home. She could recover in a familiar room, with familiar company, while you tend to a more important guest.
No.
Darcy could not wait for Bingley to respond. What if Bingley agreed with Miss Elizabeth? That simply would not do. Now it was both eyes staring at him.
Pray do not think my cousin would wish Miss Bennet's removal at the expense of his own care, he said. Richard would feel worse, and so would we, should your sister get a chill from the 3-mile journey. My belief is that you both should remain until she has improved considerably.
Was anyone going to ask my opinion?
Caroline Bingley stood just inside the doorway, her sister and brother-in-law shadowing behind her. Darcy could hear the venom in her voice. Bingley really needed to take control of his sister. She acted like a fishwife, only better dressed.
Caroline, I only stated what I knew you would offer should you have been in the room, her brother responded.
Really, Charles?
With the target in mind, she approached the table. Turning her attention to the only female already seated, she maliciously purred,
Miss Elizabeth, you are still here? I am all astonishment.
Caroline!
It was all the warning Miss Bingley got for not minding her tongue. Bingley's countenance was more embarrassed than furious, which disappointed Darcy.
Why, Charles?
Her tone changed, but not the vitriol of her words.
With the dear Colonel above stairs on the brink of death, you cannot expect the staff to care for someone with a paltry illness who would be better off at home, would you? After all, our newest patient is family to our invited guest, is he not?
Setting her fork aside, Miss Elizabeth stood, causing Darcy and Bingley to stand at attention as well. Miss Bingley, I apologise for my sister and me being a burden by stretching your limits as hostess of your brother's home. We shall leave as soon as Mr. Jones declares Jane fit for travel. She curtsied. Pray excuse me.
Caroline Bingley,
Charles hissed, as Miss Elizabeth left the room.
Your insult to our guest was poorly done.
Taking her seat, Miss Bingley ignored her brother. Instead, she nodded to the footman to prepare a plate and serve her. Darcy was appalled at her rudeness.
Mr. Darcy, have you heard whether your aunt and uncle, the Earl and Countess, will be arriving today? I cannot imagine them not coming to Hertfordshire to see to their son's care.
Miss Bingley placed a spoonful of jam on her toast.
Once we are rid of the Bennets, I can devote my full attention to them, as is their due.
He knew what she was about. Attempting to garner favour from someone of elevated rank and title, at the expense of other guests, was the sign of a neglectful hostess. Darcy despised her dream of being mistress of his estates.
I have not yet heard, Miss Bingley.
Darcy contemplated whether or not to speak his mind. What had been easily done with Miss Elizabeth was uncomfortable with his host's sister. Swallowing, he decided to commit himself to his usual behaviour. If Bingley would not remonstrate with his sister, it was not his business.
I shall have the best rooms prepared. They shall have every comfort.
She looked to her brother.
Charles, we will recommend Netherfield Park as the scion of propriety and good manners in this country hamlet. Thus we will be well spoken of when the Fitzwilliams return to town.
Somehow I cannot consider denigrating a guest, nor our place of residence, as being the epitome of good manners, Caroline. Therefore I would recommend you not speak as long as the Colonel's family is in residence. Darcy, I know," Bingley looked to his friend, "has learned to overlook your bad behaviour. The others will not."
"Charles Bingley, of what are you speaking?"
Miss Bingley's affront appeared genuine.
"I have been taught at the finest academy in London, and regularly associate with the elite of society."
Suddenly she pierced him with her sharp eyes. "Why are you speaking this way now?"
"It is the influence of those Bennets who have made you forget yourself, treating your beloved sister as an outcast. All the more reason to send them home."
Turning to Darcy, she continued her rant.
"Sir, you cannot agree with my silly brother. He knows not of what he is speaking. Surely you have observed our superiority over local society. In fact, was it not you yourself who proclaimed none in Meryton were fit to stand up with at a dance? Did you not prove your point by dancing solely with my sister and me? How could you possibly find fault with my desires to remove Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth from our house before the arrival of Lord and Lady Matlock?" It galled him to have her toss his behaviour alongside hers. Apparently Miss Elizabeth was not the only one to hear his horrid comments at the assembly. He was shamed. But so should she be abashed by her own conduct.
"My Aunt Helen would never turn a guest out in favour of someone of elevated rank. Good manners would, and has, prohibited them from doing so."
Darcy set down his utensils, indicating he was finished. Standing, he hovered over her, reminding Miss Bingley of her relative position in society compared to his.
"I have apologised for my words and conduct at the assembly, Miss Bingley. I erred grievously. You have done the same, yet I have heard no remorse."
Bowing to his host, he excused himself. Rushing up the staircase, he returned to his cousin's room. He felt in desperate need of common sense and peace. The only sources in Netherfield Park that he was aware of were either Richard or Miss Elizabeth. Since she would be caring for her sister, the Colonel would do.
"What has lit a fire under you?"
his cousin asked. Darcy was relieved to see Richard sitting up in bed, his injured leg propped upon a carefully arranged pile of pillows. The surgeon attended his patient.
"I'm happy you're here, Mr. Darcy."
Dr. Stevenson was a young physician who took his career choice seriously. Like Richard, he was the second son with a healthy older brother. The likelihood of either of the two men in front of him inheriting was slim to none. Nevertheless, neither man bore resentment.
"How might I help you, Doctor?"
Glancing at his cousin, Darcy found him relaxed and seemingly unconcerned.
"The truth is, my patient has already expressed a desire to stand and join the company downstairs. Since you appear to know your cousin well, you will not be shocked when I opine that he will do all he can to see his desires as soon as I turn my back. Therefore, Mr. Darcy, I am charging you with keeping him in place." "An impossible task."
Richard chuckled loudly at Darcy's comment.
"Unfortunately, knowing the Colonel as I do, I had surmised this to be his attitude as soon as I heard of his injury. Because of this, I had my assistant deliver a mobility device to Lord and Lady Matlock to bring when they arrive today. I merely require as much time to pass as possible before he starts using the crutch. That is all." "You are a wise man," Darcy observed.
He personally had never sustained such an injury. However, it was easy to speculate how frustrating Richard's position was. Like him, Darcy would be pulling against the bit for as much freedom as soon as possible.
"Also," the surgeon continued, "I asked the young lady I met yesterday, who is currently caring for her sister, if she would come and read to your cousin, who I might add was exceedingly happy at the arrangement."
Without realizing the surprised glee of both gentlemen, he continued,
"She is a lovely young lady with a charming character. Do either of you know her circumstances?"
Darcy wanted to growl. Richard's eyes twinkled in merriment.
"As I understand it," his cousin said, "she is the second of 5 daughters who have little in the way of assets, other than themselves, to bring to a marriage. Upon observation, she is a devoted caregiver, as evidenced by her attention to Miss Bennet, and the fact she walked 3 miles to attend her." "Then she would be an ideal wife for a surgeon, I believe,"
Dr. Stevenson mused, much to the consternation of both men.
"My practice has grown to the extent I no longer am concerned about income, so her small portion means nothing,"
he muttered, as if to himself. Making a decision, he declared to the room at large,
"I would enjoy having a helping hand in my practice, who can also tend to my needs. Someone bright, lively, and wise. Would this be the way either of you would describe Miss Elizabeth?"
Richard was far too quick to reply.
"Absolutely. As a matter of honour, I will inform you that both my cousin and I are determined to make Miss Elizabeth our bride. What have you to say to this?"
His challenge was clear. Step away, Dr. Stevenson. However, the good doctor was undeterred.
She will be here soon. Then we shall see."
The doctor paused.
"I was surprised to find no maid had been assigned to help with their care, so I inquired of Miss Bingley, as she was on her way to break her fast, if one could accompany Miss Elizabeth to the sick-room."
Darcy shook his head, as Richard demanded,
"What is this?"
No wonder Caroline Bingley's mood had been particularly foul. Having been caught out as stingy in providing services to a guest was a horrid recommendation she surely would not want either Darcy or his cousin to know. Yet it had not altered her attitude to be more welcoming to the Bennets. Darcy trembled inside at the vision that popped into his mind of Miss Bingley becoming Mrs. Darcy, ruling Pemberley with an iron hand, resulting in the loss of respect for the Darcy name. Never. A soft tap on the door ended his mental castigation of Miss Bingley. Since he was closest to the door, Darcy answered. He was delighted to be the recipient of Miss Elizabeth's smile. As she stepped inside the room, a maid followed closely. Good, Miss Bingley finally did something right. Curtsying, Miss Elizabeth observed, Colonel, I am sorry to share that the selections of reading material from the Netherfield Park Library is rather sparse. Suspecting this, my father secreted in my small trunk 2 books, recently arrived from Hatchard's in London. He knew I would delight in something enjoyable to devour while I attended Jane. Holding up the 2 tomes, she offered a choice. The first is my personal favourite, Der Schweizerische Robinson, by Johann David Weiss, and the second is Childe Harold's Pilgrimage by Lord Byron. You read German? Asked the doctor. At the same time Darcy blurted, You read Lord Byron? Without answering either question directly, Miss Elizabeth looked at the Colonel as she approached the 2 chairs on the near side of the bed. Sir, if you do not understand the language, I will be pleased to translate. He laughed boisterously as Darcy and Dr. Stevenson hurried to take the remaining chair after she was seated. The doctor won. Undeterred, Darcy requested an additional chair for himself and the maid from a footman located in the hallway. As the servant placed a tall wooden chair in the corner for the maid, he had the man put the other directly across from Miss Elizabeth. He could observe her lovely face, while the surgeon could not. He wanted to laugh aloud at the brilliance of his plan. Then Miss Elizabeth shifted her chair until she looked directly at Richard, placing her shoulder to Dr. Stevenson and her profile to Darcy. He wanted to kick the bed. Apparently he was not nearly as intelligent as he had thought he was. Chapter 10. She is delightful, Dr. Stevenson shared with the 2 men remaining in Richard's chambers. Her translation was magnificent, and the voices she gave the characters made the parents and their sons come alive, almost as if they were in the room, reciting their own story. Easily, Darcy could imagine quiet evenings at Pemberley, with Elizabeth entertaining a house full of young children. The hallways would ring with laughter. The thought brought comfort and peace to a life constantly in turmoil since inheriting from his father. He smiled. She would be an asset to any man's home. Richard agreed to his musings. Have you been introduced to the eldest Miss Bennet? The doctor queried. She is a lovely woman of exceptional beauty. Why, even with a red nose and a fevered brow, her elegant good looks almost robbed me of my breath. He paused in contemplation of Miss Jane Bennet. I have not had the privilege. Richard turned to his cousin. Do you find Miss Elizabeth's sister to be superior in appearance to Miss Elizabeth? Not at all. There was no hesitation on Darcy's part. Although Miss Bennet has the fair colouring of the classic style, claimed by the temps as being the epitome of charm and desirability, I find she pales next to her sister. Darcy then directed his focus on Dr. Stevenson. You are inclined to pursue the elder sister, then? He hoped. No, I'm not. The surgeon sighed. Bingley's interest is apparent, and I would not risk the loss of a pleasant acquaintance by giving pursuit to a lady he holds in esteem. Yet you feel no such compulsion to expressing interest in Miss Elizabeth, when both of us have clearly indicated our intentions. Richard pointed at his chest, and then at Darcy. His brow lifted. Darcy knew that look. It was his cousin's way of getting a man to rethink his position, to come to the conclusion Richard wanted him to reach. It worked. I apologise, sirs. The doctor tipped his head to them both. I assumed you were speaking of a friendly competition, and were joking when you shared your intentions. He looked from one man to the other. You were not in jest. Not at all. Darcy's firm reply would have left no misunderstanding in the doctor's mind. "Then I will bow out of the competition, and wish both of you gentlemen well in your pursuit. As mentioned before, she is a remarkable young woman, who would enhance your happiness, I have no doubt." At that, he rose to join the company downstairs, leaving the cousins alone. When the door closed behind the surgeon, Richard inquired, "Was Stevenson correct about Miss Bennet?" "Bingley believes so." "Is she as lovely as his other angels?" "More so, I believe." The colonel pondered, then shook his head slowly. Darcy's hopes in his cousin's lack of attachment to one Bennet sister, in possible favour of the other, burst with Richard's next comment. "Then I am pleased for Bingley." Blast! Within an hour, the drawing-room of Netherfield Park started filling. The first arrivals were his aunt and uncle, Lord and Lady Matlock. Aunt Helen had barely greeted her hosts before moving quickly up the stairs to attend Richard. Uncle Hugh received a report from both Darcy and Dr. Stevenson. The news was a heavy burden for a father who loved his son dearly. The next to arrive was Mrs. Bennet, accompanied by her 3 youngest daughters. Upon their entrance into the room, the noise level increased exponentially. While Miss Bingley ignored the Bennet females, she fawned over Darcy's uncle. Darcy had no clue who disgusted him more, his hostess, who placed rank over manners, or Mrs. Bennet, who declared her youngest, Miss Lydia, to be the perfect match for an injured military man, especially one who was the son of an earl. When Sir William and his eldest Charlotte entered the room, Darcy invited his uncle to join Richard and Aunt Helen in the upstairs bedchamber, far away from the noise. "Charlotte!" Elizabeth was pleasantly surprised to see her good friend outside Jane's doorway. "Welcome." She stepped back to allow her neighbour to enter. Before the door closed, she easily heard her mother's loud exclamations of glee at having 2 daughters already ensconced at Netherfield, with an offer of leaving Lydia to care for Colonel Fitzwilliam. Turning back to the room, Jane asked, "Are you well, Lizzie?" "I am well." Elizabeth felt the warmth of humiliation rise from her chest. She only hoped the gentlemen were not witnesses to her mother and youngest sister's inappropriate conduct. The Bennet daughters had little to recommend themselves. Elizabeth shuddered upon realising how many times over the past week the same thought had crossed her mind, always in reference to herself and Mr. Darcy. Get control of yourself, Lizzie Bennet. "Charlotte, I am pleased you have come." Jane, flushed with the remnants of a fever, graciously offered the chair next to the bed to Miss Lucas. "How could I not come, Jane? I have such happy news to share." At this, Elizabeth pulled another chair close. "Do tell, my friend." A becoming blush covered Charlotte's cheeks. "As you are aware, Mr. Bingley paid particular attention to me, both at the assembly and the evening we hosted the Netherfield party at Lucas Lodge. My father is downstairs, inquiring as to the gentleman's intentions. Holding my hand and embracing me surely means Mr. Bingley has decided to pursue me for a courtship and marriage. I have never been this pleased." How could this be? Elizabeth could not speak. Jane said not one word. The red hue to Jane's face and neck was replaced with a pasty white colour. Elizabeth was distraught and angry at the truth of Charlotte's words. Mr. Bingley had done exactly as Charlotte stated. However, both Bennet sisters assumed it was a reflection of his friendly nature, rather than genuine interest. "Did you not notice how he gave equal attention to Jane?" Elizabeth had to ask. Her beloved sister's heart was breaking in front of them both. "Indeed, I did, at the assembly," Charlotte nodded. "Nonetheless, he singled me out for particular notice during the treasure hunt. A gentleman of good reputation would not have done so, unless his affections were engaged." Jane whimpered, cupping her hand over her mouth to stop the noise. Immediately distressed, Charlotte begged for understanding. "I am exceedingly sorry, Jane. I had no idea your heart was truly affected. I saw nothing in your approach to indicate you were in any way helping Mr. Bingley along." Covering her eyes, Jane swallowed. Inhaling deeply, she dropped her hand to her side and looked directly at her friend. "I am pleased for you." Her smile was tremulous.
There is no one other than Lizzie I would wish more joy than you, dear Charlotte. I am not at all surprised at Mr. Bingley finding you to be anything other than what you are, an exceedingly lovely woman who would perfectly grace his home."
"I thank you for your kindness, Jane," Charlotte admitted. "I will confess to being surprised at his attentions. In looks I pale in comparison to your beauty, and I am far more pragmatic than kind. I am also, I believe, Mr. Bingley's elder by several years. In this I find I would be far more qualified to marry Mr. Darcy than his friend, as we are closer in age and character."
"What? Marry Mr. Darcy? How could this be?" Elizabeth fretted. "Surely not."
"Yet Mr. Darcy has shown no interest at all in any of the young ladies here in Hertfordshire," Charlotte continued. "I fear he will soon depart for greener pastures, where the company meets his exalted standards. He would have no interest in the likes of us."
Jane glanced at Elizabeth, who turned her head away. "You will accept Mr. Bingley, then?" Jane whispered.
"I would be foolish if I did not," Charlotte harumphed, "and I doubt my father would ever forgive me if I refused him. He has, not so gently, been pushing me to put myself out for any man's notice. He even suggested I flirt with Mr. Martin within weeks of him losing his wife in childbirth. He would be impossible to live with if I chose not to become mistress of Netherfield Park."
Elizabeth nodded. Sir William was a jovial man who thrilled to repetitiously boast of his short time at St. James's Court in London. Having a daughter residing in the grandest estate in Hertfordshire, especially one exceeding the influence of Longbourn, would be a topic he would brag upon for decades to come. He was not a malicious man at all. He was a father who wanted the best for his children, especially if it reflected well upon himself. "But do you love him?" Elizabeth was moved to ask. Charlotte pondered at length. Finally she responded. "I do not believe so, Lizzie. I've never been romantic, nor can I imagine becoming so. I should think I have as good a chance of happiness as if I studied his character for a 12-month. Happiness in marriage is entirely a matter of chance. If the dispositions of the parties are ever so well known to each other, or ever so similar beforehand, it does not advance their felicity in the least. They always contrive to grow sufficiently unlike afterwards to have their share of vexation. And it is better to know as little as possible of the defects of the person with whom you are to pass your life." "Charlotte, you cannot believe this to be true." "I can, Lizzie." Clasping her hands together on her lap, Charlotte continued.
"You see, I have studied the convoluted relationships between each of your parents and mine. Both husbands and wives have little in common after several decades together, yet they continue on as contented as they can be under their circumstances. With Mr. Bingley's amiability, and the evidence that he easily bends to his sister's will, I have no reason to doubt we will have a measure of delightful exchanges during our marriage, and will get along well enough."
"This is not sound," Elizabeth exclaimed, ever aware of her sister's pained countenance. "I will confess to having reservations after seeing Mr. Bingley's conduct towards you both at the assembly. He acted the flirt. Nevertheless, I was willing to overlook his attitude, since it appeared to come to no harm. Now, I wish I had said something to you and to Jane." She rubbed her palms on the fabric covering her legs, knowing this was dangerous territory to venture into. "Can you trust a flirt to remain loyal, Charlotte? What if you wed, and he continues his overly friendly overtures to other females? Could you keep from resentment, should you witness his familiarity with a woman who is everything lovely? What happens when you have birthed your 5th child? You are closer to 35 than the days of your youth. You have softened around the middle, and no longer give evidence of vitality. And what if, at that point, Mr. Bingley continues his habits of holding a young woman's hand, embracing her in front of your friends and family, and paying particular attention to a debutante who is fresh on the marriage mart, with more accomplishments than the 3 of us added together? How contented would you be then?" Before Charlotte could respond, a maid rapped on the door, requesting Charlotte's presence in Mr. Bingley's study for a private audience. Shrugging her shoulders, their friend walked from the room, not looking back. Jane burst into tears. Moving into the chair closest to her sister, Elizabeth sought to provide comfort. When the sobbing finally abated, Elizabeth was shocked at the first words from her sister's mouth. I would not accept Mr. Bingley if he had offered, and I pray Charlotte does not as well." "What? How could you?" Perplexed, Elizabeth sought to understand. "Lizzie, I allowed myself to be blinded by his smile to a flaw I despise. Charm with no honour is false, and will only lead to far more pain than I am currently feeling." "Will you be well, dearest?" "I would far rather find out now, when my feelings are new, than to discover later when I have no way out of a terrible marriage." Jane swallowed. "Pray request a carriage for our immediate removal." She threw back the bedclothes and moved to stand. "Despite what our mother desires, I am done with Netherfield Park." Elizabeth wanted to cheer. Pieces had fallen into place, and she now understood what had made her uncomfortable from the beginning of their acquaintance with the Netherfield occupants. Jane needed to be away from here. So did Elizabeth. They would return to Longbourn, where she would continue to nurse her sister. This would keep them from company until, hopefully, Mr. Bingley's future with Charlotte was sealed. Netherfield was a leased property. Possibly Mr. Darcy or his family would encourage Mr. Bingley to take a more permanent estate in the north, the far north, somewhere in the Arctic region, Elizabeth mused. Stepping outside the room, Elizabeth called to the maid to deliver a message to her mother to await her 2 eldest daughters. She could take all 5 of her children home with her when she departed. Elizabeth could not help thinking of Miss Bingley's sheer delight at having them gone. By the time Elizabeth and Jane reached the bottom of the stairs, Charlotte entered the hallway from Mr. Bingley's study. Her countenance was solemn, opposite of what it had been when she had first arrived in Jane's chambers. Mr. Bingley remained at his desk, a stunned look upon his face. "I refused him." With those 3 words, Charlotte determined her fate as well as Mr. Bingley's. She would be the spinster who foolishly turned down an amazing offer of marriage, and he would be proclaimed a flirt in the worst and meanest degree of flirtation. "Are you well, my friend?" whispered Elizabeth. Leaning closer, Charlotte spoke softly, so only Elizabeth could hear. "While I am pleased to have been asked, I could not choose a future with a dishonourable man." Charlotte took Elizabeth's hand. "Although my father is exceedingly displeased, I find myself standing a little taller than when I marched into his study. I am a worthy woman." "Absolutely you are." With as much bustle as when they had arrived, the Bennets and Lucases departed the company of Mr. Bingley, his family and his friends. None of the females looked back as the carriages made their way towards Meryton. As far as they were all concerned, though it remained unspoken, they were finished with their newest neighbours. Surprisingly, a deep black void settling in the pit of Elizabeth's stomach, which ached with unfulfilled yearning. Yearning for what? Dark eyes, wavy dark curls, broad shoulders, and gleaming white teeth when he smiled. She sighed. It was too bad. She would not be able to complete her task. With Mr. Darcy's time taken by his care for the Colonel, and no desire to again be in the company of his hosts, Elizabeth decided her best course was to put the man out of her mind, completely. Chapter 11. Darcy had no idea of the turmoil he was walking into when he descended the stairs. Richard had fallen asleep as his mother caressed his hand, while his father paced and worried. Dr. Stevenson had returned to the drawing-room moments before. 6 Bennet females and 1 Miss Lucas, along with her father, were being assisted by numerous maids and footmen as they sorted through coats, pelisses, scarves and gloves. Dr. Stevenson's full attention was devoted to Miss Jane Bennet. Glancing back towards Bingley's study, Darcy caught his friend's eyes, only to observe him shake his head and shrug his shoulders. Miss Bennet was practically swaying on her feet as she assured the physician she was more than able to make the journey home. Miss Elizabeth failed to look Darcy's way at all. Mrs. Bennet and her other daughters hesitated as long as possible in donning their outer clothing, possibly in hopes of spending more time with his aunt and uncle. However, a quick whisper from Miss Elizabeth to her mother had them scurrying outside. Sir William and Miss Lucas were right behind them. He failed completely to understand what was happening. Neither of Bingley's sisters had deigned to see their guests from the house. Instead, he could see Miss Bingley's tall feathers bobbing back and forth, where she sat on the sofa, gesturing a good riddance,
in the manner of Patroclus from Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida. Hoping to gain some insight, he entered Bingley's study, closing the door behind him.
She refused me.
Bingley dropped his head into his palms, elbows firmly planted upon the desk.
Pardon me? Who refused you? Miss Bennet?
Darcy was flummoxed.
When did you have a chance to ask her to marry you? Has she not been in her room for the past few days?
No, not Miss Bennet. Sighing, Bingley finally raised his head.
You were correct in everything you said about me. I have been a flirt. I fail to understand.
You warned me several times about the danger of being overly friendly with ladies who were unattached. Specifically, you noted my expressions of affection to Miss Lucas. Bingley rubbed his hand over his face. Darcy noted they quivered.
I have erred most grievously. Sir William asked me of my intentions. I felt like he was pressing me into a corner where the only way out was to offer for his daughter. And she said no,
Darcy surmised, saving his young friend from having to say it again.
She did.
Slapping his palms flat on the desktop, Bingley continued.
She stood before me, a dignified woman. She allowed me to say the words, and told me she had never hoped to hear them so well delivered by anyone addressing her. Then she explained how marrying a flirt, a man without honour and loyalty, would cause her immense pain and suffering over the lifetime of a marriage. She would rather remain a spinster.
When Darcy started to interrupt, incensed Bingley had chosen to use such a harsh word, Bingley raised his hand to stop him.
Yes, she used the word in describing herself, Darcy, as she delineated why she would rather remain unwed than be joined to me. Me! Charles, I do not know what to say.
Indeed, Darcy was at a loss.
If this was the only matter she addressed,
Bingley huffed.
Miss Lucas outlined several powerful reasons why an intelligent female would not want to remain in a house, even as its mistress, with my sisters present. Evidently the blatant rudeness and arrogance at the assembly, and upon further association, has given warning to the unmarried ladies of the shire, including Miss Bennet, of my not taking Caroline to task for her poor behaviour. The general opinion of my character is one of weakness and indulgence in my own desires.
I see.
I know. You have spoken to me of this before.
Bingley sat back in his chair, gazing unseeingly at the ceiling.
The wise Miss Lucas briefly instructed me on the proper role of a man in the household, how he is to take the lead by making the tough decisions after listening to the opinion of his wife, how he should put his wife ahead of all others, as they become, in the biblical sense, one flesh.
Darcy knew not what to say to offer comfort for his friend, nor whether it was wise to do so. These were hard lessons to be learned.
What will you do?
Bingley threw his hands into the air.
What can I do? While I would love to blame these faults on the ignorance of youth, I cannot. I had been warned, but I chose to ignore those words of caution. Where I would greatly desire to run from Netherfield Park and start anew, I have an injured man under my care, who will remain here for a long period, possibly months. I have his family here to see to his needs, and you, my closest friend, as my guest.
Again he slammed his palms against the hardwood surface of the desk.
I cannot quit, Darcy. I, to my eternal embarrassment, will need to take myself and my sisters to task if I am ever to have any hope of being a man worthy of a woman like Miss Lucas or Miss Bennet. I will need to adjust, so the good people of Hertfordshire will find reason to respect me. I shall earn their approbation, or I will die trying.
He was exceedingly proud of Charles Bingley.
Then I wish you success. Darcy, you should know that I'm not angry with Miss Lucas. In fact, I'm grateful. I will become a better man because of her.
Thinking back to the conversation with Miss Elizabeth in the field, and how she called him to task for his ill-favoured comments at the assembly, Darcy balanced the value of a wise woman and the betterment of a man with the silly, self-serving females like Caroline Bingley and what they would do to a man.
I understand.
And he did. Correction at the hands of a caring, wise female was priceless. Tension surrounded the table at the evening meal, as Miss Bingley vied for the attention and approval of Lord and Lady Matlock. Either Bingley had said nothing to his sister, or she had chosen to ignore him.
Like you, Lady Matlock, I take charge of my own household, Miss Bingley boasted. You do? Just like me. His Aunt Helen had played this game many times before. As the daughter of a duke, she was born knowing her position in society, and well trained to recognise parasitic leeches who sought her favour for the sole purpose of advancing their own standing. Then I must ask, Miss Bingley, who is it within your household who directs you? Directs me? Caroline Bingley's confidence dripped from her tongue. Why, no one. I see. Aunt Helen sipped her wine before continuing. This is your household, then? Confusion settled as Miss Bingley struggled to see where she had gone wrong. It was apparent to all at the table that this was not how she had planned things to progress. I'm sure I do not know what you mean. My position in the home is to elevate my husband's status amongst his peers, Miss Bingley. In so doing, not only is he well thought of, my own capabilities are praised. Should I strive to usurp him in his authority, he would be considered a fop by these same close associates, and would be pitied for having a wife who single-handedly robbed our home of peace. Again she sipped. A man with an estate has plenty to do, without needing to apologise for a wife who makes them both look poorly in the eyes of those whose respect should be due them. Oh! Miss Bingley did not look pleased. Might I remind you, Miss Bingley, that this property is leased by your brother? I cannot imagine your name appears on the contract at all. Although he may give you the freedom to rule this particular roost, I would remind you that the hen who makes the most noise is the one often found first in the stew-pot. At that, she suggested the ladies remove to the drawing-room. The men would be left to their own company. Darcy was excessively proud of his aunt. These were hard lessons his hosts were learning, but necessary if they were to continue their climb up society's ranks.
Miss Elizabeth is gone?
Richard was stunned and slightly petulant.
Who is to finish translating the story? Dr. Stevenson said I was to be read to each day.
I will send to London for a copy of the book and read it to you myself, Darcy suggested. His cousin snorted.
While I have no doubt your German is sufficient, you could never do justice to the character voices like Miss Elizabeth, and you are far less attractive to gaze at as well.
Now it was Darcy's turn to snort. The night was late, and the majority of the house was already abed. After sharing the events of the day, all that happened to the Bingleys, to have his cousin focus solely upon Miss Elizabeth. Pshaw!
I am well aware of that fact, Rich. Well, this puts us both on the horns of a dilemma, does it not? How is either of us to woo our fair lady when she's not here?
Darcy had wondered the same. He had a plan, one which did not involve his cousin. Excusing himself, he went to his own room to prepare. He would pay a call at Longbourn. Lord Matlock's afternoon arrangements were in direct conflict with his own. Darcy wanted privacy. His uncle wanted to discuss the situation at Netherfield Park.
William, while I freely admit my son could have had an accident anywhere, God forbid it would have taken place on the field of battle. Nonetheless, the simple fact is he was injured here in Hertfordshire.
I am aware.
This begs the question, why are you here? More specifically, why are you continuing in Bingley's company?
We have had this discussion before, Uncle. Bingley is a good friend.
Ire at the subject threatened to choke him.
I will agree he is a friendly sort of young man. Personally, I understand why his character appeals to you. If my guess is correct, he has never asked anything of you other than advice.
You would be correct.
Uncle Hugh nodded.
As before, I will not demand you give up the association.
He was his own man, therefore his uncle held no power over him. Yet he did not want to fight this particular battle. Darcy felt the tension leach from his bones.
However,
his uncle cleared his throat, drawing out the process until Darcy's nerves were set on edge. The tension poured back into each cell.
You must admit this friendship comes with some risks. For example,
the questions came rapidly, like gunfire.
How does Georgiana respond when in their company? Does Bingley flirt with her? Do you and my son allow this? Does Miss Bingley overpower my niece, or set an example which would hinder Georgiana when she enters society? Are you attracted to the woman? Do you plan to make her mistress of Pemberley? I have no doubt it is her greatest desire." "Uncle, I have given consideration to each of these questions since Bingley left university and attached himself and his family to me." Darcy tapped his knuckles against his chin. "He is a good man, who has never shown any affection towards Georgiana other than as a sister. I am confident she feels the same about him. I strive to keep Miss Bingley away from my houses. On occasion, when I am unable, Georgiana is dismissed from company, as she is not yet out. I have absolutely no intention of marrying Miss Bingley. As a matter of fact, I spoke with Bingley yesterday about restraining her. With this latest fiasco within their household, I will not be inviting them to Pemberley or Darcy House until Bingley takes control of himself and his sister." Darcy sighed. "Uncle, he is a man without guile, who is honest to a fault. Orphaned at a young age, he had no male guidance. I look at him and see the potential for a great man." "Just be cautious, William." "Yes, uncle." "Do you ride out?" He had been caught by his uncle on his way out of the door. He was dressed in his riding clothes. "My horse has been ready these 15 minutes. "The horse can wait, for I need to speak with you about Richard." "Of course." Darcy barely contained his huff. 2 days later, Darcy was able to leave Netherfield Park and the demands of his family. Riding towards Meryton, he saw her about half of a mile from the house. Clutching a leather-wrapped packet, Miss Elizabeth strolled through the fields, as if she was at total peace with her surroundings. Never had he known someone so at ease with the natural world. It was a unique gift for a young woman, as most were required by mothers to remain indoors, to protect their complexion, and spent hours learning skills to make them a desirable mate. Miss Elizabeth appeared to march to her own rhythm. Dismounting quickly, he waited for her to approach. "Miss Elizabeth." "Mr. Darcy." He anticipated her smile of greeting, only to suffer disappointment. "You are upset with me," he concluded. "Am I?" He glimpsed a minute movement of her lips, her full lips. "Are you not?" "In truth, I am not." She huffed, then walked to a nearby stile and seated herself on the top step. "The events of Saturday were upsetting. My sweet sister Jane had her heart crushed by Mr. Bingley. Though she claimed she only had a slight inclination towards him, her tears were vivid proof of her heart's involvement. Charlotte, my closest friend after Jane, was placed in an untenable position by your friend. She showed her value by refusing Mr. Bingley, despite her father claiming, loudly I might add, that this might be the only offer she would ever receive." "I am sorely vexed." "Why? Was any of this your doing? Were you encouraging Mr. Bingley on this foolish course?" "Not at all." "I thought not, Mr. Darcy." Smoothing her skirts, Miss Elizabeth continued, "When we returned home, my father announced that an unexpected visitor will be arriving this afternoon. Mr. Collins holds the living at Hunsford Parsonage in Kent, and is the heir to Longbourn through an entail. His purpose in calling, as stated clearly in his letter, is to extend an olive branch by marrying a Bennet daughter, so the estate will remain in our family line." "I know this man. He is a buffoon." "You know him?" Elizabeth clasped her hands to her chest. "He is, then, as his letter indicated, a self-centred fool?" "Very much so." Darcy wondered how much to share. "Do you recall when I mentioned a relative who would make my sister's life one of constant misery should Richard and I lose guardianship to her?" At her nod, he continued, "My aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, is his patroness. She is strong of opinions, and cares not whether they are correct or not. Rarely does she bend to anyone's will. Therefore she surrounds herself with toad-eaters who bow and scrape to her. This accurately describes Mr. Collins. And for confirmation you may ask Richard, as he also has met the man." She flung her hands to her side. "Oh, this is everything terrible!
Why, my mother was upset at Mr. Bingley for breaking Jane's heart and offering for Charlotte 2 days past. Today she is in a much different frame of mind. Determined that your friend will come to his senses and court Jane, my mamma has decided I am to be the sacrificial Bennet to marry Mr. Collins and secure our family home."
"What? How can she do this to you?"
He was incensed. "Sir, the love my father has for me will see him standing behind me, supporting me in whatever choice I make. I only wish—" She shook her head. "No, I will not consider what might have been."
"Miss Elizabeth, you may share your worries with impunity. Should I have the power to help, pray believe that I am at your service."
"I thank you, sir. I find you have enough problems of your own to take on the struggles of the Bennet family's future." Elizabeth considered, then spoke. "Since we have been unafraid to canvass difficult subjects, might I ask, were you at all drawn to Charlotte upon learning she wisely rejected Mr. Bingley? She is approximately your age, and would make a wonderful companion for your future."
"Not at all."
Despite Miss Lucas being a fine woman, he was repulsed at the thought.
"Although I have only 23.5 days remaining to find a wife, I cannot consider Miss Lucas for the role. In spite of her hair being brown, I find it is the wrong shade to that which I desire. Her eyes, if I recall properly, they are a mixture of grey and green. While pretty, they do not sparkle with life like the dark brown most appealing to me."
Miss Elizabeth's laughter rang across the meadows. "You, sir, are single-minded."
"That I am."
"You have now rejected my 3 greatest prospects for a bride, Jane, Miss King, and Charlotte. I am afraid you shall need to search farther afield."
"I cannot."
Should he tell her he was unwilling to look elsewhere?
"Not yet. My cousin's recovery will be lengthy. He is a patient man under good circumstances. Under adverse conditions, impatience eats at him until he wants to burst. I simply cannot imagine being anywhere else until he is able to walk away from Netherfield Park."
"Does he have prospects for marriage?"
"Why? Are you interested in him?"
Darcy was stunned. Surely she was not. Was she? Gulping, he finally admitted the truth. Miss Elizabeth would be the perfect bride for his cousin. They would have a lively house. He himself was a quiet man. Bringing her to Pemberley might be a punishment for someone used to a more sociable companion. The isolation, the long distance from her family in Hertfordshire, his quiet demeanour. He wanted to hit something. Instead, he spoke to her at length of Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, magnificent man that he was. As the stories flowed from him, Elizabeth was struck by both his honesty and his humility. Many times the words highlighted the superiority of the Colonel in comparison to his younger cousin, Mr. Darcy. Some of the tales were told with such wit, they brought a smile to her face and his. Never had she seen a more handsome, elegant man than the one standing in front of her. When his narrative changed from concern over the Colonel's injuries to his worries over the maturity of Mr. Bingley, she knew deep in her heart that this man, Mr. Darcy, would not be an excellent match for Jane, Charlotte, or Mary King. He was perfect, but only for her. Chapter 12.
"I have called my carriage for you, Miss Elizabeth."
Darcy had enjoyed her reading and translation, and was grateful he had been able to escort her to his cousin's room at Netherfield Park. Fleeting images of her in his home crushed him. She would never be his bride. It was not to be. Frustrated with his own inaction and inability to make a quick decision, he pictured her and Richard together. It hurt. How foolish he had been to think her below him. She had more than proven her worth. Elizabeth had kindly welcomed his aunt and uncle, in addition to Dr. Stevenson, into Richard's chambers as if they were her own domain. She would be the queen of any castle she presided over. Any man would be proud to have her bear his name. He would have been proud. She looked out of the window as the heavy mist turned into drops of rain. Tucking the book into her satchel, she curtsied her approval of his plans.
"Miss Elizabeth."
His cousin caught her attention.
"You honour me with your presence."
"Thank you, kind sir." Leaving the leather bundle on the table next to the door, she returned to his bedside.
Darcy was stunned when Richard reached over to pat the seat of the chair next to his bed. He wanted her to return to the seat. What was his cousin up to? What plans or schemes did he have in mind? Panic rushed through Darcy's chest. "Might I have a moment, Miss Elizabeth?" The Colonel glanced around the room. "In private?" "No." It was out of Darcy's mouth before he could stop it. Where was his self-control? Where was the stern master of Pemberley, who could ignore company and keep himself restrained? All attention from the occupants of the room now focused solely upon him. Clearing his throat, he blurted, "I cannot imagine her father would approve of Miss Elizabeth being alone with you here. Might one of your parents remain, Richard?" He heard the desperation in his voice. His cousin grinned, aware of his plight. "You stay, Darce, if you would." "No. Oh, no. What, me? Stay and hear Richard's declaration of devotion to the woman I long to have as my wife? Impossible." "Yes, Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth added. "Pray stay." He looked from one to the other where she stood, close to his cousin's bedside, as if an offer had already been made and accepted. "I cannot." He left. "Please be seated." Richard straightened the top blanket despite it not having moved a smidgen. "Mother, would you please attend us? I have something of vital importance to address with the young lady." As the lady sat, Richard could no longer contain his smile. His uncle, every inch the Earl of Matlock, had captured his notice as soon as he stepped outside Richard's bedchamber. Now ensconced in Bingley's library, where they would not be disturbed, Darcy never wavered as he endeavoured to discern his Uncle Hugh's viewpoint on the subject. "What are your intentions, Darcy?" "Has Richard spoken to you, then?" "He has." "What is your opinion?" Darcy was being evasive, not out of fear, but to determine how best to address matters of the heart, something he had never done before with any man. "Knowing a woman for, what's it been, not quite a fortnight?" At Darcy's nod he continued, "What can you truly know of a woman's character in such a short period of time? They are the most confounding puzzle, while at the same time the world's greatest treasure. Rules of propriety do not allow for lengthy conversations, nor the privacy to engage each other, so you can know whether or not she would be a fitting mate." "I agree." Nodding his head, Darcy said, "At first, I overlooked Miss Elizabeth as being worthy of consideration. Upon second glance, I found a lady steeped in kindness and compassion, who sought not her own pleasure but that of others. She has done nothing to attract my attention, and has, in fact, agreed to assist me in finding a wife." "What is this?" Darcy chuckled at his uncle's shock. He understood the man's confusion. "When I explained the details of the codicil in my father's will, she quickly recognised my loving concern for Georgiana, and the need for not just any female to become my bride, but for one who would tenderly care for a sister much younger and inexperienced than myself." "And you say she did not offer herself, even knowing your desperate circumstances?" "She did not." "Richard said her father is an educated gentleman, with an estate nearby that has been in the family for 2 centuries. "This is true. However, you should know the property is entailed upon Aunt Catherine's rector, Mr. Collins. He arrives today to secure Miss Elizabeth's hand in marriage to provide a home for the Bennet ladies, should Mr. Bennet die." "What?" Lord Matlock sputtered. "I was given to believe that you and Richard were competing for the lady's heart and hand." "You are forgetting Dr. Stevenson, uncle. Despite bowing out of the running, he still considers Miss Elizabeth the perfect wife for a physician with a growing practice." "Pshaw! Who are he and this Mr. Collins to you and my son?" Uncle Hugh flicked his hand, as if disposing of the gentleman as unworthy of being a proper opponent in competition. Rubbing his chin, Hugh Fitzwilliam considered. "Is Miss Elizabeth aware she is the object of so many men's interest?" "I believe she is completely unaware." Darcy was finally on solid ground. "She scorns her father's cousin, based on the ridiculous letter of introduction he sent ahead of his arrival.
When she is in the same room with Dr. Stevenson, she politely enters into discourse when appropriate, but their interchanges are based on mundane topics. With you? Ha! He smiled. Since meeting Miss Elizabeth, we have engaged in a verbal battle of wills on more than one occasion. Trust me, uncle, she is more than capable of holding her own and carrying her point. She fears not the strong opinions of others, and does not hesitate to share her version of sensitive subjects. Rather, she tends to approach a topic with reason, unless the subject is regarding someone she loves and admires, such as her elder sister. Then she becomes a warrior queen. I cannot imagine spending wasted minutes discussing the weather or the roads. Her mind is active, alive. His uncle rested his head against the back of the chair, his vision somewhere distant. You are saying she acts appropriately in company. She is an engaging conversationalist and loyal to her family. Will she marry this man, this Collins, to protect her family? She will not. How can you be so sure, Darcy? I know of no woman who does not give consideration to her own future security. If offered, without any other prospects, a wise woman would leap at the chance to become mistress of her own home. You are a fool to believe otherwise. I cannot agree, uncle. Miss Lucas refused Bingley despite being my age with no other offers of which I am aware. According to Charles, her quiet dignity impressed him as being that of a woman of principle, one who would not allow her to attach herself to a flirt. She considered her own happiness more important than obtaining a house. She may be ridiculed for not accepting the position of mistress of Netherfield Park, but I admire her decision.
Darcy leaned forward in his chair, his hands gripping both arms.
Twice I have asked Miss Elizabeth if she could see herself as my bride. Twice she laughed at me, believing I was in jest. Her conviction is that matters of the heart will determine whether or not she marries, rather than financial gain. Unless her father refuses to stand behind her, she will not accept anyone she does not admire and respect. While I understand your confidence in the daughter, can you feel the same about the father? What?
Anxiety swirled through his chest until it reached its ugly tentacles down his extremities, making his hands shake. Miss Elizabeth had been fairly confident of her father's support, yet at the same time she appeared concerned over the future of their estate. Would Mr. Bennet stand by her against Mrs. Bennet's desires? Blast! Why had he not thought of that? He guessed Miss Elizabeth to be close to her majority, but was not confident she had yet reached the age of 21. Could she escape bending to her father's will, should he exercise his right to determine her future? What options would she have? Oh, Lord. Now it was Darcy rubbing his chin. You will offer for her? I would if I could. However, I cannot. Frustration at the situation gripped him. His love for his cousin overrode the growing affection he was feeling for Miss Elizabeth Bennet. He would do the honourable thing, despite feeling like his heart was being ripped from his chest. Cannot, or will not. He sighed. Uncle, she is a wonderful young woman, full of life. While I desire her alongside me for the rest of my years, I cannot deny how these changed circumstances will require Richard to have a loyal mate who cares not for the trappings of society. She would bring happiness to a well-deserving man, one who has sacrificed for others at the risk of his own life. I know of no other female who could aid his transformation from an active officer to a sedentary landowner. Landowner? Yes, I have offered him Alderwood as a gift. His first instinct was refusal, yet it would allow him to marry quickly and have a home to take his bride. He almost choked over the words. I see. Lord Matlock pondered. Then what happens after they marry? Alderwood is close to Pemberley. How will you feel when you see them together? When you see her increasing with their first child? When you think of Richard taking her to his bed? Stop! Darcy jumped from the chair. I will not allow my mind to travel that road, uncle. Closing his eyes to the words swirling through his brain, he shuddered briefly before gaining control. Pray excuse me.
My horse is in need of a gallop."
Ignoring the pouring rain outside the window, he left the room, rushing upstairs to change into his riding clothes. It was a cowardly move to ride from his problems, but he was out of options. Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzwilliam carrying Richard's child resulting from the activities in their private bedchamber. The loss to him was excruciating. Taking 2 stairs at a time, he reached the landing at almost a run. Unable to avoid the collision when he realised he was moving too quickly, and someone was just approaching the stairs to descend, he grabbed Miss Elizabeth around the waist and twisted so she fell on top of him, while his back landed against the floor. His head thumped against the floor of the carpeted hallway. Her elbow jabbed him in his side, while her forehead rapped his chin. Like before, his arms instinctively tightened around her waist. Her hands landed on his chest. Dazed, he did the only thing his heart most desired. Lifting his head from the floor, he kissed her. She smelled like the gardens at Pemberley. Briefly, she pushed against him and pulled away. He was bereft. His eyes shot open in time to see hers close, as she lowered her mouth to his. This kiss was mutual, startlingly sweet. One hand moved from her waist to the back of her neck, where he tenderly threaded his fingers into her hair. Hers caressed the sides of his face. Their third kiss escalated past wonderful to breathtakingly magnificent. She tasted like heaven, and sweet honey, and wondrous something. His brain no longer functioned. Lord Matlock cleared his throat for the 3rd time before the sound filtered into his consciousness. Awareness of his circumstances battled with the perfection of his situation, immediately followed by horror. He was kissing his cousin's betrothed. Shame filled him from head to toe. What had he done? Scrambling to set Miss Elizabeth aside, he offered his most sincere apology.
"Forgive me, I pray you."
As Lord Matlock assisted her to stand, Darcy backed up against the wall, his eyes unable to meet the accusation he knew he would find in hers.
"I was not thinking. I only...
He glanced to his uncle.
Pardon me."
Without looking back, he turned towards his rooms, castigating himself for his egregious error with each step. "Mr. Darcy," she demanded, "do not take one more step away from me." He stopped in place, suddenly aware of her intense anger. Spinning, he looked at her, truly looked. Had he thought her fierce before, he had clearly understated matters. This was a woman angered beyond male comprehension. Walking slowly towards him, unconcerned about the hair cascading down her back where he had loosened her pins, she stopped within an easy hand-reach of him. "How dare you?" Her breathing was quick, her colouring a fiery red. "How dare you kiss me and then apologise? You, sir, are no gentleman." With those few words she turned, walked down the hallway barely acknowledging his uncle, descended the stairs, and left Netherfield Park with such regal grace and command that he felt he should offer a courtly bow. Uncle Hugh snorted. Then he laughed. Darcy saw nothing funny in all that had happened. Disgusted with himself, he, instead of going to his own room, stood outside his cousin's chamber. Miss Elizabeth was not the only one he owed an apology. Single-handedly, he had injured a man he admired, betraying his closest friend. Blast! What a mess he had made of things! He deserved no forgiveness, no mercy. Gripping the handle and twisting the knob, he stepped inside. Chapter 13. Mr. Darcy had kissed her. More surprising, she had kissed him back. What had she been thinking? In truth, she had not been thinking at all. Grateful to see the approach to Longbourn, Elizabeth reflected on all that had happened since she had left her home earlier that day. The conversation with Mr. Darcy in the field had left her unsettled. The Colonel requesting a private conversation. His topic. What was he about? Then Mr. Darcy's kisses. By the time the carriage pulled to a stop, she had determined never to return to Netherfield Park. Ever. Someone else could finish reading the story to Colonel Fitzwilliam. She would not be able to face either Mr. Darcy or his uncle. Her face flamed at the intense emotions of the day. Her first kiss was from Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy of all people. Shaking her head, confusion at finding herself suddenly draped over him in a hallway, where her brain stopped and her heart begged for closeness, Elizabeth wondered at her own morality. From where had that wanton fire erupted? Shamed at the discovery, Elizabeth decided to determinedly put it behind her. She would not think on Mr. Darcy again. Ever. As the footman assisted her from the conveyance, an unknown man burst through the front door of Longbourn, almost ripping it from the hinges. He was a heavy-set man, dressed completely in black, with a narrow white collar pressed between the folds of his garment and his neck. His age was indeterminable, as his head was tipped downward to check his steps on the cobblestones, and avoid as much of the rainfall as possible. What a curiously odd fellow. The man passed her by as if she was invisible, only to step inside the carriage unaided. Elizabeth wondered if he was an acquaintance of Mr. Darcy, as it was the gentleman's coach. Almost before she concluded her thought, he disembarked to return to the house, waving his arms and completely ignoring her presence. "Mrs. Bennet! Mr. Bennet!" the man yelled, his nasal voice travelling easily through the door he had left open. "Mr. Darcy's carriage has graced your humble home with its presence. I need to know now how this has come to pass. Mrs. Bennet! Mr. Bennet!" As Elizabeth wandered up the pathway, she concluded that the only person expected that day was her father's cousin, Mr. Collins. In all honesty, the first impression he gave was not good. Shocking to her, a fleeting desire to share her initial reaction to the rector with Mr. Darcy popped up and almost moved her back into the coach. She quickly squelched the yearning. No doubt Mr. Darcy would believe her to be the last person on the planet he would want to encounter. Her mother glanced through the open doorway. "Oh, it is only you, Lizzie." At that she stepped back inside the house to calm their guest. This was to be her future husband? She shuddered. Never. "Lizzie, what has happened?" Elizabeth wrung her hands as she paced back and forth from the window in their bedroom to the door and back again. "I hardly know where to begin." Exhaling quickly, she seated herself across from Jane. "Colonel Fitzwilliam asked for privacy to speak with me." "Oh, Lizzie, Mr. Bingley has declared him to be a genial man who appears to handle responsibility well." Jane swallowed, and Elizabeth knew she was thinking of her disappointment with Mr. Bingley's inability to take charge of his household. "Do you love him?" "It matters not, as he used the time to praise Mr. Darcy." At the lift of Jane's brow in puzzlement, she continued. "Oddly enough, Mr. Darcy had done the same about Colonel Fitzwilliam when we spoke on the way to Netherfield Park. It was as if both men were attempting to convince me that the other is whom I should consider. I do not know what these men are about. I do know with confidence that I do not love Colonel Fitzwilliam." "And Mr. Darcy?" "I do not know that what I am feeling is even closely related to love." Elizabeth attempted to arrange her thoughts into order. "He kissed me?" "Mr. Darcy? What did you do?" Jane leaned forward to not miss a word of her sister's reply. Shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly, she blandly stated, "I kissed him back." "Elizabeth Margaret Bennet!" Jane's blush was as brilliant as Elizabeth's surely was. "What was it like?" "Heart-stopping, stunning, wonderful, magnificent, frightening, worrying." "Worrying?" Elizabeth dropped her chin. Speaking quietly, she said, "Jane, I do not know what he meant by it. He immediately backed away from me and apologised. He acted as if he would rather forget it had happened." "Did anyone witness your first kiss?" "Do you mean my first, second and third kisses?" Elizabeth saw the humour and chuckled. "His uncle Lord Matlock came upon us as we were sprawled on the floor in the upstairs hallway, our mouths pressed together, where not a breath could pass between us from our lips to our toes. I cannot imagine the thoughts running through the poor man's mind. After all, his son had just requested a private conversation." "Oh, no. Will he claim compromise?"
I cannot imagine Lord Matlock would be desirous of his nephew becoming attached to the second daughter of an insignificant landowner. He is an earl who exudes authority. No, it will not happen. Compromise had not occurred to her. I am sure the Earl has a bevy of society maidens he would rather see married to his son and his nephew than to me. Do not diminish your beauty or your appeal, Lizzie. Mr. Darcy sees no one else when you are in the room. I have yet to meet the Colonel, but I do not doubt he also finds your charms to be sufficient. Thus speaks a beloved sister. He kissed you, Lizzie, repeatedly. Jane's smile lit her face. I cannot imagine a man being so overcome with passion. He resorted to the only action crossing his mind. I certainly have never inspired strong enough feelings to move a gentleman to act ungentlemanly. You cannot be steadfast in your claims. Jane, men are strange creatures. If Mr. Darcy cared, why did he spend what little time we had alone to convince me his cousin was the better man? If the Colonel cared, why did he do the same with Mr. Darcy? And why would Lord Matlock find humour in discovering his nephew and me entangled on the floor? Also, why would Mr. Collins greet Mr. Darcy's carriage as though it was an extension of the man? I simply cannot discern the nature of the male species. They are quite simply odd. Jane chuckled. Our father's cousin is a much different representative of their sex from the gentleman of Netherfield Park, is he not? He spent his first minutes inside Longbourn admiring the furnishings and inquiring as to their cost. He draws out each syllable of speech until I wondered if he assumed we were illiterate or hard of hearing. And Lizzie, wait until you see him engaged in conversation. He flaps his arms in the same manner a bird does when taking flight against a strong wind. By then, Elizabeth had tears of mirth flowing down her cheeks. Oh, how I needed you, Jane dear. Wiping her eyes, she vowed, I believe the course of wisdom for us Bennet females is to remain unwed. After all, who could possibly appeal after what we have seen this past fortnight? Jane was quick to agree. Now, tell me, did you happen to get a glimpse of Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley's feet? I shall leave you two boys alone. This way I can enjoy the quiet of the drawing-room for some reading. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst appear to be avoiding my company. Aunt Helen grinned. Sulking, most likely. You are undoubtedly correct, Richie. Lady Matlock patted her son's hand before leaving the room. Turning to her nephew, she addressed him directly. I cannot pretend to guess what happened outside this door, but you are wearing your guilt like your best coat, William. Do you need my attention, or is the sole company of your cousin that which is necessary to ease your mind? Darcy marvelled at her discernment. Richard, please. Nodding, she turned to leave the room, stopping at the doorway long enough to note, whatever Hugh witnessed that stirred his humour, the footman also saw. I expect you to accept with dignity any accountability for what transpired, nephew. We could hear the firm tone of Miss Elizabeth, although we did not hear the words. Darcy gulped, then gave a brief tip of his head in agreement. Once she was gone from the room, and the door firmly closed, he realised he did not know how to begin. How do you confess to being the worst sort of a traitor to someone you hold in high esteem? Darcy had not a clue. Out with it, Darcy. Your pacing is making me nervous enough. I long to jump from this bed and shake you until your tongue wags. Richard gave him the opening he needed. What I have to share, Rich, will be more difficult than any conversation we have had before. Darcy considered it a good start. Harder than when I had to tell you it was me who put mud in your new boots, not Wickham. Richard smiled at the memory. Yes, cousin. If I recall correctly, I was newly turned 7. Those boots were handmade to match my father's. They were my first grown-up apparel, and I treasured them. Darcy huffed. You had me blame Wickham, and I blamed him for years. Or harder than when I confessed it was me who hid your garments while you were swimming at the pond. What, was that the same summer? It was. You were full of mischief. Did you not first attempt to blame Wickham that time as well? I did. He was an easy target for accusation. Inhaling deeply, Darcy took a seat next to the bed,
dropping his folded hands between his knees as his chin hit his chest. Looking back to his cousin, he despised himself for the hurt he was going to cause. He knew no way to make the task any easier.
I kissed Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, you say? You kissed her? That is what she was yelling about? Richard's mouth dropped open, such was his surprise.
Miss Elizabeth, and yes, I kissed her 3 times in fairly quick succession.
Fear gripped him as he waited for judgment.
Pray know that it was not planned. It was the action of a moment with no forethought.
You had not thought of kissing her? I have. Warmth flooded Darcy's cheeks as he whispered as if to himself.
Indeed I had.
Then there was silence, a quiet stillness of the room broken by the sound of his heartbeat pounding loudly in his ears. When Richard's chest moved, Darcy became aware he was not the only one sucking in air.
You kissed Miss Elizabeth 3 times, Richard mused.
Darcy still said nothing.
And did she willingly return the kiss?
Clearing his throat, Darcy replied, trying to calm himself.
Not the first kiss. She instigated the second, and I have no idea who was responsible for the third.
The Colonel repeated the string of words and phrases he had used upon his injury. Darcy chose not to interrupt him. Fitzwilliam Darcy, self-proclaimed gentleman, was clearly in the wrong. When his cousin ceased speaking, Darcy glanced at him to see if he could read any clues as to his thinking. Nothing. Finally, he could stand the silence no more.
Rich, if you feel the need to box my ears or run me through, I will gladly stand close enough for you to do so. I will even provide the sword.
His words sounded rushed.
Should you be willing to continue with your plans, despite knowing I took advantage of Miss Elizabeth, I will remove myself from competition. I will pack and leave within the hour.
You would you? His cousin continued to refuse to look at him. Darcy felt worse with each passing second. Deciding the best move would be to leave, he stood to go.
What plans?
The Colonel interrupted his movement.
What did he mean, what plans?
Darcy looked at the decanter next to the bed. Water, not whiskey or brandy. Shaking his head, he replied,
Your betrothal to Miss Elizabeth.
I am betrothed? Richard tilted his head, his eyes landing upon his cousin. I think not, unless my father has gone behind my back and arranged something of which I am not aware.
Richard, you must know, as you yourself requested a private conversation with her, right after she concluded her reading. Do you not remember?
Oh, I clearly recall asking for the private moment, and I recollect every word spoken between the two of us. However, I do not remember asking for her hand, nor do I believe she gave me acceptance for such an offer. I have no idea at all of what you are speaking. It was then Darcy spied the twinkle. To him, this was not a subject for jest.
You are not betrothed to Miss Elizabeth.
He needed to hear the declaration with his own ears.
I am not. Thank you, God in heaven.
With that, Darcy fled the room, yelling for his horse. He had an important question to ask the woman whose heart filled his own. He barely heard Richard's laughter as he ran the length of the hallway to his room. No, Papa, no! Elizabeth grabbed her father's arm, attempting to keep him from running back inside Longbourn. It is too late. Her father shook off her hands and returned into the smoke and destruction of their beloved home, the embers rising from the roof hissing as they touched the falling rain. Surveying the others, family and the older servants alike standing under the heavy branches of the old oak tree situated to the side of the house, she realised to her relief none had been excessively harmed. Jane and Mary were busy tending the small burns incurred from the flying cinders as they had all run from the building. How she wished she could cause harm to Mr. Collins. It had been the flapping of his arms, as Jane had described, which had knocked the lit candle over in the study, igniting the papers strewn across her father's desk. Despite the inferno being the result of his actions, Mr. Collins offered no apology, only pithy comments about the loss of his inheritance, and what a regret that was. Elizabeth wanted to take one of the buckets being filled from the pond by the rest of the staff and hit the man over the head with it. The clergyman made no offer of assistance, or even a sympathetic word, to those who would soon be homeless. Grabbing a large pot that had been thrown out of the kitchen, Elizabeth ran to the pond. Even with the pouring rain, she knew their efforts would be in vain. The sheer volume of books and papers in her father's bookroom added fuel to the flames. When the fabrics draped on every surface by her lace-addicted mother were included, there was little hope much could be saved. Nevertheless, she needed to make an effort. Francine Bennet wailed in chorus with her 2 youngest daughters. Finally, the groom had the nervous horses hitched to the carriage, which would carry them to their aunt's house in Meryton. The 3 females added nothing but distress to a horrid situation. Elizabeth's relief was great to have them off the estate property. Running back and forth, she missed the arrival of Mr. Darcy. When someone strong grabbed Elizabeth's arms on her way by, she swung the empty pot at the person who dared to keep her from the task at hand. His grunt let Elizabeth know she had hit her target.
"Miss Elizabeth!"
Surprised at Mr. Darcy's presence, she stopped long enough to beg him to rescue her father. Rushing her words so he could attend to the task, she beseeched him, grabbing his arm. "Help him! Pray help, father, please! In vain! He is striving to rescue his books! I worry! Pray help him!" Before she finished, he was rushing inside Longbourn. Within minutes, although it felt like hours, he dragged a coughing Mr. Bennet from the residence. Elizabeth could see her father fighting Mr. Darcy's efforts to save and protect him. Foolish man. 2 of the estate's tenants poured their buckets over the master's charred clothing. Only then did she become aware of the burns. Large, inflamed blisters covered the backs of her father's hands, his face and his neck. The smell of the burnt portions of his hair and eyebrows turned her stomach. Of all that had happened, this was by far the most devastating. Her papa, her beloved father, was severely injured. Keeping him in the rain may have eased the pain of his burns, but the quaking of his shoulders and quivering of his hands motivated her to instruct the men to help him to shelter with the others under the tree. Once relieved of his burden, Mr. Darcy, without seeking her out, quickly mounted his horse and raced towards Netherfield Park. What? She needed him beside her. Who would help her be strong? Who would help her care for those displaced? Who would... Salt from one of the raindrops slid down her cheek to the corner of her mouth. Only then did she acknowledge her tears. Standing alone in front of Longbourn, she felt the foundation of everything she had known shift, leaving her off balance. What on earth was she supposed to do? Chapter 14. She had waited up for him. Standing at the foot of the grand staircase, Elizabeth's shoulders lifted in silent question. He admired her courage. Candlelight from the wall sconces highlighted her cheekbones, but left the upper portion of her face in the shadows. He desperately needed to see her eyes, to see if they reflected welcome or disappointment in his inability to make her world right again. Exhaustion and smoke seeped into every single pore of his weary body. The entrance hall clock chimed once to announce the world was already 1 hour into a new day. What should have been a fresh start, a beginning, was lost to him and to her. Surveying her slowly from the bottom of her hem to the simple hairstyle she seemed to wear every day, her presence, her existence, soothed him, gifting him with balm for his aching heart. He had no doubt she desperately desired hope. He had none to offer. With one foolish gesture on the part of her father's cousin, the Bennet family's lives altered beyond recognition.
"I hit him," Darcy blurted. "Mr. Collins."
"I'm pleased to hear it, sir." She took one step towards him.
"Horseflies from the stables would have been more welcomed at Longbourn than he was," Darcy scoffed.
Her chuckle, though soft, reached beyond his tight chest to his heart.
"I fear his inclination to increase his presence in company by waving his arms about not only knocked over a candle in your father's library, starting the fire. It caught me unawares when I was running from the house to refill my bucket. The movement, his movement, out of the corner of my eye appeared aggressive."
"So you struck him?" she asked, as she stepped even closer. He nodded, deeply embarrassed to admit his lack of self-control. "Where?" Elizabeth, his Elizabeth, was standing directly in front of him. A twitch of his hand would be all it took to touch her. How badly he wanted to touch her.
Where?
In his tiredness, his confusion was understandable.
I am sorry, but where what?
She pointed to her face. Where did you strike him? He should have tapped the side of his own chin. Instead, his fingers softly brushed hers. Did you hit him hard? He nodded again, momentarily forgetting the thread of their conversation.
With all my might,
he confessed. Leaning forward, her whispered words danced across his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. Thank you. Her emotions were revealed beyond doubt. She just had to have affections equaling his own. She just had to. He loved her. What had been want and necessity were replaced with a desire previously unknown to him. He had to make her his own. The acrid scent of smoke from her gown reached his nostrils, a reminder of what she had gone through. She had no clothes to replace what she had on. None of her family did. The devastation was complete. A tendril of doubt started to waft between them, breaking the link binding them together. Could she love him when she learned he had been unable to save her family home, her cherished memories? Would she be able to leave off her care and stewardship of her sisters to someone less capable if he were to take her away? So many questions filtered into his brain. He stepped away from her, dropping his arms to his sides. He was undeserving.
Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth.
He corrected himself.
The fire.
I know, she tenderly reassured him. I was in the room with Papa when Mr. Bingley and Lord Matlock returned from Longbourn almost 2 hours ago. I thank you for writing for help. We could not have coped on our own.
Then you know the extent.
He hated to say the words. I do. She reached for his hand. He could not stop the flinch when she inadvertently brushed her fingers over a burn. Sir, pray accept my humblest apologies for giving you injury with the pot and— Elizabeth caressed the back of his hand with her own. For the injuries you sustained on our behalf. We shall never be able to repay you for what you have done. When he felt her tears hit his palm, he was completely undone.
If you will thank me, he replied, let it be for yourself alone. That the wish of giving happiness to you might add force to the other inducements which led me on, I shall not attempt to deny. But your family owes me nothing. Much as I respect them, I believe I thought only of you.
The kiss was gentle and sweet, born of tender affection and care. He was exhausted, and was losing his self-discipline by the second. Needing to re-establish his self-control, he changed the subject quickly.
Your father?
He— Elizabeth faltered. Clearing her throat, she continued. He is both grieving and berating himself for the position he finds himself in.
I understand.
Do you? A masculine voice preceded the heavy steps of a man coming slowly down the staircase. Or if you do, then you are a much wiser man than I am. Papa, should you be up from your bed? Elizabeth left Darcy to hurry to her father. Dr. Stevenson will not be pleased.
I am well enough, Lizzie.
Shrugging, he asked,
Mr. Darcy, might you come into the room Mr. Bingley has christened a library?
Darcy heard the sarcasm, but overlooked it due to the stress the man had undergone. Elizabeth did not. Papa, our host kindly offered his home.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Bennet waved off his daughter's attempts to adjust a poor attitude.
I know. Your mother will not cease proclaiming the blessings of being housed in the finest estate in Hertfordshire.
Under his breath he muttered,
as if Longbourn were a pigsty she was forced to inhabit for the past 25 years.
Darcy followed father and daughter into the room. The footman, who had undoubtedly observed all that had happened in the entrance hall, immediately tended the fire and offered a tray. Once his services were complete, he shut the door behind him as he left the room. Within seconds the man rapped softly and announced Darcy's uncle and Bingley.
Lizzie, Perhaps it is best you retire to your room, her father suggested. Darcy wanted to scoff. From what he knew of her character, she would be most unwilling to depart, and miss the discussion they were soon to have. Her immediate denial proved him correct. When she seated herself across from the sofa where Mr. Bennet now perched, her father raised his brows, but said nothing. Darcy made his choice. Before Bingley took the seat next to Elizabeth's father, Darcy sat next to her. His uncle stood with his back to the fire. Mr. Bennet looked between his daughter and Darcy, yet said nothing. Lord Matlock broke the silence. In the distress of the day, many decisions were made that will have an impact on the residents of Meryton and Hertfordshire. Mr. Bingley, might we start with you? Charles Bingley shrugged his acceptance. Despite the size of Netherfield Park, we had not the rooms we needed to house everyone. Thus, once Dr. Stevenson had treated Mr. Bennet's burns and tended to Colonel Fitzwilliam, he accepted the offer from Sir William to stay at Lucas Lodge. Darcy was grateful the man was no longer in close proximity to his Elizabeth. Approximately 3 hours passed, and Mr. Collins applied to the house for hospitality. Since we were unable to provide all he seemed to require, my pony cart took the rector to the Rose and Crown, where the footman made sure he obtained a bed. All the men nodded with pleasure, while Elizabeth could not contain a small grin. It was more than the man deserved. When Caroline and Louisa realised all the guests would be in residence for an extended period of time, they left as soon as they heard of the fire, to return post-haste to London, which freed enough chambers for the whole of the Bennet family, plus their senior staff. Darcy wanted to jump up and click his heels. Caroline Bingley gone, and Elizabeth here. Surely it was the best news of the day. In wholly unrelated news, it was reported to me by Sir William that a militia will arrive on the morrow to encamp outside Meryton. As well, Miss Lydia and Miss Kitty have requested the carriage be readied first thing, to take them shopping for clothing, and items needed by young ladies to replace what was lost in the fire. When told my carriage had not yet returned from delivering my sisters and Mr. Hurst to London, they were saddened to realise they would be welcoming the officers in soiled garments. When Bingley looked back to Lord Matlock, Darcy knew he was finished. Because Mr. Collins will surely run back to Rosings Park, I have no doubt my sister Cathy will rush to Hertfordshire to oversee restoration efforts, or whatever tasks will need undertaking at this juncture. Darcy's Uncle Hugh scoffed. Would that she remains in Kent. Darcy did not doubt his assumptions, both that Mr. Collins no longer felt welcome, and that his Aunt Catherine would believe she alone had the knowledge and insight to determine what best needed to be done. Would this be the inestimable Lady Catherine de Bourgh? Mr. Bennet inquired, the acrimony dripping from his tongue. Yes, it would be, Lord Matlock confirmed. Do not be concerned that you shall have to turn her away, Mr. Bingley. She is a hard woman to convince to bend to someone else's will. Nonetheless, I have had decades of practice. He turned to his host. Bingley, Lady Matlock will act as hostess in the absence of your sister. She, too, is well qualified to see that Lady Catherine does not meddle where she is not wanted or needed. Bingley's relief was so intense, Darcy could almost feel it across the room. Darcy had shared a little of his aunt's habits and desires over the years with the younger man. With his kindly nature, she would eat Bingley alive. Mr. Bennet. Uncle Hugh addressed the man at the root of all the drama. Does Longbourn have a dower house, and is it ready to be inhabited? No, the dower house has not been used for over a quarter-century. The sharp edges to Elizabeth's father melted away. Left behind was a man lost. We are a family of 7, with a household staff of 6. We have no place to go, nowhere to turn. When Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears, and her chin sank to her chest, all became clear to Darcy. Visions of her standing with the estate accounting book tightly squeezed in her arms told a story that would not have a happy ending. If Darcy's guess was correct, there would be no money to rebuild, and no inclination on Mr. Bennet's part to do so, now that his greatest treasure, his book-room, was gone. Does Longbourn have unused land to sell which could add to the funds needed to buy materials? Darcy suggested.
Elizabeth looked up sharply as her father shook his head. "Papa, the east field bordering Netherfield Park has been lying fallow for as long as I can remember," Elizabeth suggested hopefully.
"And it will remain so unless Mr. Bingley's steward suggests it be planted."
With one sentence, her father dashed the light in his daughter's eyes.
"The land was purchased by Mr. Morris for inclusion in the Netherfield estate 2 years ago, enabling me to successfully bid on the complete works of the Bard when they came up for auction. Now they are gone. All gone."
Her hands went to her chest. Darcy was immediately concerned. "Papa!" Her hushed whisper was pained. "That was our only—"
"Yes, Lizzie, I know."
Mr. Bennet rested his head against the back of the chair, staring at the ceiling.
"I have been a selfish man, looking after my own comforts and pleasures rather than those of my family. I've not taken charge of our finances. Your worst fears, Lizzie, expressed only days ago, have come to fruition."
He sighed.
"In trying to save all my books, I saved none. This is my greatest regret."
"Papa, do not—" she started, only to be interrupted.
"No, Lizzie. Let me once in my life feel how much I have been to blame. I'm not afraid of being overpowered by the impression. It will pass away soon enough."
Mr. Bennet smirked.
"Should you choose to attach yourself to Mr. Collins, Lizzie, you might in the end still have a home at Longbourn. As things stand, you and your sisters now have nothing."
Elizabeth gasped, her palm clutching her chest. Darcy felt her agony. Anger rose in Darcy's own chest until he could no longer contain his words. With his last sentence, Mr. Bennet willingly abdicated the future of his family to chance, or specifically to his second child. Easily foreseen would be his Elizabeth working herself to an early grave to somehow provide for her ungrateful parents, becoming a slave to the whims of the selfish individuals who gave birth to all 5 children. She would never marry that imbecile Mr. Collins, as her father suggested. Would she? Never.
"Mr. Bennet, if I may be so bold, I have a solution to offer."
Darcy spoke up after clasping Elizabeth's hand in his.
"Yes, young man? I find I am at my leisure."
His reply served to increase Darcy's ire. With it, despite his exhaustion, the terms of his offer became crystal clear.
"Sir, I will take on the expense of purchasing a home sizable enough for your family and your household servants. I will include enough funds, to be spent at the discretion of both Miss Jane Bennet and Miss Elizabeth, to replace the personal items destroyed. I will hire a steward for Longbourn to oversee the crops and tenants with all funds, except the minimum, to be added to the portions already existing for your 5 daughters."
Darcy stood, pulling Elizabeth up alongside him.
"Furthermore, I will hire workers to raise Longbourn to the ground, since all that will be left standing by morning will be the stone casing. I will not rebuild only to have that fool Collins inhabit a house he does not deserve to live in. When he inherits, he can see to the expense of rebuilding the manor or improving the dower house. I will give him nothing."
Mr. Bennet put his hand to his chin, before quickly pulling it away from the painful blisters.
"And what do you get for your generosity, young man?"
Only what he wanted, more than anything upon earth.
"Elizabeth."
Chapter 15. Her response to his offering for her took him by surprise. "You are bartering for me?" She jumped up, pulling her hand from his clasp. It was fisted at her side, poised to strike. Darcy stood facing her. He had no doubt who would be her victim. "For what purpose, Mr. Darcy?" Her voice mimicked her father's sarcastic tone. "Am I to be set up as mistress, to watch as you marry a woman more tolerable than me to grace your home? Am I to be a companion to your sister as a replacement for the 4 I will be losing? Tell me, sir, what gentleman of good sense would bargain with a father without first declaring your purpose to the lady in question?"
She questioned his honour.
How could she impugn improper motives to him, a man who had fought the fire at her home with his whole being, a man who she had kissed seemingly willingly and eagerly? How dare she? Leaning over Elizabeth, He knew his position was intimidating. He cared not. She deserved his anger.
You are quick to vilify me, Miss Elizabeth, and I am now ashamed of what my feelings have been.
He waved towards the men in the room.
In front of friends and family, you accuse me of immoral plans for your person.
Wait, what feelings? She demanded.
What feelings? You truly do not know?
Flummoxed, he threw his hands into the air, then endeavoured to rub off the confused expression that was surely covering his face. Tell me. Her words were for his ears alone. Unable to contain himself, his tone still held the surprised annoyance, threatening to overrun the emotional barriers he was trying to erect.
I love you, Elizabeth Bennet.
Dropping his hands, he tipped his head back, as if beseeching the heavens for a measure of patience he had never before received.
And I fear I always will.
Turning from her, he dropped back onto the sofa. Putting his elbows on his knees, his weary body seemed to collapse into itself. Ignoring the burns on his cheeks, he yielded to the weakness in his neck and held his face between his palms, his eyes staring unseeingly at the pattern on the carpet below.
I would never degrade a woman to make her my mistress. Never.
He looked up to catch her reaction. Her lips moved into a slight grin, giving him the boldness to continue.
I would have asked you to be my wife, the mistress of our estates, and the mother of our children.
Oh. Her hand on his shoulder was gentle. Well then, yes, I accept. She curtsied. Her eyes avoided his as she scanned the room. Gentlemen? Papa? Without any other acknowledgement, she left. What on earth had happened?
She is tired, nephew, and so are you. So are all of us.
Uncle Hugh was the first to react after Elizabeth vacated the room. He snorted.
Lord, but if she does not remind me of your mother, Darcy.
His attention was fully engaged. His mother. Lady Anne Darcy was a paragon of womanly charm. She was a lady in every sense of the word.
How do you mean? I was almost your age when Anne came to me, demanding my approval for her to marry George Darcy.
Lord Matlock poured himself a brandy and took a sip before continuing.
Personally, I could not see her attachment to your father. He was, much as you are, a quiet, sombre man weighed down by his responsibilities. Anne was as impertinent and lively as your Miss Elizabeth.
His uncle shook his head.
I was wrong to think she could find a better man amongst my peers who would keep her in the society to which she was accustomed.
Sipping again, he continued.
She cared not for the trappings of the temps, and nor was Pemberley what drew her to your father. She took one look at him and saw the gold buried within the stone, and loved him dearly.
He sighed.
They had a wonderful union. She lightened every aspect of his life, until his burdens became not only bearable, but almost refreshing. She challenged him to simplify so they could spend more time together. At the same time, he grounded her and gave her purpose.
His uncle explained.
Your father told me almost a year after her passing. What he missed more than anything was the way Anne looked at matters. She pondered situations deeply, and gave her opinions freely on the human aspect of any situation. George said she enriched his life more than he had thought was possible.
His uncle set his glass on a side table, then looked directly at him.
I believe Miss Elizabeth will do the same for you.
Hugh Fitzwilliam paused.
Ask yourself, was your parents' union always peaceful? Or did you ever doubt their love for one another? Then, when you have your answers, go to Miss Elizabeth and offer your humblest apology.
Whatever for? She's the one who badly misjudged me, Darcy insisted, still unable to comprehend what exactly had happened.
Nephew, you will learn, as I did with your Aunt Helen, and your father did your mother, that a woman yearns to have peace, while at the same time she delights in keeping her mate unsettled. It is a lady's joy, for some odd reason.
Hugh Fitzwilliam snickered.
However, know that the rewards of pleasing a woman willing to be pleased is worth begging for her approval fairly regularly. Apologising dignifies her value in her own eyes, and shows her more than actions that you value her as well. Trust me, Darcy, the first admission of wrong is the most difficult. Yet once done and her happiness received, you will soon look for opportunities to repeat yourself, because there comes a rich bounty from a contented woman. There always does."
Darcy did not understand, and doubted he would until he had slept a day away. Nonetheless, his uncle was not a fool. He and his aunt got on fairly well.
Mr. Darcy?"
Mr. Bennet addressed him as he tried to formulate a response to Lord Matlock.
"I would not have it thought, after the comment you made at the assembly about my daughter's undesirability, but I do believe you might be tempted after all."
Bingley's laughter bounced off each wall. "I will say so."
Therefore, as father to Elizabeth, I both accept your offer of aid and extend my blessing and consent for your betrothal."
Placing both hands on the arm of the sofa, he stood and offered his hand. Seeing the inflamed skin, Darcy adjusted his grip accordingly.
"I am betrothed to Elizabeth, your daughter." "You are?"
At that, Mr. Bennet took a page from his second child and left the room.
"I am betrothed."
If he repeated himself often enough, he might start to believe in the truth of what he was saying. He hoped.
"Indeed you are,"
replied his uncle and Bingley in unison. This time it was he who retired from the library. He was betrothed to Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Never could he have imagined at the start of the day how it would end. Betrothed to Miss Elizabeth. The world could not contain his smile. Elizabeth woke in the early afternoon to the sound of movement next to the bed. The sunlight filtering through the curtains and her eyelids indicated the day was far along. Surprised she had slept soundly when her mind was in turmoil, she pictured the expression on Mr. Darcy's face when she told him yes. "You are giggling with your eyes shut, Lizzie Bennet. Would you be dreaming of your Mr. Darcy?" Jane tugged on the end of her sister's braid. "Wake up. Lady Matlock returned from Meryton with an armload of garments that need to be fitted for our use. Poor mamma is beside herself to have a countess shopping for her daughters, although she did bemoan the lack of lace and ribbons." "I imagine so." Elizabeth sat up and rubbed her eyes to clear the fog. "What has happened, Jane? Oh, you sound much improved." "I am. My throat is without pain and the stuffiness is almost gone. Perhaps standing in the cool air was more beneficial to me than I imagined." Jane chose a yellow gown with green stripes from a small pile draped over a chair. "I believe this one will do for you." At that point, Elizabeth noted the details of the room. Luxuriously outfitted to reflect the beauty of a rose garden, the pink flowers with green vines creeping around the room on ivory wallpaper was lovely. Jane, in her robin's egg blue gown, with snippets of white lace at the collar and the sleeves, looked right at home. Mamma was unable to contain the ire of Kitty and Lydia when they realised Lady Matlock had only procured undergarments and nightgowns for them. The Countess had been surprised to discover they were out in society, so chose gowns for only you, me and Mary. Jane's eyes sparkled. "Oh, Lizzie, you cannot imagine how Mary looks." "Whatever can you mean? I am familiar with my sister from every angle," Elizabeth teased. "Just you wait, Lizzie Bennet." Jane selected stockings and a new chemise from the pile. Lady Matlock chose a lovely day gown of pale pink, with petite white daisies embroidered at the collar, sleeves, waist and hem. I swear our shy sister stood 3 inches taller when she was finally dressed. The Countess's maid restyled Mary's hair and pinched some colour into her cheeks before she was turned to see her reflection in the mirror. Her blush was most becoming. Elizabeth's chest hurt. Her heart brimmed full. Mary was practically invisible to their parents. She often hid behind books of sermons in an effort to remain such. However, Elizabeth had long suspected she used Fordyce's words instead of her own, out of trepidation rather than piety. Perhaps, with Lady Matlock's assistance, she could be aided to step out from behind boring tomes and antiquated opinions. We shall see. The noise from the drawing-room was deafening. As Elizabeth descended the stairs with Jane on one side, and Mary, who indeed was captivating, on the other, They easily heard Lydia's complaints before they had reached the ground floor.
Lady Matlock, you simply do not understand. My own parents have allowed me to participate in society since the day I turned 15. My mamma thinks I will be the first of her daughters to marry, and I cannot think her words to be untrue. Why, how ashamed I would be to not be married by 23 like Jane."
Lydia was undoubtedly preening. A practised pose, she believed, made her look more mature.
"With the militia's arrival, I am sure to catch the eye of many officers. I shall be wed before the holiday season, you mark my words."
"Why on earth would an officer want you for a bride, Miss Lydia? What accomplishments have you? What experience do you have managing a home? Can you live on a much smaller income than what you are accustomed to having? Can you care for children?" Elizabeth could almost see Lady Matlock shaking her head, or her finger, at the young girl. "What have you to recommend yourself other than your youthful vitality?"
"Why, cannot you see it?"
Lydia asked, puzzled. "Oh, no. Keep your mouth shut, Lydia Marie Bennet." Elizabeth's wish was in vain.
"Though I am the youngest, I am the tallest,"
Lydia stated matter-of-factly, as if the Countess was missing the obvious. Glancing at each of the sisters at her side, Elizabeth saw their mortification, and knew her face reflected the same. While very little penetrated Jane's mask, hearing their youngest sister express shame at being unattached at Jane's age was brutally painful. "Enough, Lydia." Elizabeth marched her sisters into the fray. Disappointment with their father, who reclined in his chair with a smirk upon his face as he looked at his youngest, and their mother, who saw nothing wrong with the vulgar conduct of her baby, shook her. It was agonizing to see her family as others saw them. She looked for Mr. Darcy. He had been standing with his back to the group until he heard her voice. When he turned, gratefully, his eyes were only towards her. Curtsying, she moved to stand alongside him.
"Miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth,"
he whispered, testing the address as if he was afraid she would object. When she did not, he continued,
"You will marry me?"
She wanted to chuckle aloud, glorying in having unsettled him. "Yes, Mr. Darcy." The tender moment was shattered by Lydia's whine. Almost immediately she was joined by Kitty.
"I have not said enough, Lizzie. This woman," she rudely pointed to Lady Matlock, "is determined to ruin my fun, and I will not have a person wholly unconnected to me changing my future on a whim. Mamma said you will be able to throw me in front of rich men when you marry Mr. Darcy, and I want an officer who will keep me in style, who will jealously watch me dance every dance at every society ball, and who will see I am cherished as the daughter of a gentleman. I will have my way."
The chortle coming from the Countess said more than words. "Little miss, should your sister throw you in front of rich men, they would simply throw you back." Being finished with the conversation, Lady Matlock stood and walked to where her husband was hiding himself behind a newspaper. "Hugh, would you please help this child see reason?" Lord Matlock folded the paper carefully before looking up at his wife. Surveying the room, Elizabeth noted his eyes lingering upon her father.
"I will not."
Placing the circular upon a side table, he rose.
"It is easy to see she is unreasonable. Therefore I suspect nothing I say or do would affect her in the slightest."
Reaching over to clasp his nephew on the shoulder, he said,
"Darcy, I would insist as part of your settlement that you provide funds for schooling for that one, before she causes an upset to society and embarrassment to the Darcy name. I also suggest that she and her next youngest sister be removed to the nursery immediately. No harm will come to them there while the militia are here."
But...
Mrs. Bennet saw her dreams of ridding herself of 2 more children, seeing her favourite settled first, disappearing before her eyes. Mr. Bennet, to Elizabeth's keen shame, nodded his head, undoubtedly grateful to have someone else make his decisions for him.
"I would also suggest you marry as soon as you can obtain a licence. There is no reason to wait. Miss Elizabeth's wedding clothes can be obtained after the ceremony, as all of her garments will need to be replaced anyway."
Hugh Fitzwilliam nodded to himself.
"Yes, This will also accomplish the feat of keeping Miss Lydia from being the first to the altar, or the anvil."
Before Mr. Darcy or her father could make a reply, the butler came to the doorway of the drawing-room to announce visitors.
"Mr. Bingley, I would like to present a delegation from the newly arrived militia. Colonel Henry Forster, Captain Robert Carter, Mr. Alistair Chamberlain, Mr. Matthew Denny, and Mr. George Wickham."
Mrs. Bennet, Kitty, and Lydia squealed their delight. Mr. Bennet growled. Mr. Bingley smiled in welcome. Lord and Lady Matlock glared at the interruption. Jane and Mary looked at the newcomers curiously. And Mr. Darcy, well, Mr. Darcy was positively livid. Elizabeth wondered why. Chapter 16.
Officers!
Kitty and Lydia swooned in tandem, completely ignoring Lady Matlock's fine counsel.
"Welcome to Netherfield Park, gentlemen."
Bingley moved forward with his arm outstretched, intending to welcome Colonel Forster and his men to his home.
"Wickham, you scoundrel! What are you doing with the militia?"
Lord Matlock had finally looked closer at those newly arrived.
"If it is not the rascal who has caused Darcy and my son a lifetime of grief and misery. The last I heard, you were hiding from debt collectors, and several angry fathers who would see you dead, or even worse, married to their ruined daughters."
To the butler he demanded,
"Have footman bring my son downstairs, now."
Colonel Forster,
Mrs. Bennet slyly added her voice to the fray.
Did you bring your wife to Hertfordshire?
"Richard is here, at Netherfield Park."
Wickham retreated quickly.
"Excuse me, Colonel Forster. Pray give my regrets to Mrs. Forster. I suddenly recalled a pressing task I need to complete before I'm free to enlist in the militia. If you do not mind, I will make my own way back to Meryton."
Bowing to the room in general, he fled.
"Well, I never."
Colonel Forster huffed, to no one in particular. In the confusion, Elizabeth first felt Darcy's tension radiating from his person, and then sweet relief once Mr. Wickham left the room. As the others settled, she turned her attention to Jane and Mary. Jane was trying to ignore Mr. Bingley's presence, while Mary wisely separated herself from Kitty and Lydia, moving to a distant part of the room. When the footman arrived bearing Darcy's cousin, the mood of the room briskly transformed into order. No introductions were needed between the two colonels, for they had known each other for almost a decade. Mr. Bingley provided the necessary protocol for the rest of the men. At Kitty and Lydia arguing over who would tend the needs of the wounded soldier, Mr. Bennet finally roused himself to act.
"Kitty, Lydia, do leave the poor man alone."
Their father looked to his wife.
"Come, Mrs. Bennet, let us take these two misfits to the nursery where they belong."
With 3 complaining females in tow, he retired upstairs, reducing the noise level exponentially.
"Well, well, well, who have we here?"
Richard Fitzwilliam said. Elizabeth recalled a similar greeting when she met the colonel upon his arrival to Hertfordshire. She glanced to see who had captured his attention, and was unsurprised to find Jane as the focus of his address. Her sister's hesitant blushes were appealing, as Jane wavered between basking in the unexpected attentions of a worthy gentleman and the reticence inherent to her nature. Apparently forgotten was Mr. Charles Bingley, their host and master of Netherfield Park. Richard Fitzwilliam had the skills of a soldier determined to advance his own interests. Ignoring the other men in the room, he asked,
"Miss Bennet, by chance do you read German?"
"I do." Closing her eyes and dipping her head, she overcame her natural shyness to put herself forward long enough to have given a reply. Good for Jane.
"Might I have someone fetch the book Miss Elizabeth left on my side table, carefully wrapped in a leather portfolio? If so, would you be willing to read a chapter to me? I would deeply appreciate the entertainment."
Der Schweizerische Robinson. Relief rushed from Elizabeth's head to her slipper-covered toes. When the maid re-entered the room to hand the book to the colonel, Elizabeth almost burst into tears. Something precious had survived the carnage at Longbourn. She had completely forgotten she had left the tome behind. When Mr. Bingley noted where the Colonel's attention had fallen, his shoulders drooped as his mouth gaped open. Surely he had to realise Jane was forever lost to him over the debacle with Charlotte. Elizabeth wanted to smirk, which was positively unkind. Underneath the flirt, she suspected Mr. Bingley was good in fundamentals. Yet his flitting from lady to lady like a butterfly, unwilling to settle in one spot, was hard on those same females. Shaking her head at their host, Elizabeth was stunned when the young man suddenly stood erect and turned his full charm on the only other unattached female in the room, Mary. Waiting for her sister to give Mr. Bingley a morally righteous set-down, Elizabeth was shocked when Mary smiled and began speaking with the gentleman. Within mere seconds, Mary's countenance rose as a soft blush coloured her cheeks.
"Are you well, Elizabeth?" Mr. Darcy whispered, capturing her attention.
"I hardly know," she admitted. "I am suddenly overcome with the notion of what surprisingly had the strength to survive and grow, and what I had assumed to be strong turning out to be weak."
"You are speaking of people, not the book?" he asked.
Elizabeth looked at him, truly gazed upon the man who would soon be her husband. Weary lines and dark circles surrounded his eyes. His furrowed brow revealed his concerns, the utmost of which was her. That he endeavoured to discern her meaning was worth more to her than diamonds. "I am, sir." Turning slightly towards him, their conversation would be unheard by others. "Mary is a mystery to most outside the family, as she is by far the most complex of all of the Bennet girls. She can appear inconsequential, as her tendency is to hide from conversation. Yet under a moment's notice from Mr. Bingley, I see her step outside of her inclination. I am very proud of her."
"As you should be," he agreed. "And the one who turned out to be weak?"
"My parents," she hesitatingly admitted. "It would be wrong of me to speak of their lackadaisical fashion of parenting, out of respect for their position. Nevertheless, their choice to do little for their children is having consequences I believe they could not foresee, to my embarrassment, and I hope theirs."
"I am sorry you see them with disillusioned eyes, Elizabeth."
"My disillusion continues with my father's cousin, Mr. Collins." Elizabeth had no reason not to reveal her disapprobation. "He had everything to gain by helping quench the fire at Longbourn, yet he chose to pace under the tree, complain about the efforts of others to save his future house, and flap his worthless arms as he berated his lot in life. My sex could not possibly respect a man who does nothing for himself. For how would we expect him to put himself forward on behalf of others if he does not do so for his own benefit? I cannot imagine he would be a good spiritual shepherd to the flock under his care at Hunsford, can you?"
"Unfortunately, he is exactly as you have described. Nonetheless, you should know my aunt would expect him to be no different. It speaks to the negative aspects of her character that she willingly chose to gift him with the living, and thereby responsibility of the care for the needs of those in the parish."
"Do you fear her coming to Hertfordshire?" The woman sounded as if she would be as uncaring of common sense as either Lydia or Kitty. The thought of having them all under one roof caused a shiver to race through her body.
"I am my own man, Elizabeth, and am beholden to no one on earth other than my sister, and now you. Should she make the 50-mile journey, she shall meet with an immovable brick wall in the form of my uncle, my cousin, and myself."
"Me too, I suppose." Grinning at the metaphor, she knew where her position would be. At his side.
"Yes, dearest, you too."
Her breath caught. "I am your dearest."
"You are."
His corresponding grin left her breathless. Where she had thought him handsome before, the glimpse of a dimple to the side of his mouth on his right cheek was endearing. He was positively beautiful to look at, and she was pleased it would be her lot to do so for the rest of her years. "You two need to recall there are others in the room." Lady Matlock had approached unseen. Her whispered remonstration was well deserved. Time had passed while Elizabeth was enraptured by the man alongside her. Tea had been procured and served. Mr. Bingley and Mary were in cautious conversation. Lord Matlock and his son were sharing tales with the militia, while Jane sat alongside the Colonel, the retrieved book clutched to her chest. After Colonel Forster and his men departed,
It was agreed to continue the reading of Chapter 3 of Swiss Family Robinson. Elizabeth's heart filled to bursting with the first words of a beloved story, and the company she was keeping. By week's end, Darcy had Mr. Bennet's agreement he would establish the 2 youngest Bennets with the same headmistress, used by several young ladies known to Lady Matlock. Those girls had gone into school as rebellious girls, and later departed the same classrooms as accomplished debutantes. Darcy held hope both Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia would vastly improve, as others had done. He noted the impact the eldest Bennet daughter was having on his cousin. The frustration Richard battled was responding well to the comfort peculiar to Miss Jane Bennet. The 2 spent hours together, with her sitting by his bedside, accompanied by either his aunt or uncle as chaperone. Within days, progress had been made with the story of the tropical adventure and how the Robinson family overcame seemingly unsurmountable obstacles to enjoy happy lives on the deserted island. It appeared, from casual observation, that Richard Malcolm Fitzwilliam, soon to be a squire, was forming a relationship with the possibility of happiness of his own. Progress had also been made for Darcy and Elizabeth's upcoming wedding. The date had been set for 2 weeks hence. The local parish rector would preside. Out of respect for Richard's injury, the small unused chapel at Netherfield Park would be utilised for the service. Workmen were fully engaged in repairs and restoration. He was pleased Elizabeth had not demanded a grand ceremony. Sharing the celebration of love with close friends and family was a preference they both shared. "Darcy, how did you know you were in love with Elizabeth?" his cousin asked him when they had a moment of privacy. "And do not tell me you are not, for it is as evident as the nose on your face that you see only her when she is in a room. You hear only her words, and you care for no one's good opinion but hers." "I have no reason to deny your charge," Darcy easily agreed. "I do love her, with a depth I never thought possible." Darcy sat back in the chair. "How did I know it was love? In truth, I was completely unaware. In fact, I was in the middle before I knew I had begun." "You have no doubts, no fears?" "I do not." Darcy suspected his cousin was developing strong feelings for Miss Jane Bennet. "I will confess, only to you, that I was at first determined to be displeased with everyone in Meryton society, including Elizabeth. Especially Elizabeth," he chuckled. "I attempted to place her so far below my rank that she would disappear from my view and my thoughts." "How did that work for you, Darcy?" Now it was his cousin's turn to mock him. "Not well at all," he confessed. "With only a few conversational exchanges, she intrigued me and entrapped me, until I was an eager captive in her web. However, before you think I am accusing her of trickery or using the mean arts we know females are capable of, she innocently curried my favour. I believe I am stating the honest truth when I share I would have rushed into her trap even if she had not pointed the direction to go. My heart is her willing slave." "Do you not feel weaker for giving her this level of control?" "Not at all," Darcy mused. "I give her my heart and devotion most willingly. In doing so, in attaching myself to her, we together become a force I could never accomplish on my own. Richard, she makes me feel taller, stronger. I sense a fullness to myself, a completion, if you will." "Then you cannot believe you will have regrets for marrying so quickly?" "I do not." "Pray do not be angered by my next question, as I mean no harm. I merely seek knowledge to help me better understand my own situation." The Colonel seriously pleaded. "Do ask. I will not be angry, I give you my word." Richard cleared his throat. Then he looked his cousin directly in the eye. His voice never wavered. "There are just over 19 days left until Georgie reaches the 16th anniversary of her birth. Might you be rushing into this marriage to satisfy your father's requirements, that one of us marry prior to that time? Might the potential for the loss of your beloved sister to Aunt Catherine have motivated you to become emotionally tied up with Elizabeth, quicker than you would have done without the codicil? Are you rushing to the altar, blinding yourself to the areas that concerned you when you first met her? Are you truly in love with her? Or are you telling yourself you are because she is the means to keep Georgiana with you?" Ire rose in his gut as Richard placed one word after another. However, Darcy comprehended his cousin's motive. He paused to consider each question rather than immediately formulate a reply. He was known to be a meticulous man, who, as his uncle often accused him, thought over every decision to death. Had he done this with Elizabeth? Was he precipitate in committing himself to her? While the colonel waited, Darcy carefully examined his own heart in light of Richard's concerns. Eventually he spoke. "I see her flaws, and when I have not, Elizabeth has freely pointed them out to me. Yet I do not want her to change. I can live and adapt to her as I believe she can with me. I find I want to be a better man for her, although she has not once requested I change before she can be happy. Some of her sisters are uncommonly beautiful, as I know from you and Bingley. Nevertheless, I already feel a sense of loyalty to Elizabeth, and have from the earliest moments of our acquaintance. I do not see other ladies. I see only her. I do not want other ladies. I want only her. I do not want to listen to the opinions of other ladies. I only want hers. I long to be in her company each minute of the day. Richard, I do not want to be left alone, but I would rather be alone than be with anyone else." "Then this is no infatuation." "I love her. I believe I always will." Convinced of his own arguments, he excused himself. Desperate to find his beloved, he rushed from the room. This time, instead of knocking her to the floor, his momentum caused her to drop the basket she was carrying. Immediately she knelt to the floor, as wiggling, complaining masses of fur emerged from the spilled wicker container. "Puppies?" He was so stunned he forgot his purpose. "You are hiding a litter from Bingley, or are you putting them back?" Her eyes, so overwhelmingly beautiful, sparkled with mirth blended with concern. "I am not pilfering pups, no matter how it appears to your jaded eyes, sir." Attempting to corral the 3 squirming whelps, she smiled. Papa's book was not the only survivor of the fire. Kitty had brought them to her bedchamber when she found out they were destined for other estates once they were weaned. She was able to sneak them from the house during the fire and bring them with her. "At Longbourn?" he asked. "Yes, Papa was insistent the puppies would live elsewhere, while Kitty was determined the 3 needed to stay together. Unbeknownst to anyone else, she smuggled them into Netherfield Park and has been keeping them in her chambers. My sister may be silly, but her heart has a special tenderness for anything with 4 legs and a tail." Halting her efforts, she placed a plump little boy into his hands, while she plopped another boy into the basket, and grabbed the little girl, trying to make a run for it down the hall. "Can I keep them?" "Yes." "What?" Pemberley had more dogs than they needed, because his sister was very much like hers. They also had a plethora of kids, calves and lambs, who grew into adulthood bearing odd names, with a guarantee they would never grace anyone's table as the main course. Before he could clarify his need to change his mind, she threw her free arm around him and squeezed, with puppies and all. "This is exactly why I will adore you, sir." Briefly, she rested her head on his chest. "I see your heart clearly, and I love everything I see." "You love me?" He just had to ask. The puppy in his arm, along with the one currently pressed against his middle, were forgotten. "You are surprised." "I am," he admitted, stunned with her confession. "Sir, I would not have agreed to marry you if I did not." Lifting the wicker container, she shifted her puppy to its interior. Dropping a quick kiss to his cheek, she plucked the little mongrel from him and placed it back into the basket as well. Elizabeth gave Darcy no more notice as she sauntered down the staircase to take their new charges to the barn. Elizabeth loved him. She wanted puppies. She could have puppies. Chapter 17. The next 10 days passed fairly quietly. Mr. Bennet spent long hours discussing literature and the current state of British politics with Darcy, Lord Matlock, Richard and Elizabeth. His wounds were slowly healing, which pleased Darcy's favourite of the man's daughters. Therefore it pleased Darcy as well. The minutes set aside for these lively interchanges were Darcy's second favourite time of each day. His favourite, which also opened his eyes to Jane Bennet's value, was when Elizabeth's eldest sister regularly suggested they meet in a small parlour behind the library for somewhat private conversation. Daily, Richard was helped to the room, and either Darcy's aunt or uncle attended them. Miss Bennet was a master at distracting both his cousin and the Matlocks. Because of her subtle though beneficial interference, Darcy vowed to increase Miss Bennet's portion once he married Elizabeth. He also decided, after consulting with his betrothed, that Jane could stay with the soon-to-be newlyweds at whatever house they would occupy. However, at the rate they were going, Richard and Miss Jane Bennet possibly would be following them to the altar. The glances and grins passing between the two bore testimony to a growing appreciation. Elizabeth smiled at them often. Richard's frustration with his limitations was difficult to watch. Dr. Stevenson came daily to offer care. Each day, without fail, Richard inquired how much longer until he could put weight on his leg. Each day the answer was the same: not yet. Miss Bennet seemed his only joy. Occasionally both Miss Mary and Bingley would attend them. Darcy noted little between them to indicate a growing affection. Nevertheless, Elizabeth's next youngest sister had continued with her hairstyle, and— Darcy had no idea what specifically was different about her, but she somehow appeared softer. Bingley had ceased flirting with her, and she no longer ignored him, which had become her habit after he had first paid her attention. Elizabeth had quietly reassured Darcy that her sister had followed the stellar example of Miss Charlotte Lucas by letting Bingley know his conduct was not appreciated. Darcy's gratitude for some of the ladies of Hertfordshire was blooming. Mrs. Bennet, intimidated by Aunt Helen, remained in her room with her former housekeeper, suffering the misery of losing her home and possessions. According to her moans, her life ended when Mr. Collins knocked over the candle, then left without becoming engaged to one of her daughters. While Miss Kitty was allowed downstairs on occasion, Miss Lydia had dug in her heels, refusing to associate with any of Netherfield Park's residents until they understood how poorly they had treated her. Darcy was confident the Bennets could remain for the next 6 months, and he would never set eyes upon the youngest Bennet. Such was her rebellion. Almost a fortnight since the fire, the fragile peace ended. Lydia Bennet had been caught sneaking back into Netherfield Park by none other than her father. Refusing to volunteer her whereabouts, she finally admitted to strolling the gardens to relieve her boredom when said parent outlined consequences unheard of before at their former home. Mr. Bennet shook his head. "Young lady, the sky is as dark as pitch, and you have no candle to light your way. The hem of your skirt is covered in mud, and your bonnet is askew. I demand you immediately tell me where you've been." Darcy, who witnessed the confrontation, was impressed when Elizabeth's father hovered over his youngest, the veins standing out on the skin above his collar. Never could he have imagined passive Mr. Bennet as aggressive. However, aggressive he was. "Very well." She stomped her foot. "Lord, how ashamed I would be not to be married until I am elderly, like Jane and Lizzie, even Mary. Thus I have been seeing to my future, something which has been of little concern to you, Papa." Jutting out her chin, she stubbornly ignored the signs of growing irritation by the parent confronting her. "As I told Lady Matlock, I will be the first of my sisters wed." In a complete change to his countenance, Mr. Bennet dropped his shoulders and stepped back. What Darcy assumed was defeated acquiescence turned out to be a mere ploy. Miss Lydia was fooled into disclosing far more than she had intended. "Married? Have you found a man willing to put up with your silliness for a lifetime? I cannot begin to imagine anyone in our neighbourhood who knows your character, who would be willing to attach himself to you," Mr. Bennet teased, inciting his youngest to reply. "You know nothing, Papa." She now acted the aggressor. "My George, who is certainly not from this neighbourhood, returned this morning from an important assignment for the militia that took him all the way to Kent. Colonel Forster immediately gave him another mission to travel quickly to Scotland, but asked that I meet Mr. Denny tonight to receive a note he was leaving for me." She sighed. "My George is handsome enough to tempt me, and tells me I am the same to him." George, Kent, Scotland. It could not be Wickham, could it? He had been gone from Hertfordshire since shortly after Richard's injury. Surely it could not be him. "By the by, Mr. Darcy, I was disappointed to find the note was not for me, but for you." Miss Lydia pulled a folded parchment from her pocket. "Mr. Denny told me it was top secret, and I needed to get it into your hands as soon as possible." She snorted.
I believe it is possible, is it not?
Lydia Marie Bennet, you will—" Mr. Bennet grabbed his daughter's arm with one hand and her ear with the other. At her yelp and his promises of retribution for endangering her reputation, Darcy looked down to the paper Miss Lydia had handed him. Darcy no longer heard. His suspicions that George Wickham had again reared his ugly head were confirmed when he read the name on the outside of the missive. He recognised the penmanship as George's. Leaving the two Bennets in the hall, he rushed to Richard's room. Fortunately, he found his cousin alone. "Good God in heaven, Darcy, you look like you've seen a ghost," Richard teased. Holding up the paper in his hand, Darcy uttered the one word sure to cause alarm. "Wickham." "Read it," the colonel demanded, as Darcy ripped open the seal. Giving the note a cursory glance, certain words jumped out at him, making his stomach churn, and his heart beat faster than a galloping horse. Lady Catherine, Georgiana, Scotland. His stomach landed at his feet as anger, unlike anything he had ever known before, shot through him like lightning bolts. "Darcy, your aunt Lady Catherine was horrified to learn you have attached yourself to a country miss from Hertfordshire. Imagine how interested she was, and I was in fact, in your marital prospects, especially should they happen before your sister's next birthday. If my memory serves me correctly, Georgiana will be 6 and 10 in little Lower Senite." Deciding to aid Lady Catherine in her efforts to obtain and control the fortune of her niece, I humbled myself to the idea of welcoming your aunt's authority when Georgiana and I wed. Once returned from Scotland, we will reside at Rosings Park. Therefore you can release the Bennet chit from her painful attachment to you, for neither you nor Richard need to marry before the 11th of November, so I'm actually doing you a favour, one I expect you to recompense when next we are in company. Imagine having Georgiana as Mrs. George Wickham. I'm all astonished at my good fortune. Your devoted, soon-to-be new brother, George Wickham. "Find him!" Richard impetuously threw back the blankets and swung his legs around until his feet hit the floor. "No, stop." Darcy rushed to his cousin's side before he could put weight on his injury. "I will pack and leave immediately. If he is on horseback, he has a head start, which will be difficult to overcome. However, I cannot see him riding through the night as I will do." "Yes, Wickham always looked to his own comforts. He will be tucked safely in bed. Trusting your reputation and habits of taking the safe course will prevail. He will not expect you to catch him until his return from Gretna Green, when he will desire nothing more than to gloat over his success at thwarting you. Take my horse. She is battle-seasoned and will not quit until long past when you are worn out." Richard's fist pounded ineffectively on the covers. "Stop him, Darcy. Would that I could ride with you. I would wish nothing more. I'm off." Leaving the missive in his cousin's hands, he ran to his room to instruct his valet and order his cousin's horse be readied. The mare could outlast any other horse in Bingley's stable, including his own. Not wanting to leave without saying his goodbyes to Elizabeth, he moved quickly to her room. She answered his brisk knock. "Sir, you are not well." Closing the door behind herself, she stepped into the hallway. "Pray, can I help?" He adored her. "I'm leaving in chase of Wickham, who is threatening Georgiana's safety. I do not know when I will return." Looking at her closely, he impressed her lovely features into his mind's eye. Readying herself for the night, her hair was down. He could not keep his fingers from capturing one of her curls. Soft. "Elizabeth, I wish you were already my bride. Parting before you are is devastating to me. Should something detain me from returning to you, I do not know. We have less than 10 days before—" "Then go. Do not tarry." Elizabeth took his hand in hers. "Do not allow that man to harm Miss Darcy. Ride swiftly, but wisely. I will be here to welcome you both when you come back to Hertfordshire." This kiss was a promise, a confirmation of a future together. With one final glimpse, he turned and fled down the stairs. Donning his heaviest greatcoat and gloves, Darcy mounted Richard's horse and was off. Conflicting emotions warred inside him. Bitter hatred and disgust with Wickham, frustration with the shameless Miss Lydia Bennet, and tender appreciation for Elizabeth.
Her unhesitating encouragement for him to pursue the correct course, at the expense of time spent courting, was a testimony to her superiority. He would be proud to have her for his wife. A sliver of moonlight peered from behind heavy clouds. He was fortunate the rain was not falling. Heading due north, minutes and then hours sped by. He stopped only for needed rest. As Darcy warmed himself before a fire at an inn 3 hours from Netherfield Park, the horse enjoyed a rub-down by the stable's groom. Had the night been lighter, their pace would not have been so slow. Yet with each step they were drawing closer to their quarry. Wickham would pay for his villainy. Elizabeth tapped on Colonel Fitzwilliam's door early the next morning, unsurprised when informed the man had been awake for hours. When she stepped into the room, his batman and his mother, who must have risen before the sun was up, remained. "Sir, I cannot help but fear for the situation. Do you have information to ease my concerns?" Elizabeth sat next to him, her words cautious to protect Georgiana. "You may speak freely in front of Mother and Sergeant Simmons. He knows of Wickham's offences against the Darcys, and despises gossip," Richard reassured her. Then he handed her the note. After she read it in its entirety, she asked, "Why does he hate Mr. Darcy?" "How much has my cousin shared with you of their past?" the Colonel inquired. "Very little. In fact, it was only his reaction at seeing Mr. Wickham standing in the drawing-room here that provided a clue into their strife with each other. I know of no details." "Then settle in comfortably, for the tale is long and sordid." Darcy's cousin rubbed his hand over his mouth and looked away from her. Then he began. By the time he finished speaking of childish rivalries and had moved into their adolescence, a sick feeling had grown in her stomach. This would not end well. When the Colonel detailed the envy possessed by the son of Pemberley's former steward against the heir, her own ire flared against Mr. Wickham. She wanted to cry when the Colonel spoke of the interrupted elopement and the pain Georgiana was continuing to suffer from her heartbreak and embarrassment. "Would that I had your sword, Colonel Fitzwilliam. I would follow Mr. Darcy on your fastest horse and join him in his battle." The desire for physical action burst inside her. He chuckled. "I am confident you would." Clearing his throat, he continued. "Since you are soon to be my cousin, and I already think of you informally, pray call me Richard, and your intended William, as the rest of the family does. Well, with the exception of Aunt Catherine, who calls him Fitzwilliam, and calls me Fitzwilliam too." Relaxing a mite, Elizabeth agreed. "Please share the details of the chase if you would. My mind has already imagined the worst. Anything you tell me will be a relief." "Certainly. We are approximately 4 days' journey in good weather from Pemberley. From Pemberley to Gretna Green is about the same distance. That is almost 300 miles of hard riding for anyone making the trip. Wickham spoke with Miss Lydia this morning, and we assume left immediately. Unless Aunt Catherine gave him the funds to hire a carriage, he will be on horseback, until he can have Georgie access a carriage at Pemberley, which means his potential for progress until he gets to Derbyshire is greater." "Despite this, you have confidence in William?" Elizabeth liked the feel of his name on her tongue. "I am confident in both Darcy and Earl." The Colonel nodded. "Earl? Did your father accompany my betrothed?" Elizabeth was puzzled. She understood from Lord Matlock's comments when Mr. Wickham had entered Netherfield Park that he knew the man. Nonetheless, he appeared to be more a man who relished a good debate to a hard ride over the shires in the darkness. "My father? No, he is in his room as far as I know." Richard chortled, and so did his mother and the sergeant. "Earl is my horse." "She's not a mare, then?" Elizabeth had not made the effort to peek underneath to determine the horse's sex, as it meant nothing to her at the time. However, she recalled clearly being introduced while in the stable to the Colonel's only lady love. "Oh, yes, she is a female in both form and attitude. And Darcy will have his hands full taking control of the second stubbornest creature of my acquaintance." She laughed. "And the first?" "My father, the Earl of Matlock, of course." Chapter 18. Darcy's eyes slammed shut, with the first sharp turn to the east shortly after daybreak. The glare of the rising sun, combined with the grit stemming from the dirt surface of the road, and the tiredness from being awake all night, hurt. The long hours had been fruitless, and he felt the disappointment with his whole body. Earl had performed as expected. Like Darcy, the horse refused to quit, despite not a hint of George Wickham. If Wickham stayed with his habits, he should be rising soon to break his fast, before beginning his travel on the road north. Once Darcy found him. All night Darcy considered what he would do when he finally confronted the rogue. His response ranged from shooting him before Wickham could open his mouth, to shooting him once the rake gave a full explanation of his involvement in this crime. When Darcy was not thinking of him, his mind automatically veered towards Elizabeth. Now that was a pleasant thought. She was his bright light of hope, and he missed her more than he could have imagined. She would have teased him into a calmness he would not be capable of finding on his own. He chortled, startling Earl. Yes, they were both weary. Uncle Hugh comparing Elizabeth to Anne Darcy had been a revelation. Upon reflection, he should not have been caught unawares. Easily recalled were the many times his father had spoken of his courtship and marriage. Mr. George Darcy, Esquire, had at first overlooked the former Lady Anne Fitzwilliam, grouping her with the other unattached fortune-hunters on the prowl for a wealthy mate. How he paid for his inattention later! Darcy could not contain his smile. Uncle Hugh had been incorrect. It had not been love at first sight. Anne Fitzwilliam had snubbed her nose at George Darcy, not because he was untitled, but because she believed him to be the most boring man on the planet. However, the second time they were in company, after actually speaking to one another, they began to look at each other quite differently. According to his father, it took less than a quarter-hour of conversation on that second occasion before his eyes could look nowhere else. Lady Anne filled the room, his vision and his heart. He was captured, willingly surrendering to a love that never faded during the almost 15 years they had together before her death. Admitting he was more like his father than he had thought, Darcy relished the dream of having Elizabeth permanently by his side. Without effort, images of them saying their vows in a stylishly decorated chapel, hovering over their first child's cradle as he or she slept, fighting tears when their eldest son left for Eton, and becoming grey with advancing age, passed through his mind. Earl stopped, catching Darcy by surprise. Darcy shook the pictures out of his head as he scanned their location. They had reached the White Stag Inn, one of his normal stopping places between London and Derbyshire. The activity in the yard bespoke of busy travellers hurrying to unknown locations. Checking a group emerging from the heavy wooden door, he hoped to find his nemesis. None of them were Wickham. Dismounting, he handed Earl to a waiting groom and stepped inside. The questions were the same. Did you see a man matching the rogue's appearance? Did he stop here or by chance stay here? The answers were always the same. No one had seen the man. Confused at Wickham not stopping throughout the course of the night, Darcy's tired mind filtered the possibilities, until he settled on the only situation that could have explained Wickham's invisibility. Lady Catherine de Bourgh had supplied him with a carriage, where a footman saw to the needs of the traveller, while George remained comfortably ensconced inside the coach, protecting his anonymity. Wickham had a 10-hour lead. He could afford to proceed unhurried. Darcy could not. Growling his frustration, Darcy stepped back outside. The chill of the morning bled through his coat until he shivered. Fighting disappointment, he mounted Earl and took off. Wickham could not be that far ahead of him, could he? By mid-morning, Elizabeth was ready to stuff a dirty sock into the opened mouth of her youngest sister. Lydia Bennet was incorrigible.
"I will not tell you any of my private conversations with George."
Lydia folded her arms over her chest, while her chin jutted forward.
"You were lying about his intentions to elope with Miss Darcy, for he has told me what a silly girl she is, with little to attract him other than her dowry."
Mr. Wickham would be most impressed with that very thing, Lydia Bennet. What she has 30,000 of, you now have none.
"He loves me."
Her sister stomped her foot.
"He said so right before he kissed me the first time, and the second time, and the third."
Lydia giggled.
"Oh, Lizzie, he's everything I have ever dreamed of. When his secret missions are ended, he will wear a red coat with style. I will be the envy of all my friends." You are a fool. Mr. Wickham loves only himself. When her sister shook her head in response, Elizabeth demanded, Wait here. I shall retrieve the note he had you deliver to Mr. Darcy, and you can read his intentions with your own eyes. Ha! Lydia's chuckle quickly turned to laughter. He told me yesterday morning when we met at the stile how his message would throw Mr. Darcy off his trail, although I did think his intention was to write to me as well. But never mind. He's the most intelligent man I know, so I cannot begin to question his decisions. What? Stepping closer, Elizabeth grabbed her sister's arm, holding tightly when Lydia attempted to pull away. What do you mean? He wanted to throw Mr. Darcy off his trail? A sick feeling started in Elizabeth's stomach. Why would Mr. Wickham want Darcy away from Netherfield Park? What was his plan? Needing to speak with Richard, Elizabeth released Lydia and stepped back. Do not think I will not tell Mamma and Papa that you have engaged in improper behaviour with a man completely unattached to you, Lydia. Your actions have endangered your reputation and that of ours if it becomes known. You act the child. Elizabeth's disgust was evident in her tone. Stupid, stupid girl. I will have my way, Lydia yelled, as Elizabeth quickly moved to the part of the house where the Fitzwilliams were staying. How could Lydia be such a fool, for a man of little value? Shaking her head, she needed to worry about her sister later. Right now, Elizabeth desperately required the good counsel of Richard Fitzwilliam and his father. As she entered his chamber after being summoned, Elizabeth pondered at not running to her father. Mr. Thomas Bennet had always been her touchstone, the one person in the world she bounced new ideas and thoughts off, so she could see the rationale behind the best direction to take. This time, it did not occur to her to consult with him. How things were changing. Both Lord Matlock and his son immediately recognised the futility of sending someone after Darcy. A rider could not catch him before he reached Pemberley. I cannot think Wickham is smart enough, nor does he have the resources to come up with a successful strategy. The Earl appeared relaxed in the chair next to Richard's bed, his legs crossed and his elbow resting on the padded arm of the wooden rocker. When his fingers tapped against his chin and his foot bounced, Elizabeth realised he was as upset as the two others in the room. My sister, however, is fully capable of seeing to the task. You cannot believe Lady Catherine would wilfully harm her niece. Elizabeth was appalled at the idea. From what I have discerned, Miss Darcy is sweet of disposition and shy of nature. She is that, agreed Richard. However, my aunt is motivated by the want of power and money. She would do anything to exert authority over Darcy. But why? Pray help me understand. Elizabeth sat across from the Earl. Richard sat up a little straighter when a soft knock on the outside of his door was heard. When he smoothed back his hair and rubbed his hands over his bare cheeks to cover the blush rising from his throat to his eye sockets, Elizabeth suspected the visitor was Jane. She was correct. Once Jane was seated, Richard's attention to the conversation was lost. Therefore Lord Matlock continued. My sister has two desires. The first is to have a reason for others to look up to and admire her. The other is to make Darcy suffer for not marrying Anne. She would think nothing of sacrificing Georgiana's happiness to reach her goal. But Hugh Fitzwilliam lifted one hand. I know. It is a sad little family unit we have here. Rather, I should say a selfish family unit. He shook his head. Like Wickham, she considers only her own desires, and would think nothing of stepping on or over anyone to achieve what she wants. Also, like Wickham, they have a personal vendetta against Darcy. He is such a good man. Why would they be upset with him? Asked Jane, confused at how anyone would want to wilfully hurt someone else, especially family. I agree with you, Miss Bennet. Darcy's failing, at least in their eyes, is his stubborn insistence on taking the proper course. Lord Matlock rubbed his hands over his face. With that said, both Darcy and Catherine are like the buildings they inhabit, both built of hard stone and both unwilling to budge from where they stand. Richard was the first to respond. Miss Bennet, I regret disillusioning you, but evil exists in the world.
He shuddered. In battle, gentlemen become vicious, which is quite against the character they display at home. Does this mean each of us has the propensity for evil? I do not think this at all. Yet changed circumstances can move a man to act differently from what was his custom. Take George Wickham as an example. While quite young, he was the best of company. Nevertheless, once he fell into a pack of undisciplined boys, he developed vile tendencies. Wickham no longer resembles the child I played with when I visited Pemberley those many years ago.
Mr. Darcy is a good man. Jane stood, her fervour making her unable to sit still. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. How may I be of assistance?
Elizabeth was intensely pleased to have the Colonel and his father witness both a passionate nature and a reasonable mind from Jane. It was not Jane's natural inclination to display her emotions. This was new, since her disappointment of realising Mr. Bingley had a less than stellar character. Good for Jane. Elizabeth did not feel nearly so alone with Darcy gone, and Jane understanding the gentleman's appeal. We shall have to await Darcy's instructions. After all, the likelihood of him successfully reaching Georgiana and Pemberley before Wickham does is almost non-existent. Most likely we shall be dealing with the after-effects of a wedding nobody in the family wanted except Catherine. I shudder to think what my niece's life will be under the thumb of my sister, and a reprobate for a husband. Lord Matlock closed his eyes and leaned his head back on the chair. Speaking to no one in particular, he continued, I expect to see Cathy before too long. In fact, I'm somewhat surprised she's not already here. Elizabeth felt useless. If only she had been in a position to have travelled with Darcy, she would have been doing something other than waiting. Glimpsing the fisted hands and tight jaw of Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, she realised she was, again, not alone.
Charlotte, how delighted we are to see you. Jane welcomed their friend into the bedchamber she shared with Elizabeth. Are you well? Charlotte Lucas's smile lit her face to a brilliance Elizabeth had never observed upon her before. I believe the last time you greeted me, Jane, I broke your heart into a million pieces by being pleased Mr. Bingley was going to offer for me. Today, I can honestly say my relief is overwhelming at standing against my father and denying Mr. Bingley's suit. At Jane's muttered, I know how you feel. Charlotte lifted a brow, yet said nothing. Whatever has happened? Elizabeth asked. I believe we should all be seated, lest you faint dead away, Lizzie, Charlotte teased. Once settled, she said, Dr. Stevenson has asked myself and my father for a courtship to come to know me better. She squealed in a good imitation of Mrs. Bennet, and clapped her hands over her face. What? Oh, this is everything wonderful, Charlotte, Jane offered. Elizabeth went directly to the crux of the matter. Are you happy, my friend? Dropping her hands so her joy was no longer hidden, Charlotte clarified. I am exceedingly pleased. The doctor expressed himself well, explaining his reasons for seeking my company. She blushed. He thought my rejection of Mr. Bingley proved my value, that I did not selfishly seek an establishment which would elevate me when my heart was singularly unattached. Jane's smile was radiant. Elizabeth inquired, How does your father do, Charlotte? Their former neighbour grinned. Father is well pleased with this new arrangement, and that his daughter, whom he had almost given up on, has had 2 good men speak to him of a future with his eldest. While Mr. Bingley's family was only from trade, Dr. Stevenson is the son of a baron. The connection this might bring to a titled family, should the courtship be successful, pleases father immensely. And it pleases you too, Elizabeth teased. Charlotte nodded and reached for Jane's hand. How fares your heart? Her inquiry was kindly made. Jane sighed. Standing, she moved to the window before turning to address them. Mr. Bingley was quite contrite when he apologised to me for creating expectations indiscriminately. Her fingers pulled at the fabric of her skirt. He willingly shared his reasons for his overly friendly conduct, and explained how Mr. Darcy had repeatedly endeavoured to provide correction he failed to heed. As for his laxity with his sisters, I understood being the youngest and the only boy placed him in a position where he could be dominated. Nevertheless, I told him in clear terms that I was not interested in a boy, I would only give my heart to a man of good character." "Jane!" Elizabeth was impressed. "I believe those are the harshest words I have ever heard uttered by you in my lifetime. Well done." "My words hurt him, Lizzie, but his actions hurt me." Jane shrugged. "While I still see much to admire about him, I am not interested in more than becoming acquaintances. After all, he had not demanded his sisters correct their behaviour or leave. They made the choice to retire to London. And his devotion would not be tested until we are again in company with other unattached young ladies. I find I am more impressed, I should say, with a gentleman who is mature enough to make his own way, rather than be easily led." "The Colonel?" Charlotte boldly asked. Jane hesitated only a moment before nodding. "I do feel a measure of gratitude for Mr. Bingley. After all, his initial attentions not only pleased me, they made me feel as though I was not approaching the shelf where all the spinsters sat. I suddenly was overrun with excitement and eager anticipation. I felt pretty in a way I've never felt before. It gave me a sense of confidence. No, courage, to believe in my worth." Charlotte admitted Mr. Bingley's actions had left her with the same level of increased appreciation for her own value. "With that said, ladies," Jane looked to both Charlotte and Elizabeth, "Mr. Bingley was wrong in the way he approached us. For though I feel better about myself, I do not feel so kindly towards him." She snickered. "Besides all of this, his boots are small, unimpressive when compared with the Colonel's." "Jane!" Elizabeth and Charlotte exclaimed in tandem. Elizabeth applauded. Charlotte giggled like a girl when Elizabeth explained about her close examination of the Colonel's feet. She boldly asked about Mr. Darcy's boots. "They are as long as his cousin's, but wider across the foot," Elizabeth replied, blushing with every word. What Jane was doing was bravely done. Letting go of a single man who gave the appearance of devotion was against everything each Bennet daughter had been taught since birth. Charlotte's actions also displayed valour. Hers? Elizabeth wished to be as bold as the two other ladies in the room. Only she knew the truth. Her facade was fearless. Her reality was scared. When would Darcy return? And what would they have to deal with when she saw him again? It was hard to be heroic when her hero was gone. Elizabeth had been restless throughout the whole of the day. That evening she chose to spend time in the barn with the puppies. The turmoil of the morning had blossomed into an explosive confrontation between Lydia and their mother. Elizabeth was still shocked at the outcome. Lady Matlock had not forgotten her nephew penning a letter to the girls' schools for the two youngest Bennets. When a reply with an invitation for both Kitty and Lydia to attend had been received, Darcy's aunt knocked briskly on Mrs. Bennet's chamber door, and kept knocking until she was admitted. "Would you rather your youngest be a blessing to your family, or bring reproach and shame, Mrs. Bennet?" the Countess had demanded. "If your desire is to see them well settled, they need discipline and training, so you can hold your head up in the finer households once Darcy and Elizabeth are wed. Or do you not mind being shunned and forever denied access to the temps?" As far as Mrs. Bennet was concerned, with this understanding the matter was settled. The two youngest Bennets would be taken, kicking and screaming, to Liverpool to attend Mrs. Peabody's school for young ladies. They would leave on the morrow. Deep shame at the poor showing the girls had made in front of Darcy's relatives distracted Elizabeth. Therefore she did not hear the man step up behind her. She was not aware of his presence until he grabbed her arm, twisted it, and shoved it up between her shoulder blades. The pain threatened her with a loss of consciousness. "William, help me!" her mind screamed, when the nefarious man's other hand covered her mouth and nose. She could not breathe. Fighting him intensified the pain and her panic. Twisting her head from side to side in an effort to shake off his hand and gain even a slight whiff of air, the man whispered harshly in her ear, "You will not get free until Darcy finally pays me what is owed." Her last thought, before her world turned black. Mr. Wickham. What was he doing in Hertfordshire? Chapter 19. As twilight settled over the countryside, Fitzwilliam Darcy sought shelter. The
The constant discouragement from not overtaking Wickham was a living, breathing enemy. His back hurt, his legs burned, and other regions would relish a soak in a hot bath. Nonetheless, if he continued his brutal pace, he would reach Pemberley in less than 2 days' time. Giving the groom extra money to indulge Richard's mare, Darcy first checked the interior of each carriage in the yard before slogging into the busy inn. Surveying the patrons, he found no one resembling his former friend. Again, he was denied the slim hope he could rescue his sister. He and Richard had been wrong. The motivation of gaining a fortune must have moved Wickham to exert himself beyond his usual habits. Poor Georgiana. Darcy's heart hung heavy in his chest. No innocent girl should be attached to a man who would rob her blind and toss her away like garbage. Darcy knew much of Wickham's past, the many times he had ill-used women, making promises he had no intentions of keeping, then abandoning them without a blink of an eye or a twinge to his conscience. Did Wickham have a conscience? At one time he did. When they were children, George played fair. It was only after Eton when he learned to lie and cheat for his own advantage. And this was to be the man Georgiana would be bound to. Darcy wanted to vomit. "Wake me before daylight." Darcy handed the proprietor some coins before heading directly to his room. He cared not that the bed felt like stone. He cared not that his dusty clothing would soil the quilts. He cared about his sister. He cared about Richard. He even cared about Richard's horse, Earl. Mostly he cared about a slip of a woman with a gleam in her eye and compassion in her heart. He missed Elizabeth. His last thought was of her attempting to capture 3 squirming puppies, when sleep finally caught up with him, his eyes tightly closed, a smile on his face. Elizabeth's first sensation was a panicked need to breathe. When her mind cleared, her hysteria subsided. She was indeed inhaling and exhaling with regularity. In the fading evening light, she saw the filth of the solid wood floor where she lay. The room's furnishings were draped with covers coated in thick dust. Surveying her surroundings, Elizabeth recognised nothing. However, she observed a small metal water pitcher, a porcelain pot, and some bread resting upon a piece of unwashed linen covering a corner of the fireplace hearth. 2 ropes extending from a metal ring embedded in the stones above the gaping hole of the mantel hung down. Her eyes followed the hemp to intricate knots and loops, tightly surrounding each of her wrists, binding them together. Good Lord! Mr. Wickham had tied her to the wall. Thankfully he was no longer in the room. Stretching her arms up and back as she rose to a sitting position, she estimated her range was approximately 5 feet. Standing, she walked the semicircle from one wall to the other. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed the ropes and pulled them with the full force of her might. Then she jerked them, grunting with the effort. Nothing. Sitting back on the floor, Elizabeth wedged her feet against the hearthstones. Twisting her wrists so the available rope wrapped tight, she leaned back, straining with the tension. Again nothing. Drat. Peeking inside the pitcher, she found it to be half full of what looked like water. Her hands were dirty, and her wrists already chafed under the bindings. Wishing to wash and cool the burn from the ropes, Elizabeth declined to pursue her desires. She had no idea how long she would be kept at this location, so she did not want to waste the few resources she had. One thing she did do was to use the inside of her foot to scoot the chamber pot to the other end of the hearth, away from the food and drink. Cobwebs draped from the corners of each window, while the moth-eaten fabric of the draperies hung like tattered lace. Faded rectangles on the walls indicated where paintings had once decorated the room. The only bookshelf was lonely in its emptiness. The room smelled of neglect. Wherever she was, the place had long ago been abandoned. Would she ever be found? Thomas Bennet glanced at the 3 other men in Netherfield's study. Sitting behind his desk, Bingley drew circles on the wooden surface with his index finger. He appeared listless and bored. Lord Matlock was a man of authority, used to giving orders. He expounded at length on the dreadfulness of the Napoleonic War and the ineffectiveness of Parliament to bring change to the people. The Colonel had the same propensity, expressing his own strong opinions on the same subjects, although rarely in agreement with the Earl. Imagining the conflicts between the father and son, The longing for the familiar petty arguments at Longbourn made Mr. Bennet's heart ache. However, his family's circumstances had changed dramatically. He no longer had a home to go to, nor a place for his wife and children to bicker. Since the fire, Jane was rarely in his presence, spending the majority of her time with either the Fitzwilliams or Elizabeth. Elizabeth mooned over her betrothed, who had apparently raced from Netherfield Park to care for an ailing sister. Any other reason for his quick departure had not been shared with him. Mary tended her mother, and scurried like a church mouse from their host's romantic attentions. Kitty and Lydia were at school. A flicker of strong emotion shot through his midsection, warring with the feeling of the loss of his library. Realization hit him like a hammer between his eyes. He missed his girls far more than his books. He missed the constant chatter, the laughter, and the skirmishes over shoe roses and pilfered shawls. Rather than hold something as transitory as a volume of scientific discovery in his hands, which would be read and then placed on the shelves, he yearned for the days when his daughters were little, when they climbed on his lap for a quickly thought-up story, when they trusted in him explicitly. When had they gone from toddlers to looking to establish homes of their own? How had he missed their growing-up years? Why had he put his library ahead of his family? He shook his head at himself. The reality of his situation was that his eldest 2 daughters would soon be gone. Grandchildren would be born, and, for the most part, their lives would move forward without him. Kitty and Lydia would return to him, more restrained than they had ever been. There would be no silliness, no fodder for his jests, and no one to share the joy in his latest acquisitions. The loss brought a tear to the corner of his eye. No matter how much he longed for a return to the days of his past, his sudden need for his family would be denied. Unexpectedly, Jane burst through the door without knocking. "Papa, Lizzie is missing," she blurted, interrupting the conversations of the men. "What?" A glance out of the window showed the night to be as dark as coal. His heart dropped to his toes. His Lizzie was gone. Where? "Pardon me, gentlemen." Jane dropped a curtsy, then continued, her voice frantic. "I have searched Netherfield Park from top to bottom, and even went to the stables where the puppies are housed. There is no sign of Elizabeth." Richard Fitzwilliam took charge. "Is her cloak gone? Are her walking boots here?" he demanded to the room at large. "Both her cloak and boots are here," Jane hurried to add. "She told me her intention was to visit the puppies. With it being a quick trip to the barn, she was not dressed for walking out."
"Would she have wandered off without them?"
"Yes." Both Jane and Mr. Bennet answered at the same time. He clarified, his pulse racing and his breathing shallow.
"When troubled, Elizabeth has often meandered away from the house, seeking calmness. She never stays out after darkness has set in. Never. She would not want us to worry." "Likely there has been an accident," Lord Matlock suggested. "We need to search the grounds and a distance beyond."
Footmen were called, greatcoats were gathered, torches and candles lit, and men dispatched to bring both the apothecary and Dr. Stevenson to Netherfield Park. Mr. Bennet could not remain behind, not when his most precious child could be in trouble. He grabbed a flaming lantern and ran out the front door.
"Lizzie!"
he yelled into the darkness.
"Elizabeth!"
He was aware men moved behind him, shooting off in different directions. Running towards the stables, he continued shouting at the top of his lungs. In the distance he heard the voices of others joining in the search. Gratitude for the help and desperation to find her moved him forward. He would search until she was located. He would not stop. At his command, neither would the others. At the break of dawn, a heart-sick Mr. Bennet finally returned to Netherfield Park. Reports had been brought to him throughout the night of where others had searched, and what, or rather who, they had failed to find. He had wandered to the home site of Longbourn and back without one sign of Elizabeth. Nevertheless, had she lain unconscious outside the beam of his light, he would not have found her. Determined they would resume the search after a short rest, he joined the men inside Netherfield's drawing-room. Colonel Fitzwilliam was bent over a property map of the estate, while each man individually reported the approximate area travelled during the night. When Mr. Bennet saw the map, his heart lifted at the intense efforts expended by others, wholly unconnected to him. Yet there were still so many acres to cover, and no Lizzie. The black of the night and the cold temperatures had intensified his worry until he had to tamp down the panic. They would find Lizzie. They just had to. He was not a quitter, and neither were the other men in the room. Within minutes of daybreak, the group at Netherfield were joined by their neighbours, including Sir William Lucas and his son. Mr. Goulding brought his hounds. The coat Elizabeth had worn before the fire was retrieved in hopes the animals could gain her scent. By the time they were organised into 4 groups to systematically search the 4 corners of the property, Colonel Forster and the militia arrived. The sheer number of men brought renewed vitality to those who had already been up through the long night. Refreshing himself took minutes. Then they were off. Inn after inn, mile after mile, brought Darcy no relief. Like the day before, there was not a glimpse of Wickham. If Earl did not give out, or he did not, they should arrive at Pemberley by the late afternoon of the next day. He desperately wanted the opportunity to introduce his sister to Elizabeth as Miss Darcy, not Mrs. Wickham. Should he bypass Pemberley to head directly to Scotland? If only he had insisted Georgiana travel with him to Hertfordshire, she would have been under both his protection and Richard's. Why had he not done so? Why had he assumed the best course was to leave his sister alone and vulnerable? Bitter recriminations would not change matters. The best course would be the one he knew Elizabeth would insist upon. Her inclination was to make the best of a rotten situation. How could he accomplish that without her? He could not. If only Elizabeth was with him, he had no doubt they would be engaged in lively conversation. She would ask about his sister. She would ask about Wickham. Darcy wanted to spit on the road. She would ask about Lady Catherine and her involvement in this sordid affair. Wickham and Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine and Wickham. Why would Wickham agree to live under Lady Catherine's authority? Unless something dramatically happened to his character, he would not. Why would he submit to Lady Catherine once he had Georgiana's dowry? Darcy sucked in a breath. George Wickham would never submit to anything he did not want to do with 30,000 in his pocket. Why would Lady Catherine agree to these terms with a man she despised as far below her? George Wickham as her nephew? Never. An uneasy feeling gnawed at his gut. Something was very wrong with the contents of Wickham's letter. The few times Wickham had been in Lady Catherine's presence, she treated him like a bug she wanted to squash under her feet, while he taunted and ridiculed her behind her back. They loathed each other, and had since before George Darcy died. Oh, good Lord! Was he on a wild goose chase? He would not know until he reached Pemberley. Giving Earl a swift kick, he raced towards where his sister ought to be, hoping beyond hope she was still there. His heart was being pulled in 2 directions, one to Gretna Green, and the other back with his beloved in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth. Chapter 20. The pitcher crashed through the fragile pane of the window to the side of the fireplace, leaving shards hanging from the sill. Elizabeth tossed the chamber pot in the same direction. She missed. Her intention had been to widen the hole, making it easier for someone approaching to hear her screams. Once done, she had stretched her bindings to the other side of the fireplace. There she used the toe of her slipper to scratch her captor's name in the dust as close to the wall as she could reach. Hopefully it would not be visible to him when Wickham re-entered the room, if he re-entered the room. Despite her mediocre aim, she had yelled for help throughout the night. The echoes of her voice in the empty room was her only company. Apparently Mr. Wickham had abandoned her. At the first hint of dawn, Elizabeth's eyes shot open. Frustrated to find herself still tied to the mantel, mad at herself for having been easily captured, and scared at not knowing Wickham's plans for her. Whatever he had in mind, likely it was vile, aimed to hurt Darcy. In truth, she was equally angry with Lydia for freely revealing the personal activities of the Bennet family. Foolish girl. A hint of her dreams of the night still lingered. Darcy had ridden up on Richard's horse in time to hear her pleading for help. He stood on the back of Earl, climbed through the window she had conveniently cleared of glass, and burst into the room to confront Wickham with a drawn sword to save his damsel in distress. Psh! Dreams. She had already looked out through the jagged glass to find the room was on the ground floor. Earl would not be needed as a ladder to the room. However, in case there was any reality to her vivid imagination, she resumed shouting help. Footsteps sounded outside the door. She quieted to see if she could determine their owner. Was it Darcy come to rescue her? No, it could not be him, as he was on his way to Pemberley. Was it Wickham come to see if she survived the night? To her immense shock, not one but two men entered the room. Mr. George Wickham, and her father's cousin, Mr. Collins. "Whatever are you doing in Hertfordshire?" Elizabeth could not refrain from asking the rector. She had not seen him since the day Longbourn burned. Why was he here? More importantly, why was he with Mr. Wickham?
"Do you not know?" Wickham asked. "Where Lady Catherine is, Collins is soon to follow. It was quite an anomaly to have her send him by himself on a quest for a wife, which he somehow could not manage on his own."
He sneered at the clergyman. "Lady Catherine is here?" Elizabeth demanded, as her mind spun. This would not be good.
"Oh, do not worry about her, Miss Elizabeth. You have enough worries of your own."
Wickham approached, as Mr. Collins hovered at the doorway. Using a sharp knife he pulled from his boots, the rake cut her bindings close to where they were fastened at the wall. Gathering them, he pulled her towards the door, unconcerned whether she remained standing or not.
"Mr. Collins shall indeed soon have a bride," he snickered. "Come along."
Jerking the ropes, Elizabeth had no recourse but to follow. Unwilling to accept whatever consequences were in store, she pulled back on the ropes, momentarily stopping before exiting the room. Under her skirts, she moved her foot to scrawl, "Cough." Wickham tugged so hard she fell to her knees. She chose not to look back to see how clearly the letters appeared, in case Wickham would find her marks. Elizabeth struggled to her feet and followed. "Help me!" She could not resist one last yell. Wickham moved so quickly she was unable to put up much of a struggle, as a damp cloth was clamped over her nose and mouth. A used handkerchief! Oh! Within seconds, her world went black.
"Why has nobody welcomed me? Where is everybody? Where is my nephew?"
the older woman demanded the instant she stepped into the entrance hall. Her clothing was rich in colour and layered in lace, which would have pleased Mrs. Bennet had she been downstairs. The walking cane she was currently tapping impatiently on the marble floor was topped in gold.
"Would that be Mr. Darcy or Colonel Fitzwilliam?"
Thomas Bennet recognised the signs of a woman who demanded the respect from having wealth and privilege. His first guess as to her identity was his cousin's patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. In the few precious minutes he had allowed himself to reconnoitre upstairs with the Colonel for a full report of the search for his daughter, he had deeply appreciated the necessity of a systematic search rather than his frantic wanderings. Now he wanted to get back outside and join the others. At the moment, Thomas Bennet was more anxious about the health of Elizabeth than prostrating himself to a woman of no import to him. Formerly, he would have toyed with her for his personal enjoyment. Under these circumstances, he was a man possessed. He would not stop until he found Elizabeth. Therefore he gave the lady no welcome.
"He should be arriving in Derbyshire late tomorrow."
Taking his coat from the footman, Mr. Bennet thrust his arms into the sleeves and moved around her towards the door.
"You must excuse me, madam. I have a pressing personal matter needing my attention."
"Where is my brother? Why has no one greeted me with the deference due me? Who are you to ignore my needs?"
With each question, the woman brought the end of her cane down on the floor with force, as if to give her demands more power. Thomas Bennet was done.
"Mr. Bingley, my host, is with a party of men searching for a missing person. So is Lord Matlock. Colonel Fitzwilliam is in his room coordinating the efforts to find her. Mr. Darcy, as I said, is on his way to his estate. Lady Matlock is tending her son, and you are taking up too much of my time."
"Who are you to speak to me in such a manner?"
Her chin lifted as her jaw tightened. He did not care whether she was offended or angry.
I am Mr. Thomas Bennet of Longbourn. It is my child who has come to harm. You will need to see to your own interests, as there is no one here to assist you. Pray feel free to return to Kent. You're not welcome here."
Never had he spoken to a woman so harshly. However, her utter disregard for anyone's desire other than her own irritated him beyond measure.
"Mr. Bennet, you are the father of that upstart, Miss Elizabeth, the one who presumes to ensnare my own nephew, who used her arts and allurements to distract him from his engagement to my own daughter?"
The lady sneered as she wagged her bony finger in his face.
"You have callously destroyed the valuable inheritance of my rector, Mr. Collins. I can see you are a man of little effort and understanding. I will not leave here until I have my way. I do not bear disappointment well."
In the past, he had expended minimal effort to care for what was his own. It was a criticism he would have owned on any other day. Not today.
"Lady de Bourgh."
His mispronunciation was deliberately done. She appeared every inch a hostile goblin. She lightly scared small children with little effort.
"Your nephew pursued my daughter with a fierce determination, unlike any I've ever seen. However, where he was successful in his desires, you will not be."
Stepping closer to her, he could smell her fetid breath.
"I care nothing of your opinions, nor your advice. My child has more value to me in her littlest toe than you do. Leave, I say."
Thomas Bennet stepped back and pointed towards the entrance to Netherfield Park.
"Well, I never!"
she huffed, before turning her back to him to walk out the door. He stood sentinel until she entered her carriage and it began moving down the approach to Netherfield Park. Good riddance.
"What a bothersome woman,"
he mumbled under his breath.
"Mr. Bennet, was that Lady Catherine I heard?"
Lady Matlock was hurriedly descending the stairs behind him.
"It was."
Lady Helen Fitzwilliam was as unlike her sister by marriage as any two women he knew. When she yelled, "Stop her!" he ran out onto the portico, only to see the back of the carriage moving quickly away from the house.
"Whatever for?"
Uneasiness settled over him. Something was wrong.
"She is the mastermind behind Darcy's right to Pemberley and a nefarious plot to keep him from marrying your daughter."
The Countess moved quickly to his side, as if she could assist him in recalling her sister-in-law to Netherfield Park.
"What?"
Mr. Bennet was flummoxed.
"Why did I not know this?"
"Wickham's note to Darcy, which is upstairs in Richard's room, outlined their plans. Catherine is desperate."
Her shoulders dropped in defeat.
"I believe she will stop at nothing to gain guardianship of Georgiana, thus controlling my niece's dowry. She is not to be trusted."
All the air left his body as he cupped his hand to his opened mouth. Was she suggesting Lizzie's disappearance was an act of villainy rather than a terrible accident? Turning back to the house, his eyes quickly surveyed the entry. There was not a butler or a footman in sight. All of the available men were beating the brush looking for Elizabeth. None could ride after Lady Catherine. Fisting both his hands, he yelled his frustration. The clouds swirling around her brain cleared enough, Elizabeth became aware they were in motion. The sounds of horses' hooves and the turning of wheels indicated she was in a carriage, accompanied by men. Mr. Wickham and Mr. Collins. How could this be? More importantly, why? Her mind spun with the possibilities. Keeping silent and still, she listened as the two men spoke. Wickham's voice was close. When the axle hit a rut that threatened to toss her from the seat, a man's hand grasped her shoulder to keep her in place. How dare he? Wickham was sitting alongside her, the rogue. With no idea of how much time or distance had passed, she paid attention to their discussion for a hint of their location.
"You want me to do what?"
Easily recognised was the clergyman's whine.
"I am tired of sitting in the same attitude, and feel the need to stretch my legs. Therefore, before we reach the next inn, we will exchange outer clothing. No one will recognise me or be able to accurately describe me should I be wearing the garments of a rector.
In the same manner you will remain incognito in the apparel of a gentleman," Wickham replied.
Elizabeth admitted to herself that it was a good plan for them. Not so much for her.
Mr. Collins balked. "I believe my patroness would not be pleased at seeing me dressed as a common man. Your clothing looks fine from a distance, but is rather shabby when viewed up close. I am a distinguished clergyman, sir."
Elizabeth cracked open one eye to look at Mr. Collins. He was not a handsome man. His heavy black garments appeared as if the man lived in them. She wanted to gag. At least Mr. Wickham was clean and did not smell. The sacrifice of exchanging clothing would be his.
"Do as I say, Collins," Wickham insisted. "Your patroness has given me the authority to complete this task. Once I'm paid my fee, you can do what you like. She will have Georgiana Darcy under her thumb. I will be one of the wealthiest men in the former colonies. And you will finally have a wife, who is rather lovely, if I would say so myself."
He stroked her arm. Ugh! Using every ounce of self-control she possessed, Elizabeth did not flinch, or strike him with her fist, or call him all the creative names she had heard from the Colonel upon his injury.
"Then I will do as you suggest, since this has been arranged by Lady Catherine."
Mr. Collins capitulated.
"Pray, do remind me of the plans you are willing to share."
Elizabeth wanted to shake the rector's hand for asking for the exact information she longed to know. Wickham huffed.
"Again?"
Holding her breath, Elizabeth waited, hoping against hope Wickham would not be stubborn.
"Other than the need to obtain a wedding licence, which I have carefully concealed in my pocket, and the identity of my bride, I know little of our plans," Mr. Collins admitted. "Then fine, I will tell you, but only this once."
Elizabeth closed the eye that had been spying on her father's cousin. She gave her full attention to Wickham.
"Once we reach Southampton, we will search out Lady Catherine's former rector. I carry a letter from her with her instructions for your marriage ceremony, which is to be performed immediately. If he is unable, we are to seek passage to Scotland. Sailing time, even in the turbulent seas of November, will be 2 to 3 days at most."
Elizabeth heard the kidnapper rub his hands together. She easily imagined his glee.
"Once I give proof of your marriage to Lady Catherine, I collect the funds owed me and sail for Boston. You will take your new bride back to Kent, where I imagine your patroness will welcome her with open arms, or the condescension typical of her character."
He snickered wickedly.
"My wife, sir, will be the new mistress of Hunsford Parsonage, and the future mistress of Longbourn. Lady Catherine will be conscious, as she always is, of my bride's position in my household under her ladyship's authority." "You were very impressed with Lady Catherine's elevated rank, are you not?"
Wickham challenged. Apparently, Mr. Collins nodded agreement, as Wickham continued.
"In her world she does reign supreme. Nevertheless, in the real world few know or care about her. You are her pawn. Since I have her command to supervise this particular transaction, for it is solely business to me, you are my pawn as well. Therefore you will do as I have suggested and exchange enough of your clothing with me to hide our identities from the curious. Are you agreed?" "I am."
Elizabeth easily detected the unwilling petulance in Mr. Collins' voice. The men were silent until just before the carriage came to a stop. She continued to pretend sleep, while they made the carriage rock with their efforts to divest themselves of their coats, hats, gloves, and whatever other garments they felt were needed to promote their ruse. Southampton. She had never been to the south coast portion of England. Elizabeth would know nobody if she were to successfully escape. Although neither man had mentioned her name as being Mr. Collins' future bride, she had no doubt Lady Catherine would be well pleased to have Elizabeth be Mrs. Collins, rather than Mrs. Darcy. Deciding upon her best course, Elizabeth stretched and moaned. Counting to 10, she popped her eyes open and demanded, "Where are we? Why have you kidnapped me? Where are you taking me? And I need to refresh myself." Wickham growled, and Mr. Collins provided the answers she requested, as he knew them.
Fool.
Chapter 21. Less than an hour later, Thomas Bennet returned to Netherfield Park with a heavy heart and eyes refusing to remain dry. He had located Lord Matlock and Mr. Bingley to find they had discovered no evidence of Elizabeth having been in their section of the property. Neither had Colonel Forster, Sir William Lucas, or Mr. Goulding had any success. The hounds had sniffed plenty of evidence Elizabeth had walked from Longbourn to Netherfield Park, but none of the signs were fresh. Mr. Bennet's heart almost broke from the weight of his discouragement. The men gathered in Bingley's library around the map with the Colonel. Jane stood resolutely by his side.
Now that my aunt has travelled to Hertfordshire, we can no longer assume Miss Elizabeth injured herself while strolling the grounds.
The Colonel put into words the suspicion growing inside Mr. Bennet.
Since Wickham is involved, I suspect he has taken her to London to frequent the hiding spots he uses when debt collectors are threatening. He would certainly not have headed north, as the risk of encountering an angry Darcy would be too much for him. My question is why?
Lord Matlock asked.
Why has Catherine involved a man she knows she cannot trust?
As he had searched, Thomas Bennet had wondered the same. For some reason, as Lady Matlock had stated, Lady Catherine and Wickham worked together.
You are suggesting, then, that the note to Mr. Darcy was for the purpose of drawing him away from Hertfordshire, that Mr. Wickham has deliberately harmed Elizabeth?
Unfortunately, Mrs. Bennet arrived downstairs, something she had done infrequently since the fire, in time to hear his words. "Elizabeth is hurt. Where is she that I can provide comfort and tend her needs?" Thomas Bennet was fully aware his wife loved each of their daughters, although Elizabeth had never been her favourite. Yet she would never wish any of her children, including their second-born, to suffer at the hands of another. He seated himself beside her, taking her trembling hand in his own. The Colonel interrupted his thoughts.
Your daughter has been missing since last evening. Wickham would have needed a place fairly close to hide her until they could travel this morning.
Mr. Bennet reasoned.
Mr. Darcy planned to travel through the night. Why would he not do the same?
Just the idea of his innocent child being in the company of an evil man set his teeth on edge, and made him angry enough he desired no more than to do Mr. Wickham injury.
You are correct, Mr. Bennet, Richard agreed. I am assuming George Wickham would hold true to his pattern. Yet rarely does he work with anyone else like he's doing now. We need to investigate all of our options.
Lord Matlock offered.
If Wickham was here instead of leaving for Scotland, we can conclude Catherine was in Meryton as well. What we need to know is whether my sister has joined up with Wickham and Miss Elizabeth in their escape to London. Let us send our 2 fastest riders to the road south to stop them. What if they are still in Hertfordshire? Colonel Forster asked. Where could they have hidden to escape discovery? Is there an abandoned cottage or house where they could be hiding? The dower house at Longbourn.
Thomas Bennet felt a confidence he could not explain, while Colonel Fitzwilliam directed his batman, who knew both Lady Catherine and Wickham, to head towards London. Mr. Bennet requested the company of Lord Matlock, Colonel Forster and his men. Within minutes the riders departed Netherfield Park at speed. Darcy could go no farther. It was not weariness stopping him from continuing to Derbyshire. It was a nagging feeling that had grown to consume him. Something was terribly wrong in Hertfordshire. While he was desperate to head back to Elizabeth, he still was not willing to give up on the idea of protecting his sister from Wickham. How could he be at 2 places at the same time? Impossible. Or was it? When he arrived at the White Lion, another inn he frequented during his travels, Darcy unexpectedly encountered Percy Hamilton, Viscount Bennington, and his younger sister Minerva, whose house party he had planned to attend in Yorkshire.
Darcy, good fellow, you look exhausted, my man. Are you travelling to or from Pemberley?
There were few men on the planet Darcy trusted as much as Viscount Bennington. Despite having several reportedly disreputable younger brothers, he had been honourable as a young man at Cambridge. As an adult, he had continued in his path of honesty and duty. When Percy explained that his cook had become ill, with little hope of immediate recovery,
The house party moved to another estate, whereupon the now abandoned host decided it was time to invade the home of Fitzwilliam Darcy for some rest and relaxation.
"I need your help," Darcy pleaded.
Within 20 minutes, Percy and his sister, who was Georgiana's age, were hurrying north to Pemberley with a letter for his sister. Darcy was back on Earl, racing south to Elizabeth. Each time Elizabeth glanced over at the occupant of the carriage across from her, Mr. Collins was patting his breast pocket, the crumple of stiff parchment sounding loud in the close confines. Elizabeth speculated he was hiding a special licence personally approved by his patroness. She also guessed Lady Catherine's intent was to have her rector united with Darcy's intended to stop the marriage. Then Darcy would rush to join himself with Anne de Bourgh before the 11th of November. That would never happen.
"We will be stopping shortly at an inn,"
Wickham casually informed her. Nonetheless, the glare in his eye promised he was on high alert.
"You may leave the carriage to refresh yourself. Should you call for aid, I will shoot you where you stand. Then I will return to Hertfordshire to do the same to your eldest sister. Pray consider my threat seriously, Miss Elizabeth. I have everything to lose if you do not obey. I will not hold back from seeing you lose all as well if I am thwarted."
Elizabeth believed him when he pulled a pistol from a pocket on the side of the carriage from where he was seated. When he tucked it in Mr. Collins' coat, she assured him she would behave as requested. As soon as they reached the coaching inn, Mr. Collins stepped from the conveyance, turned back to her, offered her his hand, and called her "my dearest." Not on his life. She was already engaged to a man she adored more with each passing minute. She would never attach herself to a buffoon like her father's cousin. Looking around the yard, the activities of a busy travelling station left no one interested in the three of them. Men barking orders, dogs barking to be heard, horses snuffling, the innkeeper's wife yelling at a maid to hurry with the laundry, and groomsmen and drivers clamouring to get immediate service, created a cacophony normal to the circumstances. Although her inclination was to scream for assistance, she would not. Therefore she would have to come up with a way to attract attention subtly, or be remembered should someone ask. During the long miles they had travelled, Elizabeth had contemplated the full gamut of possibilities for escape. She had expected that an overt action would meet with little success. Once inside the inn, an opportunity presented itself. The innkeeper bellowed to a young lad who had followed their party into the facility. "You there! We don't allow dogs inside the building. Keep him outside where the cur belongs." Speaking up in defence of the boy, Elizabeth said, "I too have a puppy who follows me everywhere. In fact, I have 3. One, a boy, is as quiet as a preacher. The other boy is a rascal. The only girl in the litter, who is rather impertinent, I call Lady, for underneath her mischief she has a sweet temperament, like my sister Jane." Wickham pulled at her arm, squeezing hard. Leaning down, he whispered, "Enough talking. Take care of your needs so we can be back on the road." Elizabeth hurried to the task, hopeful the owner of the establishment would remember and repeat her comment, should someone come inquiring about the travellers. Of course, the residents at Netherfield would believe only 2 travelled together. They might not figure out from her clue that Mr. Collins was also involved. Discouraged, Elizabeth racked her brain for another idea. However, when she opened the door after using the retiring room, Wickham and Mr. Collins stood outside waiting for her. All chances of escape were gone. Mr. Bennet plunged through the open door of the dower house. An assortment of fresh footprints was visible from the entrance to the drawing-room. Following the tracks, he stopped at the doorway, spreading his arms so no one else could enter. As distressing as it was to see the broken window with a crushed vessel underneath it, along with the remains of rope hanging from the loop above the fireplace, he set aside his panic to survey the scene. "If Lizzie was conscious and able, I have no doubt she tried to leave us a clue." His eyes searched from one corner to the next. Just inside the doorway it looked as if a C had been sketched in the dirt, but he could not be certain. Possibly it was intended to be a quarter moon, or the beginnings of a G. Whatever it was supposed to be, a skirt had apparently brushed over the top, so the clue was muddled.
Stepping carefully, he walked to the fireplace. The other areas of the room appeared undisturbed. Lord Matlock and Colonel Forster followed behind. Each went towards the windows at each side of the stone edifice.
"There!"
Lord Matlock pointed. Mr. Bennet immediately went to his side. He was both horrified and relieved to see Wickham clearly scratched into the dust.
"Oh, Lord!"
His Lizzie had been in the room, probably spending the night. She had been so close. Recriminations set in, and he wanted to beat himself for not thinking of the Dower House. Possibly he could have saved her.
"Let us return to Richard with the information. This confirms Wickham has your daughter."
Lord Matlock stated what the other men were thinking.
"Maybe the C was for Lady Catherine."
Turning to Colonel Forster, he asked,
"Do you have anyone familiar with identifying footprints who could help us see if there were 2 ladies and 1 man here?"
Colonel Forster replied to the affirmative. Within a few short minutes, they had their answer. It was not as they had suspected. Instead of 2 women and a man, the 3 separate prints were determined to be from 2 sets of boots and a pair of ladies' slippers. Where was Lady Catherine? And who was the other man? Chapter 22. Wickham made liberal use of laudanum when they returned to the carriage. Elizabeth ended up sleeping through most of the night. When she needed to stop, they made her take care of personal needs by the side of the road. It was fresh humiliation she added to her long mental list of reasons she despised the 2 men. William. Her mind and heart screamed for her hero. Yet reality forced her to accept he was miles away, in a futile pursuit of the very man who held her captive. During her more lucid moments, Wickham taunted her with all she would lose, now she would not be marrying Darcy. While Mr. Collins feared displeasing Lady Catherine in some measure, Wickham feared no one. "I have no worries. Darcy is, as Shakespeare said in Romeo and Juliet, on a wild goose chase. No one follows. Likely few care what has happened to you. The Fitzwilliams are undoubtedly secretly pleased. A Bennet will not pollute the shades of Pemberley. Darcy will never marry you now." "You are wrong." Elizabeth was on firm ground in her opinion.
"Ha!" Wickham scoffed. "By the time we reach Southampton, you will have spent days and nights alone with 2 gentlemen."
Now it was Elizabeth who scoffed at the appellation. Never before had she met 2 men less qualified to be considered gentlemen. Wickham ignored her.
"Darcy will never marry someone whose reputation would tarnish that of his sister. Never. You are lost to him."
"We will wed," she stated unequivocally. His response was to grab her chin and force her to consume more of the medication. Within moments, Elizabeth's world again went black. Darcy rode Richard's horse hard for the first 2 hours. When he reached an inn, he reluctantly traded her for a fresh horse and quickly made arrangements for Earl to be returned to Netherfield Park. However, he could not sleep or eat. Once the fresh horse was saddled, he galloped like the wind as he hurried to Hertfordshire. His time was spent mentally volleying between panic and the belief that for once in his adult years something would go right. Although, in all honesty, the weight of reality skewed the results more towards the negative. If Wickham had Elizabeth, he would treat her poorly. His motives would be his general lack of respect for the female sex, and an effort to hurt Darcy. Tightening his grip on the reins, Darcy's knees squeezed his mount, pressing the gelding into a faster pace. Emotions stronger than any he had ever felt surged through him, giving him the endurance he needed to get through the day and most of the night. When he finally stopped, he was done in, and so was the horse. 2 hours later he rose, claimed a different horse, and left. Never had Darcy ridden as long and hard as he had that day. Night had fallen by the time he and his latest horse ascended to the front portico of Netherfield Park. One waiting groom grabbed his mount's bridle, while the other assisted Darcy to the ground. Grateful he did not collapse into a quivering heap on the gravel, Darcy walked with an unsteady gait through the doorway.
"Darcy!"
His uncle grabbed him into a man's brief embrace, slapping him with vigour on his back.
"Thank the heavens you are returned. Come into the library, and we will update you on the latest. while we assure you your sister is likely safe and unharmed at Pemberley."
"She is—"
Weary to his bones, Darcy's knees threatened to buckle at the news.
"Elizabeth?"
"Your Elizabeth is whom we need to speak with you about, Darcy."
His uncle's arm hovered behind him as he walked into the room. However, he had no intention of collapsing when his beloved needed him the most. Walking directly to Richard, he demanded,
"Tell me."
"Elizabeth has been missing since the day after you rode north."
"No."
Darcy could hardly breathe. His heart felt like it came to a complete stop.
"Yes, cousin."
Richard kept his voice firm.
"We diligently searched the estate and beyond, finding evidence she had been held at Longbourn's dower house."
"The dower house?"
Darcy shook his head for clarity.
"Yes. Our aunt, who we believe to be behind Elizabeth's kidnapping, arrived in time to be thrown out of Netherfield Park by Mr. Bennet, who was unaware of her possible involvement."
The Colonel continued.
"Sergeant Simmons and one of Colonel Forster's men traced Lady Catherine on her route back to Kent. They, like we, were quite surprised to find no Wickham and no Elizabeth. She did not even have that fool of a rector with her," Richard reported.
Darcy gave a brief nod.
"Mr. Bennet and others found evidence that Wickham kidnapped Elizabeth. She was indeed kept at Longbourn's abandoned dower house. We believe Wickham was not with her for a time, because your betrothed carefully scratched Wickham's name in the dirt. There was evidence Wickham had tied her to the mantel, which allowed her the freedom to move to one side of the fireplace."
"Is that all?"
Darcy insisted, proud of Elizabeth for leaving a clue and livid at Wickham's treatment of her. His former friend would pay dearly for his crime.
"No, there was an attempt by her to write another name just inside the room. From the looks of the letter she left behind, there was a third person present," Richard said.
"Lady Catherine?" suggested Darcy.
"We thought the same at first. However, the footprints were of 2 sets of men's boots, and Elizabeth's."
"Who?"
Darcy's volume rose with his ire.
"Who would dare help Wickham? He typically works alone." "As we thought."
Richard lifted a paper from the desk. It was the letter Wickham had delivered to Darcy.
"When confronted by Sergeant Simmons, Lady Catherine at first denied all involvement, claiming innocence."
Darcy and the Earl scoffed.
"With Wickham and our aunt in collusion, we recognised the lies in his letter. It was a simple path to motive."
Richard dropped the letter and took up another piece of parchment in his hand.
"Our supposition is, since Lady Catherine is determined to either force you to marry Anne or gain Georgiana's dowry, that she is somehow not nearly as solvent as we have long believed her to be."
"And—"
Impatience for his cousin to get to the point frustrated him to the point he wanted to grab Richard and shake him.
"Lady Catherine would never sanction a marriage between Georgiana and Wickham, despite any need for an immediate influx of income. Nor would Wickham allow her control of any moneys once he got his wife's dowry in his greedy hands."
Darcy repeated his conclusions, reached during his ride.
"I care not whether Rosings remains standing or crumbles to the ground. My aunt has crossed the line of all that is moral. She is dead to me." "I understand, and agree, nephew."
Lord Matlock had remained at Darcy's side.
"Georgiana's supposed marriage to Wickham would not have any impact on the codicil of your father's final will. Thus it is imperative for her to keep you or Richard from marrying. The only way to do this successfully is to remove the one woman you wanted to meet at the altar."
Mr. Bennet spoke up.
"Lady Catherine has marriage on her mind. First, she sent my cousin to Longbourn to find a bride. Now she is determined to have her nephew marry her daughter or marry no one at all."
"Your cousin?"
Darcy's tired mind was in a fog.
"Mr. Collins?"
"Oh, good Lord!"
Richard exclaimed.
"The sea was not for our aunt. It was for that stuffed shirt Collins, who would do anything for his patroness."
Darcy was livid.
"That's it. If he marries Elizabeth, there is nothing I can do to gain her back."
Fisting his hands, he yearned to strike out.
"I will wed none other than her."
Lord Matlock nodded.
"This sounds exactly like something my sister would do."
Rubbing at his chin, he recalled.
"Her former unethical rector, Herbert Sneed, moved to Southampton when his older brother died, leaving him an estate. I believe this took place about 5 years ago, or shortly after your father died, Darcy. This left the living available for her to bestow upon another. Like Collins and his predecessor, a mouse of a man whose name I cannot recall, Sneed was easily controlled by Cathy. I wonder whether he still would have the authority to perform a legal ceremony."
Darcy offered, his stomach turning.
Unless he was stripped of his orders for some reason, the likelihood he could still oversee a marriage and have it stand up in court as legal is great. "If Lizzie has her say, she will never wed Collins,"
Mr. Bennet insisted. Turning to his future father-in-law, for he would not give up until his ring was on Elizabeth's finger, Darcy unsuccessfully endeavoured to hold back his frustration.
"Wickham has kidnapped her against her will. He would not hesitate to see her married to Collins against her will. Cathy's former rector would marry them even if Elizabeth was unconscious," Lord Matlock sneered. "He would not care if the bride actually repeated the vows. If Lady Catherine demands it, he does it."
Without another word, Darcy ordered his carriage. He was too exhausted to keep himself upright on a horse.
"I am off to Southampton. I will not stop until I find my Elizabeth. Send riders in every direction in case I am wrong."
Mr. Bennet nodded. In short order, Darcy climbed inside the coach, where he settled into a corner. By the time the carriage reached Meryton, he was asleep. Elizabeth woke to daylight streaming through the carriage window. She had no idea how many days had passed since they left Hertfordshire. Generous applications of medication had made her vomit several times, once over the tops of Mr. Collins' boots. She recalled little of the after-effects. Sitting erect, she noted Wickham was asleep. Mr. Collins, unfortunately, was awake. Elizabeth would have loved to find them both in the land of Nod, where she could stealthily climb over the men's legs and launch herself outside without disturbing their slumber. She could only dream. Mr. Collins deigned to interrupt her fantasy when the carriage's axle broke. The men would get food poisoning from tainted meat, or one of the horses would become lame. Poor animal. However, nothing seemed to slow their approach to Southampton. "My dearest Elizabeth, I hope you are well and looking forward to being under the tutelage of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Your future will be set. As my wife, you will reach beyond anything you could have hoped for as the daughter of Mr. Bennet. I will be a true and faithful husband." Did he truly believe himself? Elizabeth was appalled. What a stupid man. "First, Mr. Collins, as the daughter of a gentleman, I am already ahead of you in rank. Second, I have no desire to receive any advice from Lady Catherine at all." Her ire was such that her tone woke Mr. Wickham. "Whether or not you would be a true and faithful husband matters not to me, as I will not marry you. I would not make you happy, and you certainly will not make me happy. Cease your plans. Your pleas and promises are fruitless." The rector sucked in his breath, while Wickham chuckled. "You could not be more wrong, Miss Elizabeth," Wickham taunted. "This is the 4th day we have travelled together. Your reputation would never survive if our travels were made public. Your sisters would share in your shame." Unfortunately, and heartbreakingly, he was correct. If her name was tarnished, it would do the same to Jane, Mary, Kitty and Lydia. The greatest shames would be the loss of Jane and Mary's prospects for marriage, and the end to any benefits the schooling would have for the youngest 2 Bennets. She wanted to cry, to sob her heart out at the frustration of her situation, or growl. At that moment she despised both Mr. Collins and Wickham with equal measure. Wishing Darcy would be her hero, bringing about her salvation, was futile. As Wickham had said, her betrothed was heading away from her. Inherently she knew if she shed even one tear, Wickham would mock her for her weakness. Vowing herself to do all within the meagre power she possessed, she would never willingly give in to their plans. Instead, she would make it as miserable for them as she could. Taking as an example her youngest sister, she began her tirade. "I am hungry. If I do not eat right away, I will faint or die, and you will have a corpse on your hands." She paused to let her request sink in, then continued, adopting Lydia's whine.
I need you to stop the carriage, for I am desperate to refresh myself right now. How long until we get to Southampton? Did you bring a wedding gown? I want a bath. I want a drink. I want some sort of entertainment while we travel. I want—" Fortunately, with her 2 younger sisters, Elizabeth had plenty of demands for fodder to fuel her one-way conversation. When Mr. Collins eventually covered his ears, she wanted to laugh aloud. Mr. Wickham turned his profile to her, then proceeded to put his palm over the ear closest to her and go back to sleep. When he started to snore, Elizabeth kicked his boot with her slipper, waking him. She did this each time his eyes grew heavy. When he could take no more, he threatened her with either violence or more of the laudanum. The ensuing silence was more successful than her chatter. First Wickham fell into a deep sleep. Then Mr. Collins followed him in slumber. Her opportunity for rescuing herself was one she refused to pass up. Was it dangerous to jump from a moving carriage? Of course it was, but she would rather be broken than married to the oaf seated across from her. Cautiously, she made her way over the legs of the 2 men. To do so, she had to lift her skirts to her knees, so the fabric would not brush against them or tangle in her feet. Clasping the door handle, she leaned forward to push it open. Wickham's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Twisting it painfully, he pushed her back into the corner of the carriage, her shoulder and hip banging against the wooden frame of the coach. "Just where do you think you're going?" His comment woke Mr. Collins. In retribution, her wrists were bound, as were her ankles. She fought them both. By the time the 3 had settled back into their seats, the only individual with visible bruising was Mr. Collins, who would have a lovely black eye for the next few weeks, and Mr. George Wickham. His chin failed to withstand the upward thrust of her head. Elizabeth suspected she had loosened a few of his teeth with the blow. She was not without damage, but her injuries were hidden under her garments. Her arms and legs had been roughly treated. She had nothing outwardly to show for her efforts, nor had she succeeded in her quest. Elizabeth wanted to hit someone. No, 2 someones. Gritting her teeth, she wished more than words to know the man they were taking her to in Southampton. If the rector they had chosen to marry her to Mr. Collins was unscrupulous, it would not matter if she was conscious or not. With Wickham's liberal application of laudanum, she could sleep through the ceremony and subsequent wedding night, and not wake until the ultimate damage was done. Venting the emotions churning inside her was impossible. She needed to be vigilant and brave, yet her courage seemed tied up with a tall, handsome man from Derbyshire who made her bones melt with each kiss. If she was attached to Mr. Collins, she would never again feel the touch of Darcy's lips on hers. Instead, Elizabeth glanced across the carriage, where the rector was complaining about his injury. She would be subjected to the hands and mouth of— her mind refused to take that particular journey. She needed her William. Chapter 23. Fitzwilliam Darcy had slept in the carriage until he was rested enough to sit on a horse for the almost 100 miles to Southampton. From then until he arrived a day later, he rode like demons nipped at his heels. The first time he stopped to change horses, he was given the gift of hope. As had become his habit, he asked the innkeeper if he had seen Wickham, Collins, and Elizabeth. The man said the only group of 3 travellers to recently stop at his domicile had been a tall, good-looking man in a preacher's frock, a nondescript gentleman with tight-fitting clothing, and a young lady with 3 mischievous puppies. Darcy was almost afraid to ask, but pressed on.
"The woman, was she dark-haired with lovely eyes and an easy smile?"
"I would describe her as such," the man chuckled. "She told me one of her pups was as quiet as a creature, another a spot of trouble, and the third, the only girl, was a lady." It was her. Intense relief flooded him. Begging for parchment and pen, he hastily wrote a note to Richard to send reinforcements. Elizabeth was on her way to Southampton. Within minutes, so was he. Mr. Herbert Sneed gave Elizabeth a creepy feeling that sent shivers up and down her spine. He looked no more a religious shepherd than she did the Queen of England. His shoulder-length stringy hair was matched by an equally scruffy beard. His clothing, black in colour, was filthy, as were his teeth when he smacked his lips after each bite of food.
His manners were appalling. The travellers had stopped at the first inn outside Southampton, only to encounter the very man Wickham was seeking, breaking his fast in the common room. "We are looking for a Mr. Herbert Sneed, former rector of Hunsford Parish in Kent," George Wickham inquired of the room. "Who's asking?" blurted a voice from the back corner. "Do you know where I can find him?" Grabbing Elizabeth's upper arm with a death grip, Wickham escorted her towards the table. The man did not stand. "Give me one reason I should provide the answer you seek." Wickham smirked. "I can give you 10 gold reasons." "I am he," was the sudden reply. Mr. Collins stepped in front of Elizabeth, pushing her behind him. "My dear sir, allow me to extend greetings from your former patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who, by divine will, has gifted me with the living in your place. Her benevolence knows no bounds, as she, of the highest rank, condescends to notice mortal men like us. For after you left Kent, the living fell to a Mr. Perkins, a sickly man who, despite Lady Catherine's advice, died. He had not been in the grave 1 month before she condescended to offer me the valuable prize of Hunsford." "Lady Catherine, yes, I still hear from her on occasion," the man admitted, as he looked his latest successor up and down. "She has need of my services." Mr. Collins prefaced his reply with a solemn bow. "Lady Catherine, whose magnificence is unparalleled, has arranged for a special licence for me to marry my cousin, Miss Elizabeth. We were assured you would comply with any request and perform the ceremony post-haste." The rector clasped his lapels in his hands, confident his request would be granted. Mr. Sneed placed his fork next to his plate. "And if I do not?" "Then we head to Scotland on the first ship available." George Wickham bumped Mr. Collins with his shoulder, leaving him teetering while he stepped in front of the clergyman. "Scotland?" Elizabeth heard Mr. Sneed mutter under his breath. There was something very wrong with this situation. The man in front of her could have been anyone. Both Wickham and Mr. Collins had shared enough information he could have pretended to be Lady Catherine's former rector. But for what purpose? While she pondered the odds of the man agreeing to help her to escape being about 0, arrangements were made between the 3 males. Within minutes, they were back in the carriage, heading towards the docks. Once inside, Elizabeth was seated directly across from the newcomer. "How long have you known Lady Catherine?" Elizabeth calculated her question was innocuous, and should incite no concern from Wickham. "I met her and her daughter, Miss Anne de Bourgh, shortly after the death of her husband, Sir Louis de Bourgh. When the living became available, she gifted it to me, as she knew my interest was in the church. I left her service 5 years past when my elder brother died." "Oh," was all Elizabeth could reply. His answer was most unexpected. Apparently her suspicions that he was someone other than Mr. Sneed were unfounded. "I am wondering why she did not find someone closer to Kent to perform the marriage ceremony. Why exactly are you here?" Mr. Sneed addressed Wickham. Before he could respond, Mr. Collins offered, "Oh, the reasons are many. However, the most salient is that no rector other than one sanctioned by Lady Catherine herself was deemed worthy enough to preside over my ceremony." Both men's exclamations seemed to echo back and forth inside the carriage. "No," Wickham intervened. "Miss Bennet manipulated Lady Catherine's nephew into offering her marriage. Your familiarity with Rosings must allow you knowledge of the particular engagement Mr. Darcy had with Mr. Bourgh. Lady Catherine will stop at nothing to see her purpose realised. To do so, she decided Miss Bennet and Mr. Collins would be a match made in heaven." Elizabeth scoffed. "The bride is unwilling?" Mr. Sneed slowly examined her from head to toe. "Yes," yelled Elizabeth. "No," replied Mr. Collins. "It matters not," Mr. Sneed proclaimed. "I've not been associated with the church or chapel these past 5 years since arriving in Southampton. If time is of no matter, I suggest we board a ship for Scotland. There we can either have the captain perform the ceremony as soon as we are away from shore, or wait until our arrival on the Scottish coast, so you can marry over the anvil." "You will come along?" Wickham hesitantly inquired.
They work on a Sunday?" Mr. Collins asked. "Absolutely," was the immediate response. "I assume Lady Catherine has included written instructions for me, along with a stipend for my services. She is ever so attentive to the proper course in matters of business."
Growing up with her father, Elizabeth recognised sarcasm when it was in front of her. She may have been completely wrong as to Mr. Sneed's identity, but a trickle of fear turned into a torrent when she considered how far the man must have come since removing himself from Rosings. His garments bore the markings of poverty, his person was unbathed, and his nervous habit of glancing between the windows on each side of the carriage left her feeling he had something to hide. Mr. Sneed would have no compunction about seeing her wed to Mr. Collins. His concern was for his own benefit, not that of others.
"I have an envelope addressed to you," Wickham admitted. "Then hand it over, my man. I'm not getting any younger waiting on you."
Mr. Sneed grabbed the parchment as soon as Wickham extended it towards him. Breaking open the seal, he read what must have been a short note, then smiled nefariously.
"I am to see the task completed." But I already have a licence," Mr. Collins offered. "It was approved by the Archbishop himself at Lady Catherine's request. We can marry here, without the need to board a vessel."
"No," Mr. Sneed replied, without giving consideration to the request.
"We will board a ship. I am familiar with the workings of the dockyards, and know a captain willing to take passengers even at the last moment."
"You know sailing schedules?" Wickham appeared highly doubtful.
"There is not much I do not know about the area, Mr. Wickham,"
Mr. Sneed boasted. Then he looked directly at Elizabeth.
"How do we keep you quiet until we can get you on board, miss? I would not be surprised to find you as scheming as I speak of ways to escape. Tell me, do you swim?"
Of course she swam, but he had no true need of the information. Turning her face to the window, she refused to answer. Her rebellion did not go unpaid. Wickham grabbed her jaw and forced more laudanum down her throat. She gagged on the vile liquid, but had to breathe deeply through her nose when Wickham's hand covered her mouth to keep her from casting up her accounts all over them. How she despised these men. Looking at Mr. Collins with pleading eyes, she begged him to step in. Nothing. He actually turned his face away from her struggles. As her world became fuzzy and her eyes grew heavy, she wondered what power Lady Catherine had to control a man to the extent of the two who served her as rector of her parish. She had to be truly evil. "William, help me, please. Save me from this scheme. Please." Fitzwilliam Darcy's first task was to obtain a room and as much information as he was able at the famed Dolphin Hotel. Unfortunately, the owner was unaware of a retired clergyman named Sneed who lived in the area. The constable, the haberdasher, the blacksmith, and various merchants he contacted all told him the same. Not one person he met knew Mr. Herbert Sneed. Nor had they seen a fair-haired Wickham dressed as a gentleman or a clergyman, nor Mr. Collins of any description. Leaving his horse at the hotel, Darcy moved as quickly as he was able, going from inn to inn, always asking the same and gaining the same exact response. "I am sorry, but no." Desperately he examined each woman's face who slightly resembled his Elizabeth, each time feeding his desperation when his efforts came to naught. Up and down the streets he went, searching, asking, being denied one scrap of hope that he was in the right place at the right time. Where was Elizabeth? Stopping, Darcy examined his situation. If he, who was far more systematic than Wickham, could not easily locate Lady Catherine's former rector, the others, Wickham and Collins, might not be able to either. What would Lady Catherine demand the men do with Elizabeth should that happen? Southampton was a bustling town, with a fashionable trade improving the health of visitors. Warming baths in pools of mineral springs, in addition to sea bathing, attracted everyone from labourer to royalty. A wealth of canals and bridges transported goods and people in and out of the city. Ships arrived from the four corners of the globe. Oh God in heaven! Ships! Mustering the remnants of his energy, Darcy ran towards the docks, his mind conjuring images of Elizabeth being confined in the inner bowels of a merchant ship, pressed between heavy bundles of cargo, as the vessel sailed north to Scotland. By the time he reached the harbour master's office, he was out of breath. However, he was full of determination. Scanning the passenger manifests for the most recent entries, sure enough, Darcy easily located the hastily scrawled names of Mr. Herbert Sneed, Mr. George Wickham, Mr. William Collins, and Miss Elizabeth Collins. His eyes burned with far more than tiredness as he read each letter of the final entry. Elizabeth Collins. They were attempting to pass her off as the rector's sister, were they? Blast! The rogues were already treating her as if she was attached to that imbecilic Collins. Wait. Darcy wiped his face with his hands, hoping to clear away the fog swirling in his brain. Why had they not married in Southampton? Was the licence not in order? Had either clergyman had an attack of conscience? No, or they would not be currently heading to Scotland. His vision narrowed on the name at the top of the page. Andover. Has the Andover sailed? He demanded of the man behind the counter. The harbour-master gripped the corners of the log tightly, as if Darcy would pull it away from him and damage his precious ledger. If they have not already sailed, they will within the next few minutes. The tide is ebbing, but will soon turn. Darcy extended his thanks as he ran out the door. The port area was flooded with humanity. Cargo was being offloaded on the vessels still tied to the docks, as crew members, longshoremen, and dock workers vied for enough space to get their work done. Random empty piers tugged at Darcy's insides, as he carefully but quickly examined the names of the ships still in port. None so far were the Andover. Grabbing the arm of a burly man who appeared to be the ringleader of a gang of workers, he asked, The Andover? The man pointed towards the sea. Shoved off less than an hour. She'll be bound for Glasgow. About 560 nautical miles till she reaches shore again. Darcy's gaze followed the man's arm to where his finger pointed. There, in the distance, the stern of a wooden ship floated on the sea away from him, with its sails unfurled, carrying away its most precious cargo, Elizabeth. He would never be able to reach Scotland by horseback before they landed. The only available option was if he too sailed. Who is readying to depart? Darcy ripped his eyes from Elizabeth's location back to the man. I need to catch that ship. I will spare no money to see it done. That would not be possible, sir, was his gruff reply. The Andover be the last ship for these tides. You need to wait 8 hours until the sea ebbs again. Gone. Elizabeth was gone, on a journey none of the dregs of his strength, his wealth, or the power of the Darcy name could stop. The pain of his shattered heart ripped into his lungs, brutally crushing all hope as the tides and the wind carried her away from him. He stood silently alone in a sea of individuals who cared nothing of his loss, a man undone. Gone was his future, his only chance of happiness with a woman he loved. Darcy's body refused to put one foot in front of the other. All he could do was stare at the bobbing wooden vessel as it sailed from his view. He was an absolute failure. She was gone. His heart wept. His devastation was complete. Chapter 24. No! Darcy yelled into the fray. I did not come this far to watch her leave. With the ship no larger than a small toy in the distance, he turned away to survey the docks and the water under the pier. The tide had not yet turned. A fisherman coming up from one of the small boats was walking by, most likely on his way home. Darcy stepped in front of him. Without introduction, and completely uncaring that the man was unknown to him, he begged, I have money to pay for a way to catch the Andover before she reaches Scotland. He pointed to the horizon. Pray can you help me? I cannot. The man shook his head. Then he looked Darcy over. When he must have determined Darcy truly had funds, he added, But I have a friend with a fast little cutter who could sail a thread through the eye of a needle if he needed. I accept. Darcy cared not if the man was a smuggler, a pirate, or an able seaman. He needed his Elizabeth. Flagging down a hackney, he and the fisherman were soon on their way out of town. The road narrowed as they crossed a bridge to a destination isolated from the general population. When they descended into a narrow area surrounding a cove, Darcy suspected he was going to end up on a smuggler's ship. Paying the fisherman generously for his time, he was directed down a steep path to a narrow strip of sand. Into the wind, he was to yell, "Squirrels are rarely as thorough as hedgehogs." Despite his exhaustion and fear, Darcy found an element of humour in the phrase. Just as there were some words in French the English could not pronounce correctly, the phrase had several key words a Frenchman would find impossible to say. Within seconds of uttering the code, a lad who appeared no older than Georgiana casually strolled from a wooden shack. "Who be ye? And what ye want?" The young man stopped about 10 feet from Darcy. In one hand was a dagger, the other held a pistol. Darcy had no doubt the gun was loaded, and the boy was ready to shoot if needed.
"I am Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire. My betrothed was kidnapped from the home where her family was residing in Hertfordshire 5 days past. She was taken by a vile man named George Wickham and his accomplice William Collins. Their destination is Scotland. They left on the tides little more than an hour ago. I am willing to pay well for safe passage to catch the Andover before they are far from Southampton."
The boy rubbed his chin.
"The Andover is a heavily laden merchant brig that be faster than most. You say you got a heavy purse?" "I do."
Darcy knew his revelation could be all this young man needed to justify leaving Darcy dead on the beach with his pockets emptied.
"I carry £20 with me, and promise another 80 upon a successful voyage and my return to port, where I can claim the rest from the bank."
"Triple it, and we got a deal, mister." The lad was a skilled negotiator, who easily recognised Darcy's willingness to sacrifice to have a chance at success.
"Deal."
Darcy offered his hand. After a long pause, the boy stepped close enough to clasp his fingers around Darcy's. It was then when he realised the young boy was not as youthful as he first appeared. He looked to be Bingley's age. The calluses and muscles on the man's palm and fingers were thick from years of handling lines and lifting cargo.
"We leave now."
Rushing back to the wooden shack, the smuggler dipped his head inside and called out. Waving Darcy closer, he stepped through the doorway. Darcy followed. The rickety-appearing building was long, with a low ceiling. Immediately the floor dipped downward into a dark tunnel, with a floor of hard stone. Walking for a few minutes, light entered from the other end, where it opened to a narrow strip of beach with a small blockade runner in the water. A crew of at least 7 were already aboard, as they readied for a quick departure. The man, Darcy would learn his name later, ran up a plank extending from the dock and jumped up to grab the higher rungs of a rope ladder. With little effort, he swung over the midships bulwark to the deck. Darcy knew that to attempt to imitate his moves would lead to a time-robbing disaster. Yet his determination served him well, as he soon was standing alongside the leader of this crew. The man was true to his word, for they were soon taking advantage of the remaining tide to leave shore. Darcy stood out of the way as he watched the crew scurry up and down the masts to systematically lower the sails. Within minutes, a stiff breeze caught the largest canvas, pushing the boat through the waves. By the time they made the turn to the port side of the vessel, all of the sails were unfurled, and the ship was moving fast, cutting through the waves.
"Come!"
The man barked from his position behind the wheel. In his hand was a brass and leather spyglass. The leather was beautifully engraved, and the brass highly polished. This was a man who cared for the tools of his livelihood. Darcy approached cautiously, not wanting to lose his balance on the rocking boat. Once he had gained what he knew to be the helm, he steadied himself with one hand on the railing next to where they stood.
"I am Captain Nicholas Adams, and you are aboard the Argonaut."
With a sweep of his hand, Captain Adams gestured the length of the ship.
"Southampton is a breeding ground for those who want to profit from the importation of foreign goods outside the control of customs, and the avoidance of paying excessive tariffs and taxes. There are small bands who have successfully established connections, and who ply their trade with seeming impunity. I and my crew are of that sort."
"Your accent has improved dramatically, Captain," Darcy boldly noted. "I am at your service."
"Mr. Darcy, my purpose in disclosing this information to you is that a scurvy rat who calls himself Black Bert followed 2 gentlemen onto the Andover."
He stopped his narrative long enough to give a signal to a crewman.
"You should know that one of the men, a clergyman, was carrying a lady who appeared unconscious."
Distress and intense anger surged through him. Elizabeth! What had they done to her? He vowed to himself they would pay dearly.
"Settle yourself."
Captain Adams hissed through clenched teeth.
"We will have no difficulty gaining the Andover. We have fair winds for early November, and little threat from any other vessel. Save yourself for your confrontation with the 2 men who have your betrothed. Black Bert is mine."
"Why?"
Darcy held up his free hand. "Before you answer, I was told to search for a former rector who held a living in Kent. His name is Herbert Sneed. He left the Shire about—"
The captain interrupted.
5 years ago, to arrive in Southampton to accept an unexpected inheritance from the loss of his brother," Mr. Adams finished. "Am I correct?"
Darcy was stunned.
"Of course." "Herbert Sneed has been a pimple on the butt of every successful businessman during the whole of the time he's been in Hampshire."
The captain pulled on the rudder, turning the bow to ride the current.
"He has attempted to form his own gang, or join a gang, both here and in Portsmouth. Rumour has it that he was run out of the smuggling operations in Kent, so he decided to try to set up shop here." "Smuggling? In Kent?" Darcy questioned. "I mean, I am aware Kent, especially in the area of Romney Marsh, has made the entire community dependent on the activity. But Mr. Sneed was my aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh's rector for decades."
The captain's eyebrows rose as he sucked in a breath.
"Your aunt is Catherine de Bourgh?"
"You know her well enough to not use her title." Could Darcy get more shocked?
"Know her? Every smuggler on England's south coast knows who she is." Captain Adams shook his head. "Just before Sneed arrived in Southampton, Lady Cat, as she is called, lost 2 of her ships to the French. War had been declared, and Napoleon had sent a warning that he would aggressively hunt down any in our business who refused to pay a bounty to him for the freedom to move between the countries. Your aunt flatly chose not to do anything that cut into her personal profits, which pitted her against the Frenchy. She also decided not to pay the men she owed who invested in her operations. I imagine she is scrimping for every farthing she can get her hands upon. Such were her losses."
My aunt.
Clasping both hands to his chest, Darcy's mind spun.
All the best liquors in her cellar, layers upon layers of exquisite lace attached to the most beautiful silks. They had not been from his uncle, or her portion given her at her marriage. She was nothing more than a common thief.
An unsuccessful one at that.
Oh, good Lord.
"Yes, your aunt. With the loss of the ships, her profits plummeted, and rather than paying for her goods, she kept the money others had invested. From then on, reputable merchants refused to trade with her. Basically, her operation fell apart. It was then that Black Bert chose to strike out on his own in another coastal area. Since that time, he's turned traitor, receiving money from the French for the names of good citizens whose businesses could be held up for robbery and ransom."
Captain Adams sneered, then chuckled.
"It is always a bit of a surprise to find out who is supplementing their income from illegal sources, is it not?"
Darcy needed to sit down. With no available chairs, he turned and rested both of his forearms on the railing. "This explains so much," he whispered to himself. "If I do not rescue Elizabeth and marry her before my sister turns 16, I lose guardianship of her to Lady Catherine.
A fate more dreadful than death itself, I imagine."
Standing erect, Darcy turned back to the captain.
"You quote Gibbons. You run a successful business, and you speak like a gentleman when you so desire. Who are you?"
"Ha!" Captain Adams grinned, then turned back to the wheel.
"I am a second son with a healthy older brother. I had no inclination for the restrictions of religion, no love for defending the needy, and an abhorrence for being told what to do. Therefore the church, the law, and the military were not at all palatable for obtaining my future necessities."
"I see.
Do you?"
Captain Adams snorted as he lifted the spyglass to scan the horizon.
"Then you are fairer than most men of our class."
"I am a man of honour," Darcy honestly replied.
"You sound like my brother," the captain growled.
"Who is?" Curiosity nagged at him until he had to ask.
"Percy Hamilton."
It had been an afternoon of one shock after another. First, he learnt his aunt, who held herself as the paragon of every virtue imaginable, was nothing more than a common thief. Now, one of his most trusted friends, whom he had tasked with carrying a letter to Georgiana, had a younger brother who was in the same business as his aunt. Was exhaustion finally taking its toll? Was this a nightmare of immense proportions he would wake from to find none of these events had occurred? Elizabeth. He needed her by his side. He needed her good sense, her gentle compassion, and her love, more than his next breath. Only when her hand was joined with his would his world be righted again. "Ship ahoy!" Captain Adams shouted to his crew as the sun was starting its dip below the horizon. Turning back to Darcy, he commanded, "Ready yourself. We will be boarding shortly." Excitement blossomed in Darcy's chest as his fingers gripped the thick wood under his palms. Elizabeth. Chapter 25. Elizabeth's stomach churned as the carriage dipped and bounced over the rough road. No, wait, there was no bounce, no jolt, only a rolling motion, like being a small child draped over a mother's lap in a large rocking chair. There was no jangle of harnesses, nor the clip-clop of horses' hooves. Cautiously opening one eye, she did not see the padded squabs and fabric-covered ceiling of a carriage. Rather, smooth wooden panelling surrounded where she lay upon a moving bed. Was she in an oversized coffin? Muted sounds of men yelling words like pirate, mainsail, turnabout, and guns added clues to her current. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! She was on a ship! Blast! Wickham, Mr. Collins and Mr. Sneed had her stowed away below deck to sail to Scotland for a hasty wedding over an anvil, and she had been unconscious through the whole of their dastardly deeds. Tears threatened, but she hastily brushed them away. They served no purpose. Taking stock of her situation, Elizabeth realised being captured by pirates, or whomever was threatening the ship, might be an improvement over Wickham. Or it might not. Over the course of many days, her captors had allowed her little privacy to straighten her hair, wash her teeth, or tend her garments. She wore the same gown they had kidnapped her in. A random thought made her chortle. Possibly the pirates would take one look at her and give her back. Scrambling to stand on shaky sea legs, Elizabeth lunged toward the door. Grabbing the knob, she turned it to no effect. Double blast! Pressing her ear to the wood, pounding feet on the wooden planks above her vied with the commands shouted between sailors. She understood. Chaos was about to ensue. The sound of heavy footsteps descending the ladder that must have been close to her quarters became louder. Stepping back from the door, Elizabeth had little time to compose herself. George Wickham, followed by Mr. Sneed, burst into the tiny room, taking up the remaining available space. "Get up on deck," Wickham demanded. "There is an armed craft approaching. The captain insists our presence is required on deck." "Wonderful," Elizabeth scoffed. She had no dowry to barter for her ransom. She was not in looks from the after-effects of the laudanum, plus the days on the road, and she was filthy from head to toe. The oncoming thieves would probably take one look at her and shoot her where she stood. It was not until she was at the railing that she realised Mr. Sneed had remained below. Coward. The activity was controlled panic. There was no opportunity for the merchantman to sail away from the upcoming disaster. Wickham pulled her to where an older man stood, his stature proclaiming him as the person in charge. He was, at first glance, approximately her father's age. She wondered if he would be as kindly. "Get her out of here!" the captain barked. No, he was not at all like Mr. Thomas Bennet. A wave of loneliness broadsided her. When would she see her family again? Would she ever see her family again? She gulped. As Mrs. Collins, would the woman her husband worshipped, she wanted to cry or vomit, would Lady Catherine de Bourgh allow her parents and sisters to visit Hunsford Parsonage? Oh, good Lord! She was in the midst of what could be the worst carnage of her life, and she was being maudlin. Stop it right now, Elizabeth Bennet. Glancing at Wickham, who was standing entirely too close to her, she wanted to laugh. Was he worried she would try to run off? Where in the world would she run to? Beads of perspiration were visible at his temples and his upper lip. His fear radiated from him.
For some reason, this lightened Elizabeth's own rising panic at their current situation. "I cannot imagine you planned for this eventuality when you chose to kidnap me, Mr. Wickham." She gestured to where a crewman bumped Mr. Collins from his position at the railing, where he had apparently been spewing the contents of his stomach for a while. "You may never see 1 farthing of the moneys promised you by Lady Catherine. You will have nothing, possibly not even your life, to take away from this venture." "You know nothing." Wickham looked down his nose at her, a move she had seen several times by Miss Caroline Bingley. "I've seen worse." Elizabeth knew it was probably unwise to taunt him, but she could not stop. This man, this disgusting creature, had controlled her for days with his indiscriminate use of laudanum. She despised him above all mankind. If she sought revenge, she would wait until the ship crested the next wave to bump her shoulder hard into his, knocking him over the railing to the sea below. Glancing towards the horizon, there was no land in sight. Did he know how to swim? A sudden longing for parchment and pen to write her father of the activities on board would make exciting reading for him to savour. Good heavens, had she lost her mind? Yet in her wildest youthful dreams she had sailed away on a pirate ship with a handsome sea captain to explore seaports across the globe. Her vivid imagination had conjured up exotic sights and smells, in locations bursting with colour, palm trees, mischievous monkeys, monstrous elephants, and fierce tigers and lions. The captain of the vessel she was aboard was certainly not handsome, nor was he bound for the Orient or the coast of Africa. The pirates in her nighttime musings were mannerly. The small schooner rapidly approaching was prepared for war. There was nothing nice about her current situation. The beating of her heart quickened. Was this how Colonel Fitzwilliam felt prior to going to battle? A mixture of morbid fear blended with the anticipation of... Elizabeth could not quite put her finger on the emotion. Whatever the feelings, she knew where her comfort lay. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, her William, who surely had arrived at Pemberley by now, and was possibly at this moment racing south, now he knew his sister was unharmed. What had been his reaction when Miss Darcy greeted him upon his arrival? Was he so tired from his harried journey that his mind could not begin to wrap itself around the deceit from Wickham? Would he have rested, enjoying the company of his beloved sister, before rushing to his intended's aid? Oh, no. Elizabeth's hand clutched her chest. Darcy would have no clue she was in danger. A rider would not have been able to reach him, so he could not know she was missing from Netherfield Park. Elizabeth tried to count the days until they were supposed to wed, but she had no idea how long she had been with Wickham, nor which day of the week it was. Was it too late? Had Miss Darcy already been turned over to the custody of her treacherous aunt? Focusing back on the movements of the men around her, Elizabeth inherently knew no one was out to save her. She would have to save herself. Inching back, she waited until Wickham looked towards where the smaller boat was approaching. Pretending to lose her balance as the ship rode the next wave, Elizabeth slid her feet out of her frayed slippers and leapt away from her captor. Without stopping to think of the potential consequences, she ran to the opposite side of the vessel and jumped. Despite the Argonaut slicing through the waves, Darcy leaned forward as if by doing so it would make the boat faster. They had already been at sea for several hours, and his frustration, blended with excitement, surged through him. When they finally neared the Andover, hatches on the Argonaut were lifted, and heavy iron guns were rolled into place. A white flag was hoisted, signalling their mission was peaceful. When asked, the captain said the cannons were to discourage any of the Andover's crewmen from taking aggressive action. Although the ship had been based out of Southampton for over a decade, the Andover's captain was a former Navy man, new to the area. Captain Adams was not taking any chances. The Andover responded by showing her own guns. "They are preparing for battle," Captain Adams yelled to his crew. "Step lightly, we have no argument with them." By now the two ships were close enough, Darcy was able to see much of the activity above the railings on the Andover. His senses were heightened as he inspected each person moving on the deck. About midway between the bow and stern, a heavy-set man dressed in black was heaving the contents of his stomach into the sea. When he was vigorously bumped to move by a sailor, Darcy identified him as Mr. Collins. Apparently he did not sail well. Frantically scanning the deck, now that he had seen one of the kidnappers, He was unable to locate either Wickham or Elizabeth. Blast! That could only mean his intended was down below, either as a prisoner locked in cramped quarters or unconscious from whatever drug Wickham had administered. His hands clenched into fists, he would love to squeeze around Wickham's throat. His anger and hatred for the man threatened to rob him of his own breath. He needed to calm himself, or he would be of no help to Elizabeth. She was so close, not 60 feet away. Would the captain of the Andover note their mission was peaceful? Would he be willing to turn over Elizabeth when he learned Darcy had a prior claim? Would they need to use force to gain the ship?
"Well, ahoy there!"
The tone of Captain Adams was almost jovial.
"They've lifted their own white pennant."
Relief flooded Darcy.
"Be warned, my friend," the captain added. "This is Navy procedure when you're outgunned or outmanoeuvred. They may be suing for peace, but no doubt they're not liking it one bit."
As they slowly drifted closer, the oddity of having the ready seaman, as well as Mr. Collins, turn to look to the side of the vessel facing away from the Argonaut, stymied those in the smaller vessel. What could have happened to draw the crew's attention away from their greatest threat? No matter. Darcy would do all within his power to have Elizabeth once again in his arms. Once she was located and removed from the merchant ship, they could quickly sail back to Southampton, where he would do all he could to marry her on the spot. The pressure in his heart lifted at the thought. If they could accomplish the feat within the next 3 days, he would keep guardianship over Georgiana as well. Smiling into the wind, Darcy grabbed a line and followed the lead of the captain. Within minutes, he vaulted over the side of the Andover. Chapter 26. The light cotton of her day gown soaked up the sea-water, making Elizabeth's efforts to distance herself from the ship excruciatingly slow. She repeatedly gained the surface, only to be pulled under by the next wave. Without concern if any witnesses from the ship spied something they should not see, Elizabeth reached down and jerked the back hem of her skirt in front of her and stuffed it into her mouth. While she was under water, she tugged at her pelisse until she was able to peel it off, releasing her arms. The freedom of movement enabled her to shoot back to the surface and begin strokes that would get her away from Wickham, her father's cousin, and a future she did not want. The water was bitterly cold. She needed to keep moving or... She felt a projectile rip through her right arm, just below her shoulder. The intense pain shook her until she quivered. No longer was she able to move herself through the water. Her situation was desperate, but she refused to scream for help. She would rather die than marry Mr. Collins. Or would she? Never. Gasping, Elizabeth could not keep the water from mixing with needed oxygen, as her legs and left arm pumped back and forth to keep her afloat. Squeezing her right elbow to her side, Elizabeth looked back to locate the ship, hoping against hope that she had travelled a long distance before her injury. Another wave rolled over her, washing fresh salt water into her wound, pulling her back into the depths of the ocean. The sting, the warmth of her own blood pouring from her arm against the frigid temperature of the water, and the leftover effects of days of laudanum were taking their toll. Was her end to be in the watery deep? Again she reached the surface, flipping onto her back to float as well as she was able in the churning waters. Odd. The sun had been much brighter only a few moments past. Now it was quickly darkening. Elizabeth fervently prayed, as she recognised she would soon lose consciousness. If only she could have seen her William one more time. If only she could be the one to reach out to comfort him when he learned she had died. If only... Darcy's feet hit the deck in time to see Wickham moving quickly to the opposite side of the boat, a gun in his hand.
"Where is Elizabeth?"
Darcy bellowed, his voice easily heard over the confusion of the other men.
"Where is she?"
Lifting the gun given him by Captain Adams, Darcy aimed it at the narrow point between George Wickham's shifting eyes. A man approached Darcy from behind. Darcy cared not if he was friend or foe. His sole focus was his nemesis. "My dear Mr. Darcy, how good of you to desire to be present at my nuptials." Mr. Collins lost his balance with the swaying of the Andover. Darcy ignored him. All of his attention was on the tall blonde man dressed in a rector's coat. Wickham snorted.
I do not fear you, Darcy. I never have. Anything you say I disregard like smoke in the air. You will do nothing to me. You never do. Where is she? If Elizabeth was safely below deck, she could be easily retrieved. You have failed, Wickham. Ha! You know nothing, his old friend taunted. If I cannot have her, neither will you. Wait, what could he mean? When Wickham glanced over the railing to the sea below, Darcy knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Elizabeth was not resting in a bunk. She was... Good God, no. I will kill you for what you have done, Darcy swore. Jauntily, Wickham taunted, I think not. He took aim over the side and fired moments before Darcy's pistol discharged. Ignoring where Wickham had dropped into a heap on the deck, Darcy ran to the rails. At first, his eyes failed to find her. There. Was that... Tossing the weapon aside, he vaulted over the edge. The cold water stole his breath when he plunged below the surface. By the time his face was covered by the salt water, he was already churning through the waves to get to her. His boots, his coat, his cravat weighed him down as he struggled to reach her. Elizabeth! Begging, pleading to the heavens above for strength beyond that of a mortal man, Darcy trudged on until his hand reached out and bumped against her foot. Grabbing Elizabeth's ankle, he pulled her forward as he swung his free arm forward to clasp her to him. My dear heart, my love, pray be alive, please. Oh, Lord, please. Breaking the barrier of the encapsulating wave, he rolled onto his back, pulling her body on top of his. Opening his eyes, he saw the Andover was pulling away from them, continuing its journey as if nothing monumental had happened. The Argonaut was approaching, Captain Adams at the helm. They were too late. She was gone. Fitzwilliam Darcy, master of Pemberley in Derbyshire, a man of duty and honour, a man known for keeping his emotions under strict regulation, wept. The sailors aboard the Argonaut lowered 2 ropes with a large loop tied at the end of each. Darcy's brain understood he needed to wrap one around each of them, so the crew could lift him and Elizabeth out of the sea. Nonetheless, his heart simply would not allow him to release her long enough for an easier rescue. Thus they were joined together as the men pulled them from the depths. The ride to the railing was a series of stops and starts. After one fierce jerk on the ropes, Darcy shifted their positions by wedging his sodden boots against the side of the boat, grabbing the line to pull himself up with one hand, as he used the other to resettle Elizabeth, so her face was in the crook of his neck. He sucked in his breath. What was this? A barely there puff of warm breath landed just above his cravat. She was alive. His Elizabeth had survived. Hurry, Darcy demanded. Help her, please. She lives. Suddenly they were not moving fast enough. Pull, pray pull with all your might. Spinning so he took the brunt of the impact against the side of the vessel, they were soon being helped over the railing by Captain Adams and his men. Struggling to get the rope that had bound them tightly together off them, Darcy carefully laid Elizabeth on the decking. Elizabeth. Darcy brushed her tangled hair away from her face, exposing her beauty to eyes starved for a glimpse of her. Wake, my love. Please. Blankets were offered. A burly giant with the largest hands Darcy had ever seen pushed the others aside, squatting down next to Elizabeth. The sea-water had failed to rinse away the stain of her blood from the light cotton of her gown. I will take her now. The man moved to lift her. Darcy stopped him with a look. I will take her where she needs to go, Darcy stated unequivocally. The man bumped him aside, knocking him back to the railing. I have no time for you. Within seconds, he had a long cloth wrapped around her upper arm, and she was gone. Darcy moved to follow him when Captain Adams stepped in front of him. How dare that oaf presume to touch her? He would pay dearly for... Darcy, leave him be. The captain grabbed his arms, holding him in place. My quartermaster has more experience than most with battle wounds. If she is to survive, she needs his help, not yours. But, Darcy sputtered, I need... No. Intellectually, the captain was correct. Despite comprehending the wisdom of his words, Darcy's exhausted brain refused to let go of his desperation to be with her. I have to. I just do. With one nod,
Darcy was down the narrow stairs to the only room with a closed door. Stepping inside what turned out to be the galley, his stomach lurched when he saw those hands pulling away Elizabeth's gown as she lay on her side, facing away from the man.
"Stop! No, do not touch her!"
Disregarding his orders, the quartermaster thrust a lantern at Darcy.
"Oh, this!"
Instinct had Darcy grabbing the light as he moved closer.
The seaman growled. "If you've no stomach for this, you'd best get out." "I will remain."
Darcy could no more make his feet move away from her than he could reach up and touch the sun. What the man then did was horrid. Pulling a knife from the flaming coals buried in the stove used for preparing the crew's meals, the officer first pressed the tip to the entrance wound, then to the one where the bullet had exited. Elizabeth's screams reverberated in the small room, filling every cell of his body. In his lifetime he doubted he would ever forget her agony, and his inability to make her world right. Would that it had been him instead of her.
"The heat burned any remnants of fabric I could not find, plus the bleeding will stop," the man offered. "She's young and strong. If infection does not set in, she should survive the loss of blood."
Nodding, Darcy's throat seemed to collapse in on itself, rendering him mute. As he held her unconscious form, he vowed with everything that made up Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley that he would cherish and treasure her until he took his last breath. The strength of his emotions shook him. His love for her was complete. She just had to survive. She had to. Chapter 27. The next 5 days were the hardest of Darcy's life. Fever added to the trauma of Elizabeth's injury, although the Southampton physicians speculated it was due more to the seawater she had ingested rather than infection. By the time she awoke, the blisters were fierce, and the skin around them a deep red. Her rejection of laudanum was made clear each time it was offered. She would have none of it. The doctor wrapped her injury tightly after putting some sort of smelly poultice over the wound. Each time Elizabeth moved, she winced with pain. Each deep breath or cough brought a groan from her, and frustration from Darcy. If only Wickham had shot him, he would have suffered all the agony in the world if she could have been left unscathed. As each hour passed, Darcy insisted she drink as much broth as she was able. Then he hovered until she fell into a disturbed sleep. He had no idea when he had last closed his own eyes, longer than for a few moments at a time. Worry and fear ate at him, until the captain returned to the Dolphin where they stayed. Slapping Darcy on the shoulder, Captain Adams chortled. "Darcy, my man, if you do not get some rest, that lovely lady will never want to open her eyes if you're in the room." This was the second time Captain Adams had showed himself in their chambers. The first time had been to collect his fee, which Darcy had been more than pleased to pay. The captain had not only orchestrated Elizabeth's rescue, he had found a trusted surgeon, arranged for an express rider to carry a hastily written note to Mr. Bennet at Netherfield Park, and organised passage for Darcy's valet to sail the 214 nautical miles from London's Enderby Wharf to Southampton. For the first time in weeks, Fitzwilliam Darcy was dressed to look like the gentleman he was. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet were scheduled to arrive by carriage at any moment.
"Any news of the Andover?" Darcy inquired.
The captain, casually dressed in the garments of his occupation, grinned. "Yes, the captain and crew of the Andover are loyal to the Crown. However, they see the wisdom and financial benefit of turning a blind eye to the activities of those who choose to supplement their income by avoiding the taxman like the plague. When they realised Black Bert was hiding below deck in Miss Bennet's quarters, he was trussed and turned over to the magistrate in Portsmouth. He will suffer the penalty for acting the traitor during war. Mr. Collins was arrested for kidnapping. He will be held for the assizes. Mr. Wickham is dead."
"I killed him."
Sucking in a breath, Darcy's hand flew to his chest. He despised the man, yet the idea of ending someone's life was... He wanted to vomit. "No, I cannot say you did, old man." Captain Adams smirked. "It appears Mr. Collins was both terrified and extremely weak from seasickness when he offered to assist you, Mr. Darcy. As soon as you bailed over the side of the Andover to save your dear lady, Mr. Collins decided to follow your example and join you in the deep. Despite his enthusiasm,
He misjudged both his ability and the distance to get over the railing. In so doing, he bounced into Mr. Wickham, who had just gained his feet, knocking him overboard.
Wickham never learned to swim, Darcy groaned. He drowned. I did not kill him then.
Captain Adams nodded the affirmative for both questions. Your aim was likely good, but you failed to consider the movement of the ship over the waves. Instead of shooting the rake between the eyes, you parted his hair from the top of his forehead to his crown. Captain Nicholas Adams left shortly after his declaration. Darcy had much to ponder. Lady Catherine's lackey, Wickham, had not succeeded in marrying Elizabeth to Mr. Collins, but he had been victorious in keeping Darcy unwed until after the 11th of November. As contented as Darcy was to have Elizabeth in his care, he ached at having Georgiana's guardianship ripped from him by the machinations of his aunt. Mr. Haggerston, his attorney, had provided no hope of George Darcy's will being overturned in court, but like Darcy's efforts to locate his beloved, he would not quit until all his resources were exhausted. Once married to Elizabeth, they could put into plans a kidnapping of their own, keeping Georgiana abroad until she was of an age to enter society. Maybe it was good to have more than a passing acquaintance with a band of smugglers. It turned out that Elizabeth was a terrible patient. Like Richard, she refused to comprehend her limitations. Instead, she moved when she should not, her body quivering from the pain. When she lost patience with herself and her caregiver, Darcy, her lovely eyes shot fire and her breathing deepened. The doctor was pleased with her progress, reminding Darcy how effective the increased intake of oxygen was to Elizabeth's battered lungs. She had coughed up far more water than a body should ever have inside itself. Nonetheless, having an irritated female in close proximity was— Oh, who was he trying to fool? He loved her with every inch of his being. With each moment spent in her company, his appreciation for her grew. After her maid, a local woman he had hired to care for her needs, finished her tasks, Darcy would sit next to Elizabeth's bed and read. At first he would stare at her, afraid to move his gaze from her face, in case she, for some reason, disappeared. It only took 3 times of her opening her eyes to see him staring at her, before she demanded he stop. Since then, he read to her from the only book the Dolphin had available. Elizabeth's preferences for the Bible chapters containing accounts of strong, independent women did not shock him at all. He would recite word for word the story of Ruth, Esther, and Lydia, the Bible character, not Elizabeth's sister, whereupon her eyes would narrow until he expressed his viewpoint of the lady's actions. Inherently, he knew she was testing his reactions to the accounts, whether or not he was repulsed or pleased. He loved her small smile when he got something correct. Mostly he loved it when he did not. She fiercely debated her reasonings, something he enjoyed with as much ferocity. Underneath her impatience with the circumstances Elizabeth was in, she was kind. Almost hourly, he found reason to want to be a better man, one worthy of a lifetime with her. On the 6th day after the rescue, Mr. and Mrs. Bennet arrived in Southampton. They were unaccompanied by either of their daughters still at Netherfield Park. "Where is Jane?" Elizabeth blurted, when the door closed behind her parents. Mr. Bennet rushed to his daughter's side. Mrs. Bennet was no less anxious, but showed an unexpected caution. When Elizabeth's father reached to embrace her, Darcy protested, as did Elizabeth. "It will be many weeks before I can welcome you in the manner I desire, Papa," Elizabeth offered, her left hand reaching to clasp his. The blisters and burns on his fingers and palm were almost gone, so she gripped his hands tight enough her knuckles were white. "I am exceedingly delighted you are here."
"As am I, baby girl."
Mr. Bennet sat on the chair Darcy had been using before he stood at their arrival, patting the back of his daughter's hand.
"I have brought a surprise for you."
Reaching inside a leather portfolio, he removed the copy of Swiss Family Robinson Elizabeth had been reading to Richard, before the task had been turned over to her elder sister.
"Oh, Mr. Bennet," his wife exclaimed, "we have no time for a book when I have such news to share."
"Mamma, pray be seated, and tell me what has you in an uproar," Elizabeth chuckled softly.
"Well, Lizzie, in all the excitement in staying at Netherfield Park with a real earl in residence, You can imagine my joy when Lord Matlock's son not only requested Jane's hand in marriage, he insisted the vows be spoken immediately."
"What?" Both Darcy and Elizabeth spoke at the same time. "Married?"
"Yes, well and truly wed," Mrs. Bennet preened, as if the ceremony had been arranged and performed by her own design. "Mrs. Jane Fitzwilliam," she sighed. "Does that not have the loveliest ring to it? Very elegant and elevated, do you not think? Her gown was one purchased by Lady Matlock. Naturally she was beautiful. Mary stood up for her sister, while Mr. Bingley did the same for our new son."
"Jane and the Colonel?" Elizabeth sought confirmation. Certainly, Darcy had known of his cousin's inclination. He had suspected Miss Bennet was interested as well from the amount of time she spent in company with Richard. But married? Already? "Wait. Pray, tell me, exactly when were they wed?" This detail was of the utmost importance. Moving to the other side of the bed, he took Elizabeth's free hand in his. Could it be true? Before Mr. Bennet could answer, his wife blurted, "Oh, the ceremony was performed the day before you were scheduled to marry Lizzie. On the 9th day of November. I remember clearly because it was a Tuesday morning, and I have always believed a wedding held on a Tuesday or a Thursday would meet with success in wealth and health. Wednesday weddings are very ordinary, and Monday ceremonies seem rushed, do they not?" The 9th. 2 days before Georgiana reached 16 years of age. His heart leapt. Lady Catherine had no claim. The terms of the codicil of his father's will had been met. Guardianship of Miss Georgiana Darcy would stay with him and Richard. He caught his beloved's eye. She too realised the import of the date. "We are saved," Elizabeth whispered. "We." His heart flooded with emotions that threatened to knock him to his knees. This woman, oh Lord, this incredibly brilliant woman, discerned his greatest worries and voluntarily shared in his deepest concerns. "I love you," he whispered back, despite the audience in the room. "In spite of Richard and your sister rushing to the altar, you will still marry me." "Do you mean now that you are no longer forced by the calendar to find a bride?" she quipped, her smile lighting her eyes. "I will." God bless her. God bless Richard. And Jane, of course, for having him. Could his life get any better? It turned out that the answer was yes. Chapter 28. Elizabeth became Mrs. Darcy 2 days later by special licence. It was, to Mrs. Bennet's pleasure, a Thursday. With her bandaged arm held in place by a sling, the bride was able to hold the small bouquet her darling William arranged for her before the ceremony started. One of the gowns he purchased for her before her parents arrived was the colour of a ripened peach. Elizabeth's maid had opened the right sleeve, so the wife-to-be could be stitched into the garment. A cream shawl completed her wedding ensemble. She felt far more elegant than she ever had. Soon after they established themselves at the Dolphin, Elizabeth's father had quickly dispatched Mrs. Bennet to the dressmaker's and the cobbler. Elizabeth's water-damaged clothing was replaced with the best Southampton had to offer gently born ladies. A healthy sort of pride filled Elizabeth as she observed her husband. Oh, how lovely that sounded! Sign his name to the register. For the final time, she wrote Bennet as her surname. With Georgiana's future assured, the couple appeared to have no obstacles to future happiness. After a brief meal, the Darcys excused themselves from the company of her parents. While her mother had wanted to review the proceedings in minute detail, her papa kept sending pained looks across the table, his eyes almost tearful with the loss of his favourite daughter to another man. Elizabeth felt no regrets. It was the way of parents and their children to have them strike out on their own. It was her time to start a new life, together with the best man of her acquaintance. By the time they resurfaced the following day, Mr. Bennet's loss would forever be complete. All claims against her future belonged to Fitzwilliam Darcy. "Oh, Mr. Darcy, I do believe you put roses in our Lizzie's cheeks," Mrs. Bennet loudly proclaimed, embarrassing Elizabeth and causing Darcy to cough. Her papa cleared his throat. "Yes, well,
I believe it is time the two of us returned to Hertfordshire."
He extended his hand towards his newest son, in appreciation for all he had done.
"Mr. Bingley's steward has presented several small properties appropriate for Mrs. Bennet, Mary, and me. Your uncle expressed his desire to examine each one and provide a full report when we are next in company."
None of the estates will be as prominent as Netherfield Park, which Jane or Mary could have had should they have chosen Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bennet groused. "But they did not." "Mamma," Elizabeth attempted to hush her mother's uncontrolled tongue.
"Be that as it may," Thomas Bennet spoke up, "any one of these houses would suit our needs."
He patted his wife's hand, where it rested on his arm.
"And do not forget, my dear, Lady Lucas never had an earl and his countess choose their family's location or furnishings, something you may claim for the rest of your life."
The smile that lit her mother's face reminded Elizabeth of how beautiful Frances Bennet had once been. Even in her mid-40s, she was still in looks. Before the matron could open her mouth to spoil the effect, Darcy offered, "We shall see you out." His smile was much grander than his mother-in-law's. Like her husband, Elizabeth was anxious for the two of them to be undisturbed by family or friends. She and Darcy had been too far apart for far too long. She could not wait to again be in his arms. Within moments, her wish was granted. Their peace lasted until they returned to Hertfordshire. After the initial greetings and sharing of congratulations between the newly married couples, the Earl, Richard and Darcy commandeered Bingley's study to discuss Lady Catherine de Bourgh.
"A common smuggler,"
the Earl blared, horrified at the actions of his sister.
"I do not believe she was common at all."
Darcy shook his head.
"The reports I gained from a reliable source indicate she was at one time at the top of the game. Her income must have been phenomenal." "All spent on silks and ribbons," Richard scoffed.
"No doubt," the other two men agreed. Despite the abhorrence of all three men to the course Lady Catherine had pursued, they were in full agreement what their own actions needed to be. Therefore, early the next morning, Darcy and Lord Matlock boarded the carriage for Kent. Jane and Elizabeth arranged to have their own private time in the Fitzwilliams' sitting-room, while Richard was downstairs overseeing the departure of his father and cousin. "Are you finding married life to be as wonderful as I?" Jane inquired, with far less innocence than when the two sisters shared a room at Longbourn. Elizabeth guffawed. "I cannot imagine what you mean." Once the snickers subsided, she became serious. "Jane, the value of a man who cherishes his wife is simply astonishing. William respects me enough to listen, truly listen to me. His love?" Elizabeth bowed her head, her hands at her chest. "By the time I was aware of the events surrounding my rescue, I understood how driven he was to find me. Later, when he told me of his desperation and the impact of loss he felt when he thought I was lost to him." Her tears dripped onto her fingers. Elizabeth gulped. "I have never witnessed such devotion." "You love him, then?" Jane nodded. "I feel the same about Richard. Seeing him overcome his frustrations when he was left behind while Darcy left for Derbyshire to save his sister from a fate worse than death allowed me to comprehend what a great man he is. I have learned in our few weeks of wedded life that he cares deeply." She sighed. "I too am loved." "Oh, Jane." Elizabeth clasped her sister's hand. "If only Mary and our other sisters can find the same deep affection from the men they marry." Jane chuckled. "You would be very proud of our Mary, Lizzie. She accepted the attentions of Mr. Bingley, allowing them to increase her personal esteem, yet within a brief amount of days she recognised he would likely treat the next available lady in the same manner. Mary refused to allow him to turn her head." "Good for her," Elizabeth proclaimed. She was indeed proud of her sister. Where did she get such wisdom? "I asked, and her reply was most intriguing." Jane leaned closer. "What was it?" Elizabeth was puzzled. "Actually, she said it was Miss Bingley who was most responsible for her insight." Jane nodded to Elizabeth's disbelief. "Mary reminded me how hard she tried to attract a man who was not interested in her as a marriage mate." "William." "Yes, Mr. Darcy," Jane agreed. Mary accepted she would not be the female to bring Mr. Bingley to the altar, as he would require someone willing to take charge of his household, who would not care he was a flirt. Our Mary decided not to start down that path when she was disinterested in becoming a nursemaid to a grown man. Jane grinned. Yes, those were her exact words. Good for Mary, Elizabeth smiled. And good for the Bingleys for opening her eyes to her own worth. Nonetheless, bad of Mr. Bingley for turning his eyes towards her in the first place. Yes, his conduct has not been a good recommendation for him as a mate. Jane snickered. Even Mamma has given up on him. Then let us speak no more of our host. Instead, let me dream of William's return, when I can be again in his embrace. Elizabeth yearned to have him back in Hertfordshire, so hoped the men's business with Lady Catherine would not take long. Rosings Park's walls fairly shook with their mistress's displeasure.
How dare you speak to me in that manner, nephew?
Lady Catherine drew her cane up and waved it at him threateningly.
I am mistress of my own business. You cannot tell me what to do or not to do, young man. I have known you since you were in leading strings. You have no authority over me.
But I do.
Lord Matlock drew himself up to his full height. He was almost as tall as Darcy, and still powerfully built.
You have made a mockery of our family name, Catherine. Your soiling your reputation has brought stink upon mine, and I will not have it. Do you hear?
What do you know, Hugh? Lady Catherine huffed. Have you listened to the whiny recriminations spouted by this boy? He has been corrupted by the evil influence of that strumpet he dared to wed instead of my own daughter. He is no longer welcome in my home.
At that she turned away from Darcy, giving him the cut direct.
I refuse to listen to anyone abuse my wife, therefore I will be brief.
Appealing to her curious nature, Darcy kept his voice low until she had to strain to hear.
I have two options, and you have 2 minutes to choose how you desire me to act. For one, I can go to the courts to expose your crimes where you will be treated as anyone else caught stealing from the crown. The other option is for you to accept passage out of England, with enough funds for a fresh start for you and Anne.
Well, I never!
Her mouth dropped open in surprise.
Neither is palatable.
She turned to her brother and demanded,
Hugh, do something. Make this young pup see reason. I am Lady Catherine de Bourgh, the daughter of an earl, of the highest circles of society. Who is he to make demands?
Darcy ignored her. Instead, he glanced at his uncle.
I'm off to London. My hands are washed of any responsibility to a woman who refuses to accept accountability for her actions. There will be consequences, and she will pay them today.
Wait!
Lady Catherine demanded. Darcy refused to stop. He wanted to leave Kent. He wanted to return to Hertfordshire, to the woman of his dreams, who was far removed from the vile female housed at Rosings Park.
Wait! She insisted. I have given you no answer. You have to listen. You have to hear what I have to say.
No, I do not.
Darcy spun back and addressed his aunt.
You have insulted me and my wife. I am done with you.
Accepting his hat and gloves from the butler, he ended the conversation with,
Enjoy your consequences.
Within minutes, he and Hugh Fitzwilliam were in the carriage, rolling away from Rosings.
Are you truly going to the magistrate? His uncle asked. I'm not.
Darcy smoothed the crease in his trousers. With no emotion in his voice, he informed his uncle of his plans.
I rather suspect that her former rector, Mr. Herbert Sneed, will offer his patroness's bad deeds up on a silver platter to lighten his own sentence. I also believe her current rector, Mr. Collins, will condemn Lady Catherine without intending to do so, by his ramblings about how she takes charge of all his dealings, including arranging for the kidnapping of Elizabeth. Ah, so you will let others enact justice for Cathy, Lord Matlock mused. Not quite.
Darcy smirked.
Before we left for Kent, I posted a letter to my attorney, the one who informed me of the codicil to my father's will, to instigate an investigation of the financial standing of Rosings Park. You did? Why? Yes, I did.
You see, there was a codicil to Sir Louis de Bourgh's will that allowed Lady Catherine to keep the estate as long as it was economically viable. In the case where Rosings Park was insolvent, the whole of the property would revert to the next available heir on the de Bourgh side, with a very small stipend to be left to his wife and daughter. I see.
His uncle Hugh harumphed.
Brilliantly done, Darcy. The one thing Cathy fears worse than anything else is losing her position. Oh, yes, this is true justice indeed. My belief, which is shared by my Elizabeth, is that a codicil started this. Therefore, a codicil will end this as well.
The journey back to Netherfield Park was made with far less tension than when they travelled to Kent. A night was spent in London, where Darcy and his uncle met with Mr. Haggerston. There they performed 2 tasks. The first was to provide proof in the form of 2 marriage certificates, showing Mr. and Mrs. Richard Fitzwilliam were wed prior to the 11th of November. A marriage settlement would be set up for Elizabeth, according to Darcy's instructions. The second task was assurances from both men that they would neither of them come to Lady Catherine's assistance when Rosings Park and all its assets were removed from her control. She was completely on her own. In his heart, Darcy knew that despite being his blood relative, he could never trust her should she petition him for aid in the future. The decades of abuse his family suffered at her hands would not be forgotten. Forgiveness? Never. Epilogue. He was wrong. His years spent with Elizabeth and their growing family allowed no room for harbouring resentment for someone wholly unconnected to them. Catherine de Bourgh and her daughter chose to take what few moneys they had and invest in a new smuggling operation, bringing goods into Romney Marsh, which was but a few miles from her former home at Rosings Park. However slow the British courts moved, they were quick enough for the testimony of both Mr. Sneed and Mr. Collins to bring unwanted attention to her current activities. Thus, she and Anne were caught in the act, arrested, and eventually shipped to Australia for their crimes. None in the family had heard from them since. Darcy had no reason to complain. His life was far too joyful to spend much time reflecting on the misery of others. The 3 puppies brought from Netherfield Park had eventually grown to be loved and teased by all 3 Darcy boys. They were often joined by the 4 sons born to Richard and Jane. However, on that particular summer day, the Darcys were home alone. As the dogs and the children played outside, Darcy leaned over and kissed Elizabeth's cheek.
Bingley wrote again, requesting a long visit. He whispered into her ear. I replied that we are unable to host him this time.
She giggled. You did warn him.
Repeatedly.
He nibbled the sensitive spot below her ear. Therefore I feel no sympathy for him wanting to hide away from his shrew of a wife at Pemberley. He flirted with the wrong woman, did he not? She sighed.
Why are we speaking of Bingley?
He growled, insisting upon her full attention. She almost purred with his next kiss. When his lips left hers, she breathed, I am so pleased we wed. Not for one second did Darcy regret making Elizabeth his wife. Together they endured Georgiana's debut, and subsequent marriage to, of all potential suitors, Percy Hamilton, Viscount Bennington. They welcomed a much better behaved Kitty and Lydia Bennet to their homes, before they too found worthy men to attach themselves to. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet and Mary rarely left Hertfordshire. Thus it was left to Darcy and Elizabeth to stop in Meryton as they journeyed with their brood to and from London.
When we are old and grey, I would marry you over again if need be. By the letter of the law you are my wife. By love you are my life.
I love you too, she whispered, as she instigated the next kiss. By the letter of the law you are my husband. By love we will never part. The next kiss was longer, and ever more agreeable. Accept my sign of affection as a promise to love, honour and... He touched his mouth to hers, in time to hush her final word. He had no need to hear it. Fitzwilliam Darcy had no doubt that what started with a codicil in his father's last will and testament would end in a perfect, happily ever after. The end. This has been The Letter of the Law, a Pride and Prejudice variation, Written by J. Dawn King. Narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2018 by Joy D. King. Production copyright by Quiet Mountain Press, LLC.